of how our eyeballs work. And ultimately, I just don't want to leave anything on the table for anybody to come back and rebuttal with. You understand? If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't consider it a plausible rebuttal.
Now, I know you understand a lot about reflection, and optics. I'm just not on that level. I just want to make sure that I don't use this argument. This is an argument that I don't use.
It's not really an argument. It's I mean, I guess it is. I've never heard a good rebuttal to it from a globe earther, or anyone really.
I haven't either, but I used to use this argument, and then when I saw hotspots from like Earth pictures, like, well, that kind of makes sense. I can't really use that rebuttal.
A hotspot from which Earth pictures?
Not pictures, images.
Okay, but there's only, so there's the Artemis one recently. Well, that's actually meant to be the dark side of the Earth, so that doesn't work. But so there's still just the 1972 one, doesn't show any hint of any hotspot whatsoever. And, a hotspot would be large. It would be relative to the size of, right? Because they say the sun is countless times larger than the Earth, right? So the hotspot, why would there just be one hotspot when all of the sun rays are hitting the Earth parallel from the 93 million mile away sun? Why would there just be one little hotspot?
That's what I was going to say. If they're claiming parallel rays, how can there be a hotspot?
Trying to find a globe image that has a hotspot. It's pretty difficult. Oh, here's one. Right, so when you do find one, I mean, it's clearly just CGI. And once again, it's just way too big. It's like the size of a continent rather than this tiny little one. I mean, you could just calculate. I mean, we could find out exactly which type of camera the dog cam used, and then from that height, right? Let's say it's approximately 100,000 feet, 120,000 feet. How much of the horizon would you see left to right? And then you could work out approximately how big that hotspot is compared to the amount of horizon that you can see, and you would find that it's very small. It's a very small hotspot on a global scale. All right, so does the Earth have a hotspot from the sun reflecting off it? According to Google AI, it says the Earth does not have a single persistent hotspot from the sun reflecting off it. Instead, the Earth absorbs about 70% of the solar radiation while reflecting 30% back into space.
That's hilarious.
No permanent hotspot. Sunlight is absorbed and converted to heat across the entire surface rather than being reflected as a single focused hotspot.
If I'm not mistaken, remember that volcano that supposedly blew up in the middle of the ocean that they caught from satellite imagery?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, that image had a hot.
What about it? That was
just saying,
an animation created by Robert Simon. Did you know that?
Robert Simon created that image?
Yeah, he's credited with the animation. It says animator Robert Simon. When you look up the...
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's really funny. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. I found it.
You may need to do an entire channel dedicated just to Robert Simon.
Yeah. Need to look more into what he does create. Look, here it is. This is the This is when you find that footage of the volcano filmed from the ISS. It turns out that it's not actually a video, and it's just an animation. It says right here, animator Robert Simon, Sigma Space Corporation. More like Beta Space Corporation.
Why do they need a writer? Yeah, do they need somebody to write the story, the narrative?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Here's the video. So yeah, so apparently it's just an animation.
What was that volcano in the South Pacific? I can't remember the name. It had kind of a funny name. And they claimed that the spray from the explosion, I can't even remember what spray it was. It was like a water mist hit the lens on a satellite. Do you remember that?
I don't think I saw that one.
Yeah, they gave alleged satellite footage where they're watching the eruption and then the lens fogs up. And they said that water mist or something from the explosion went up and hit the satellite lens.
Well, that's a little bit odd since outer space is supposed to be a vacuum and water would evaporate.
Oh, yeah. I remember the news claims very well. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, it was deep South Pacific. It was filmed from some boats in the surrounding area and islands. It had a weird name like Hunga Bunga or something. I can't remember it.
I remember a joke called Unga Bunga.
You remember what?
I remember a joke called Unga Bunga.
Maybe that's what I'm remembering.
Death by Unga Bunga. Hey, Lap, you around?
I was close, sheepdog. It's Honga Tonga. Hunga Tonga. I'm trying to find that video.
That's funny.
Earth is flat. Is it against or with it?
Yes, it's flat.
Wait, nah. Hello.
Hello.
Is Earth flat? I mean, is the topic against the motion or with the motion?
Right now, nobody's talking. Do you think the Earth is flat, or you think the Earth is a sphere?
I believe the Earth is round. Sphere is a sphere. Not a complete sphere, not a perfect sphere, but uh, a mathematical term which I forgot. Sphere.
An oblate spheroid? Welcome, welcome.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just
it was?
vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are
So it's
telling
really
you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up?
Yeah.
For 1 sec. You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing though, homie, and I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer-grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real-life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? You know, and then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are two of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's very complicated, very, very green field area physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you get folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world taking long-distance, high-altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, but you could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat, because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into a microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. And can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes, we could talk about maps, we could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it, there's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars, I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight. and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere. And it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that. And 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much, if any, angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
I could be wrong. But like, what happens when we go to the moon and then, no one's going to the moon, bro. Hotel. Shut up. Let me fucking finish. Okay.
No one's going there. Go ahead.
What if there's like a moon hotel at the moon, and then everybody starts going to the moon? Will the Earth still be flat?
Station. They believe that. Oh, let me mute myself. Actually.
Yeah, you should. Will the Earth still be flat? Like I think in a couple, like let's say 5 years, we'll have enough technology to like actually prove the Earth is a globe, and like you guys,
5 more years, huh?
All you're talking about flat Earth will be pointless because
isn't that what they said 5 years ago? 5 more years.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Again. 5
Yeah, they definitely said that
just 5 years ago, and 10 years ago, and 20 years ago. I mean, y'all don't even believe in
100 years ago.
I will mark it in the calendar, man.
All right,
you can talk again.
Hey, dude, they keep putting that carrot in front of these Globers' faces, bro. They're like, oh we're going to land on the moon today. This year.
Like, what's stopping a vulture from, like, circling up into space if the Earth is flat?
They are lost in the sauce, man. They're in the imaginary dream world. That's why you always ask. That's why you always ask me what happens on the flat Earth model with the sun. What happens with the moon? Blah blah blah. Dude, we all see the same reality. When I go outside and I look at the sun, I see the same thing as you. That is what happens.
Well, you shouldn't look at the sun.
But you have been indoctrinated. Listen, you have been indoctrinated to think you're falling backwards with the speed of 1,600 kilometers per hour, right? Why it just looks like as if the sun is going down, but actually it's standing still in the sky, and the ground you're standing on is just falling backwards.
The sun is standing still, actually.
The sun is standing still. Yeah, nobody disagrees.
No, it's not. It's traveling through.
Oh, they don't even know that story, dude. See, two Globers don't even know their story again. This is so pathetic.
Does the sun move or does the sun not move? This is hilarious, man.
Okay, look, the sun isn't moving in our perspective, but it is going. It's orbiting around the galaxy.
Dude, learn your own story, man.
Why do you guys care?
You realize what Clay was trying to tell you, right? Is that when you look at a sunset, you have to believe that you're falling backwards.
Yeah,
the sun is standing still.
I don't get what that means.
You're falling backwards, dude. That you're on the surface of a ball, falling backwards on the surface of the ball, and that's how the sun is setting.
Guys, okay, can I just say one thing?
No.
I know.
What do you mean, no?
I know this is very difficult for you guys to understand.
Moving, you're turning around the Earth.
You're not
away from the sun.
This guy doesn't know his own model, man. His own fantasy.
I know my model.
No, I'm not talking to you.
You do?
Why are you still mad?
Why are you so angry, bro?
I'm
not angry. I'm not angry. I raised my voice in order for you to understand that I'm not talking to you.
Do plumb lines curve, Epsilon? You know your own model.
You sound like
plumb lines curve?
I don't care.
Epsilon, do plumb lines curve in the globe model?
Do plumb lines curve? What does that mean?
Plumb lines. Do plumb lines curve?
Plumbing is
no, a plumb line. A plumb line.
Like, are you saying a plumb line in a city, in an urban area?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What's a plumb line? Explain
if you want to build a vertical wall, right?
Okay.
You tie a weight to a string, and that's a plumb line, and you build the wall equidistant from the string up the string.
Okay.
Do they curve?
No.
They do in the globe model. You said you know your own model.
Oh no, it depends on how. No. Vertically is different from horizontally. So vertically. If you have to account, let's use
vertically.
Okay, let's use horizontal. Can we do that?
No.
Do you know the internet connection you use? No, wait, hold on. Do you know that these wires travel across the ocean, and those are also they're sending electrical signals so that you can gain internet? This European angry man doesn't realize that this is curving in order for him to have an internet connection. It's horizontally, it does.
No, it's not, dude.
Why would you if it's only think about the space that you need in order to just make something vertical? It only goes up.
Yeah,
it only
in the globe model. I know it's hard to accept, but in the globe model, in geodetic surveying, plumb lines curve. So you actually don't know the globe model. You just think you do.
The globe model.
Okay, so what's deflection of the vertical, and why do plumb lines curve?
Send me the mathematics for it. I'm going to look it up right now, too.
You could, I'll post it, but you could just, it'll be a lot faster to just type in curvature of the plumb line.
Curvature.
Yeah, curvature of the plumb line, geodetic surveying.
Line. Okay. Curvature of the plumb line. Let's see. Plumb is imaginary. Okay, so is an imaginary straight line from the top of the head to the floor? Okay.
Yeah, in reality.
Okay.
Yeah, that's reality. But
well, that's like saying a pilot. When a pilot is they use technically an imaginary horizon. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what a pilot uses. That's exactly what a pilot does. Are you sure? But it's like the same thing.
No, the artificial horizon. This is not the same thing as the artificial horizon.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not what I'm
talking about. What do you think about the artificial horizon?
I don't. They have to have an artificial horizon because planes don't fly actually. Because planes don't fly actual level. They have something called angle of attack, so they fly tilted up.
What do you
so
think
they
about
need
the
an artificial horizon. Yes, they need an artificial horizon so they know that they're going in the right direction.
But wouldn't that make, in your case, if it's artificial, that means there is no horizon, which means the Earth is flat, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, I just heard flat earthers use this, and this is like the same shit with this vertical. Hold on, defection of the vertical.
No. Yeah, I have heard that the globers typically try to kill other people.
I just posted a diagram from a geodetic surveying book. I got more if you want.
So, how does that explain?
Because
wait, hold on.
Listen, you're missing the point. You're trying to obscure from the point. You don't actually know the fucking globe model beyond a goddamn ninth grader understanding of it. That's the reality of the situation.
Exactly.
Okay.
Don't feel bad because I've talked to PhDs in physics and astronomy and astrophysics, and they know what you know. Jack shit.
Fair enough. I think it just goes back to what I was saying earlier, that their scope needs to be understood. And if you're going to use terrain and use all these things, it doesn't, just because sea level is different does not mean anything. It's still vertical. It's still a vertical line.
Okay, we know that. We all know that in reality.
Yeah, but an imaginary vertical line is used because it needs to come up in it needs to be where they need it to be. So of course it would be imaginary. This is the scope of the circumstance, and that means that has a lot to do with terrain. And sure, if it's different from sea level, that doesn't necessarily matter because
you're talking and talking, but you're not actually. I can tell you're misunderstanding what the problem is. The problem is that like the stars are supposed to move according to the globe model a certain amount according to how much land distance you've traveled, right? By travel, according to the globers, if I go 69 miles, the stars move 1 degree, right?
Is that what
I travel over the land.
I'm not a cosmologist. I wouldn't know.
No, this is like, fucking sailing and navigation, basically.
Okay.
I
don't sail.
In surveying, right? So when they actually do this in reality, the ground distance doesn't match the star distance, right? Because they're trying to measure the ground, right? And make a fucking globe out of it. So they have to assign coordinates, right? At geodetic surveying, they'll place a ground marker or hammer it into a piece of rock or something, and it'll have the latitude and longitude on it. Well, when they do zenith, right? Say some star is supposed to be right above that point at zenith. And how do you do that, right? First, you level the instrument, and then you take something like it's called a wild T4. It looks straight up into the air, right? So that you can sight through the telescope and say, hey, what star is directly above me? Okay, so this star is supposed to be at this latitude and longitude coordinate at zenith right now. Well, when they do this, the star won't be where it's supposed to be. So they go, oh, the plumb line must be tilted a little bit because there's lumpy gravity underneath the Earth, tilting the plumb line away from being completely vertical. Well, that leads to another problem because they're using something called a reference ellipsoid, and the plumb line has to intersect it at 90 degrees. So they have to say that the plumb line is actually curving, and then they use that to map their measurement onto the surface of a reference ellipsoid. So this is a multi-layered
I understand everything. I literally followed everything that you said, and I'm not the professionals, but what I will tell you is that if you are on one side of the earth and then you go down, if you're in America, you go down over to China, you will see a different sky. And it is a fact. So the thing is, if
no one disputes that.
Hold on, if you are tracking a specific study that had these issues, if it's only one study, or if let's say it's a study from non-professionals, the issue is that information is not it's not how do you say, peer reviewed. And I'm sure you guys have jokes about peer reviewing, but I'm telling you that the sky is different on different places of the earth. That is a fact. So I don't care about this plumb line that you're talking about. It's more so about how this study is being had.
Okay, this is well known. Hold on, this is well known in surveying. It's been known since since probably the 1400s. It was first discovered when they were surveying at the Vatican, as a matter of fact, which is very funny. They wanted to know how far it was, like from the coast of some part of the coast of Italy. And one person used the method of using the stars, and another person used the method of actually measuring on the ground. And they found out that they weren't the same distances that were calculated.
I can tell you why.
Not because of terrain. You're just going to make up a reason why. You have no, I don't need to hear your story, dude. Your story about the stars was bad enough, dude.
I can tell you why. Because one point of reference is coming from someone trying to figure out a measurement in measuring the sky without reference of what's happening on Earth, whereas another is using Earth in order to reference the sky. These are two different scopes, and that's what I was trying to explain earlier.
Yeah, they use two different coordinate systems, right? And the coordinate systems don't match each other.
Yes.
Yeah, what they're supposed to. But that's not the point. Yeah, we know. I want to go to your different stars. I want to go to your different stars in China. Okay. Yeah. So what? There's different stars in China.
Great. So
so check this out. If I'm on one side of Walmart and I look up, there's one set of lights. And then I walk to the other side of Walmart and I look up and there's another set of lights.
The only reason I said that
was because Walmart a sphere?
No, the only reason that I said that was because you were saying that you were using like these cosmological measurements, et cetera, and you were saying that the sky looks the same and there was discrepancies with people. That's the only reason I used that.
Yeah, I'm not saying the sky looked the same. I'm saying that the stars were in the position that they should be if the Earth was a globe, right? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, look.
Let's take a random coordinate: 45 degrees longitude, 45 degrees latitude. That's where I think I'm at on Earth. I set up my fucking device. There's supposed to be a star at zenith right there. I fucking look through the telescope. It's not there. It's over to the side a half a degree. Well, shit.
That's actually what's supposed to happen.
What?
Yeah, because the thing is that when you yourself set up a telescope, you're not using mathematics and you're not angling properly in so that you're able to get the exact coordinate pinpointed to your perspective. This is a scope that's what I was trying to explain earlier. You will have these discrepancies. This is what research means.
So
this is what research is.
And how do you celestial navigate?
We're figuring it out.
We're figuring it out.
Many people have different opinions about how this needs to be done. For example, do you know there's like I can give you the navigation when it comes to like traveling the ocean, right? We did this, let's just say Vikings, but then we have people now trying to deep dive. Didn't those people die like underwater because they didn't understand pressure? But then they had like the resources in order to do so, but then they didn't hire the right people, and then it was like a discrepancy within. It's like, dude, people have different methods of doing the same thing.
Those people died. It's not because they didn't understand pressure. It's because the people in charge did not know how to evaluate risk. That's a totally different thing.
That's actually not what happened. But yeah.
You say there are different ways of celestial navigation.
They were told. Hold on, Clay. They were told that. They were told that fucking submarine wasn't good enough. They were told that. So they knew.
The easiest concept for you to understand this is language. We're speaking English, but I can speak to you in German. I can speak to you in French. Tu sais parler français? You guys want to say
red herring 32 now?
It's not red herring. I'm just trying to tell you that like things are. This is the way it is. This is how it is.
Relax, dude. Relax. I'm just asking. You said there were several versions of celestial navigation. Can you please show me these several versions of how
Let me show you.
Navigate with celestial navigation.
I'll give you at least 2 right now.
Okay.
I wanted to see 5.
I
actually wanted to see all the several ones that he mentioned.
I actually know 3, but
yeah, exactly. Look, there's multiple ways. So it's like you're just playing
a globe one and there's a bunch of flat Earth ones. So there's like the Carolingian Islanders, but they also use a different method than the Polynesians.
That's exactly what I'm saying, but it's fine. I mean,
you got one of their flat earthers.
Things, I guess.
So what is the within their theoretical assumptions? What is the ground they're standing on? Do they use a plane?
We can assume that we're on a plane. Yes.
Yeah. See, it's always a plane.
It has to be under our perspective. That's what you don't understand.
You know what? You don't understand. Listen.
What do you mean I don't understand? I'm literally the one trying to get you to understand that there are different perspectives, and you don't.
But they all use a plane. Anyways, can you quickly listen to what I say without interrupting me? Okay. So what the problem is, what you don't understand, is very simple. Your model of a heliocentric spherical Earth has been purely claimed from or derived from sky observation, from the celestial sphere, right? What we have done is actually done you a favor, right? We have been going out into reality and see if this radius that is claimed and derived from celestial. You're still interrupting me again. You're interrupting me. Okay, so what we have done is we have actually gone out and look, okay, is this radius that is derived from celestial observation, is that actually the truth? And can we observe it in reality on the surface? So we have looked at the surface and we came to the conclusion it actually acts as if it's a plane, just as within the assumption of celestial navigation using a plane. So we did you a favor, man. You don't need to believe in the globe anymore. You actually, when you navigate mathematically and theory on a plane, you use a plane in reality. There you go. There you have it. Discussion over.
What does it mean, quote unquote, reality to you? And reality is dependent on the observer. Is an object. Hold on.
Sophist.
No, I'm not a sophist. You need to realize what I'm saying. When you say reality, right? Reality comes in different ways. If one person has a reality under one circumstance, meaning, let's say, even geography is higher or lower. On the other side, someone may, in their perspective or their reality, have a different circumstance to navigate differently. It doesn't...
What are you talking about?
I don't know, man.
Anyways, Angel's Playground is here. Let him... fine, fuck it.
I don't know what you don't get about
how Earth is flat, guys.
I don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
You don't understand
about winning,
everything in theory, mathematically, is going to assume a flat horizontal plane as a reference point for celestial navigation. And what we have just done is we have actually disproven the fact of your spherical Earth with a radius of roughly 4,000 miles that has been derived from the celestial sphere. Right? We have disproven that the ground is actually that sphere you assume that you have got from the sky, and we actually did you a favor. Now you don't actually need to assume a mathematical equation that it's just a plane. In reality, it's the same. It's just a plane.
Wait. So are you not able to grab multiple planes from a sphere?
No, it is a plane, but when you use a plane is different from how you would use some other object. Hence why we know what geometry is. Scope matters under these perspectives.
Just to go back to reality quickly.
Imagine that.
So if you Epsilon, if you go to the beach, is that reality?
Yeah.
Right. So in reality, you only experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface.
But this, yes, but this is a primitive way of understanding what reality is.
So reality is primitive.
No, reality is primitive under. It can be perceived exactly. It can be perceived primitively because what you're
when
doing
you
is that
see the flat horizon and the motionless surface,
I need
are
you
you
to
being
understand.
primitive?
You
I'm
yourself
trying to understand
have
what
a
your
limited.
definition of reality is. You
You
seem to think there's multiple realities, but in all of our realities, we see a
You're
flat
not
motionless.
understanding.
Yeah.
When you go to the beach and you observe, that is reality. I'm not arguing with you when it comes to that. But what happens is that you're trying to bridge all of reality into the scope of you yourself, which is wrong. That is incorrect.
If we don't experience curvature or motion in reality, like we just agreed, where's it coming from?
But okay, now let me explain. Let me explain to you
That's
the
a
way that it's
fallacy.
wrong. What you're saying is wrong, and even someone else is saying what you're saying is wrong.
Yeah, from the sky.
You just agreed the beach is reality, and that at the beach we don't experience curvature or motion. Okay, so there's no curvature or motion in our reality. So where is the curvature or motion coming from, if
From
not
the
reality?
sky.
I'm trying to get you to understand a concept, I think. And
Well, can you just answer my question? Where's the curvature or motion coming from, if not the reality that we're experiencing?
The curvature and motion is coming from a non-primitive understanding of reality. It's coming from not just you being selfish to understanding the way that the world works around you. It's more so understanding.
You just agreed that the curvature or motion is not in your reality.
Listen. You have to understand that there is different. Okay, let's take 5 people at the same beach, but let's say that beach extends all the way around the globe.
None of them see curvature or motion, though.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that how can you differentiate your reality from, let's say, those 5 other realities? And what happens is
those other people have a different experience?
It's not about the experience. It's more so about how did this come to be.
So imagination.
Gibberish, you talking, man? Like, what the fuck is it?
I know it sounds so funny to you guys.
I'm sorry. How do you know? Like, listen, you talk to the 5 other people. Go, hey, what did you see? Did you feel
we saw
emotion?
water.
What did it look like? Yeah, we saw water and it looked flat. What did you see? We saw water. It looked flat. So if we get 100 people, 1 million people, 9 billion people, and they all say we saw water and it looked flat, then what?
No,
we have a bunch of perspectives.
The point is that you have to what this does is this is philosophy. Now we're getting into like epistemology, right? So what it is what ends up happening is
observation of reality. We're talking about reality, bro.
No. Hold on.
Yes.
What
reality.
ends up happening is that you understand that there's a discrepancy between your own experience and others' experience. Just because you're seeing something plain.
No, the experience that we all agree on, bro, and you just agreed, in reality, is the same. No curve, no motion. That's reality.
What reality?
That's the reality. Remember when you said you go to the beach and it's reality? You said, reality
that is one reality.
That's one reality. What other reality have we got at the beach?
Okay, for example, do you think that someone is experiencing the same thing that you're experiencing on a plane, for example?
Jesus Christ, we're not talking about a plane, dude.
Holy crap. Because you guys, it's hard to talk to you guys when you don't understand.
Dude, no, because you just won't answer simple questions, dude.
I'm trying to get you to
by
realize
talking about something else. But we understand your concepts. They're fucking infantile. Great.
How is it infantile to understand
it's really it's because we understand that you don't want to take reality as it is. You want to abstract it into your mind and manipulate it in your head. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why does it?
Only way, because for example, do you understand? I can explain to you. Okay, do you realize that you're talking to a microphone right now, and those electrical?
I do understand. I know how all that shit works too.
Hold on, those electrical magnetic waves are coming and communicating to me in my headphones. That is an abstraction. Are you fucking coming back and forth? Are you serious?
That's not an abstraction. No, it's not an abstraction.
Wow.
All that shit. Listen, we've abstracted it.
Okay, Mark.
It's only abstract in the sense of we could talk about it. So if I say voltage doesn't exist as a physical object. It's an abstraction of a relationship between positive and negative charge.
How are you communicating with me right now?
Okay, so I talk into my microphone. There's a little diaphragm with a magnet inside it. It vibrates, and that vibration sends electrical signal down to a wire into my computer. The digital signal process. Do you really want me to describe the whole thing? Because I can.
Go ahead.
The digital signal processor in my sound card. Well, it's not even a sound card because I got a laptop. In the sound chip. Probably uses a fast Fourier transform to deconstruct the freaking signal and turn it into digital information.
This is not abstracted at all. This is
no.
This is not
yes,
abstraction.
it's literally happening. Yes, it's literally happening.
You're
This is literally physical objects doing this.
You're saying this is not abstraction?
There's literally physical objects doing this. Physical objects are doing this.
Physical objects are doing this, but electrical magnetic waves are not physical. They're physical under the pretense that they are being received.
They're caused by physical objects.
Dude, you guys are... Okay.
So electromagnetic waves are not physical objects. That's what you're saying. They're not physical in the sense they're matter, but they're energy. They have an effect on things, right?
Okay, so let's use your definition. Let's just across the board say this is energy. What energies do you think are making the Earth flat? Like, how do we? Let's just wrap.
Dude, this is the king of the red herring, dude.
No, because I'm still trying to figure out. You guys don't understand how anything works around you, and you make these claims.
I'm still trying to figure out what reality you're talking about with curvature and motion, since the reality that we experience has none of that, as you agreed.
For example, clicking a mouse, is it physical that the mouse click? Like, how do you explain that on your
Yes, it is physical.
How do you explain? Okay, so how do you explain that you're moving this mouse around and then you're looking at it on your screen and then
have you ever built anything in your life, man?
Dude, I'm literally an engineer. Yes, I'm literally an engineer.
He's not an engineer.
Yes, I am.
Just asking basic questions about technology. Come on, let's get back to.
Because you guys don't understand what you're saying.
Whose reality are you claiming?
I can show you my degree.
Talking about curvature and motion. Because you don't have that, remember?
Get your money back.
I am not. Wait, say again. Curvature and motion, what? What's the question?
Remember, we were talking about reality, the beach, going to the beach, that's reality. In that reality that we all experience, there's no curvature and motion in reality. So whose reality are you leaning on to claim that there is?
Are you saying that in the experience, in that reality,
are you
hold on. Are you saying in that reality, are you saying that because
in
we
reality
are learning that we are spinning on this globe, and there's relativity,
reality, remember?
And some other guy told us that it went from Newton to Einstein about relativity, and we're just
in his reality there was no motion or curve either.
Hold on. Is that what you're saying? Like, why should we believe these scientists telling us these things about the world around us?
Well, is that whose reality you're claiming? Because their reality,
I do claim that reality, yes.
They have the same reality as us. No curve, no motion. What reality do you think they have?
Are you saying that, are you saying that they're not able to differentiate themselves in what I was talking about earlier? Whereas
they are not able to detect
the sole principle
or motion, no.
You are not the sole principle on this earth.
If they go to the beach, if Einstein and Newton go to the beach, are they going to detect motion or see curve or something?
Yeah.
Are they going to have a different reality?
What I'm trying to explain to you.
You can't answer the question.
This is beyond.
He doesn't like the answer. He knows what the answer is.
I know.
The answer is relative to your experience. You guys are correct. But I'm trying to explain to you how it's incorrect.
And whose experience?
It's a primitive way of thinking.
Yeah, so whose experience are you leaning on?
Whose experience am I leading on? I'm leading on people who have studied this, yes.
But their reality, they don't have curve or motion either. So whose reality are they leaning on?
They're not leaning on anybody's reality. Everybody. The science is built up. Science is built up. You have to lean on discovery.
So whose reality? Hold on. Whose reality had curvature and motion in it?
Whose reality had curvature and motion in it? Who were the first people to do this? Navigationists, like way back in the day.
No, they didn't. They were the same as you. They experienced a flat, motionless surface.
How can I use references? Can I give you studies? Does that work for you guys? Can I give you like how the history of this like went on? Can I give you that?
You could try, sure. Why not? That's always fun.
No, it isn't. I'm only kidding.
Do you know the history of it? Sorry, go on, India.
Yeah, no, I'm only kidding. I'm just joking around. Listen, they also, I don't know how to put this. You keep saying it's like some primitive notion to just go, oh, this is reality and that's what it is. So what's the antithesis of that? What's the opposite of this primitive notion? Is to have some sophisticated idea about reality that you don't perceive, but you can think of in your head. Is that sophisticated? You know, I typically refer to that as delusional.
So do the psychiatrists.
Yeah. When you don't deal with reality, they call that psychosis.
Well, sophisticated, I mean, it's definitely sophist.
There you go. So somewhere far back in history, some guy, his reality did have curvature and motion, apparently.
Some guy.
That's the one to tell us all about him.
Yeah, I mean...
No, I'm not going to talk to you.
You don't like the implication.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree that your reality as you experience it is what you're saying. But what I'm telling you is that it's more complex than that.
It's your experience, too. It's everybody else's experience. It's everybody you know, everybody you've ever met, everyone they've ever met.
But you're not understanding relativity. You're not understanding the way that things work in scope, and that's what's hard to explain. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong, because what you're saying is
like scope on your word of the day calendar or something.
No,
yeah, you're not actually giving us any meaningful.
Yeah,
you're not giving us any meaningful evidence by saying some guy somewhere did this.
Anybody that used the word, I'm sorry.
It's just meaningless vagary.
It's vague. It doesn't mean anything. You're just saying you don't understand the scope is meaningless gibberish.
Is it wrong for me to say that I agree with what you're saying, but I disagree that what you're saying is the end all be all? Does that
right? But you'd have to give something else, which you haven't given anything.
Me personally, okay. I don't have.
What do you know? What did they show you? Well, what did they show you?
I'll give
to
you.
Convince you.
I have 3 down this list so far. Give me just 1 second, because I have to walk it through. But I don't know if you guys are even going to read these studies.
We've heard them all 1,000,000 times. Only you are Googling this for the first time. We're just watching you do it.
Only I'm Googling it for the first time. Okay.
Yes, you are the first time doing this because we have been through this thousands of times with you guys.
Okay.
Bro, but we've watched thousands of you Google what you already believe, which is very weird, to be honest.
You know what? In this case, then, let's say, what exactly are you guys providing for, I guess, the future of flat earthers? Like, are you guys? Is it just going to be like this sort of skepticism?
Just pointing out that there's
what are you gonna do in the future?
Skepticism.
It is skepticism. But what are you going to do?
Going outside and taking reality as it presents itself is skepticism.
You guys are cynics.
Really?
No, you guys are what's called cynics.
No, it's what's outside. Look, there's a fucking ocean. How is it cynic to say, yes, that's what it is? Oh, I see that because it's there. I don't make up some idea in my head about some magic of why the ball failed and why that's there.
I can explain
you're a meaningless
None of that shit is skeptical within the definition, and it's also not cynical.
It is because
it's just being empiricist. That's it.
No, it's not empiricist because if you were using empiricism,
it's not empiricist.
If you were using empiricism, what would end up happening is that you would have a model in order to push on to other flat earthers in order to figure out the ends
That
of
is the most ridiculous stupidity I've ever heard. Empiricism is the antithesis of a fucking model,
Are you going to go to the end of the fucking world? Are you going to go to the ice block? What are you going to do? Are you being entrapped?
Look, a model is the antithesis of empiricism.
I'm just saying, what are you going to do? What are you doing? I would love to know.
Watching the golden spiral,
did you not hear what I just said? A model is the antithesis of empiricism. Empiricism is actually a direct experience.
A model is the antithesis of empiricism.
Because a model is an abstraction.
Well, it has to be.
Yes. So when you say it's not empiricism unless you use a model, that is an oxymoron.
Hold on. Know how to have a conversation. Be nice to people. Use your words, etc., etc. These are all models that are abstract. They're not literal or physical. They have to be modeled. That's why you're able to use the English language, and me and you both understand this language and this structure.
Epsilon, what does empirical mean?
What the fuck, dude?
Empirical is
another red herring. Jesus Christ.
What do you mean a red herring? What does red herring even mean?
Because it has nothing to do with what the fuck I just said. That's why it's a red herring. Now you're talking about fucking language again.
Because you don't understand, because you're saying that models are the antithesis of
empiricism. Yes, they are. They're the antithesis of empiricism. Go look up the definition of empiricism.
I know.
Yeah, it sounds like you need to look up the definition. Also,
bro, don't look at because they're always
from reality, which we agreed is flat and motionless, to the globe. How do we go from reality to the globe? How do we get there? Help us,
bro. There are stars,
many models, which you guys doubt. So I don't know how to. I don't know how.
What does that mean? Through many models. What does that mean?
Your mother's books are globe also.
That's how we got to here.
So it's just maths.
Yep, a bunch of maths. Yeah.
Right. So not reality. It's maths.
So what are you? What are you? Let's say you guys. What are you gonna do for the future of flat Earth? Like, how does that look?
What are you talking about?
They get banned, go to prison.
The Earth is a
reality?
Okay,
Bro,
if the Earth is a plane, isn't that a model?
Reality is reality, regardless of what we do. Okay, the beach is still going to look the same for you, bro.
Okay, what would you? Is there any discovery that you guys will make? Is there what's going on within the flat Earth community? I would like to know. Like, what discoveries are you guys coming to?
We stop with the sociology. It's really fucking boring.
No, I'm genuinely curious. No, I'm genuinely
curious. Nobody cares about sociology and human psychology, what our motive is, how successful flat Earth is, what our goal is, what our mission is. Are we going to fucking recruit people? Who gives a fuck? Stick to the goddamn topic.
When you recruit people, what are you doing?
We've already...
Who's recruiting people?
That's why you guys have a YouTube channel. You guys have like a...
No, we want to see... Listen, we have a YouTube channel so that people can see the buffoonery like yours.
Yeah,
that's why.
Okay. So what's the plan? What's the plan, though? What's the plan? Like, are we going to get to the end of the circle or the whatever it is? Like, what do we do? How do we
giving information. We're giving information. What you do with it is up to you.
Are you interested in something? Are you
I'm genuinely interested. I'm genuinely interested.
Okay, have you got warm clothes?
I have warm clothes, yes.
Antarctica is really cold, yeah? Have you got a boat?
Okay. Have I got a boat? Okay, yeah. I can get one.
All right, okay, let us know when you've got that. And when you've got approval under the Antarctic Treaty for Exploration, let us know, yeah?
Okay, so you're saying that there's now entities that are saying that you cannot go and travel to these places.
Oh no, bro! You can. There's nothing stopping you traveling wherever you want. Go to the airport. Just tell them you want to go to, I don't know, Antarctica on a plane. Yeah, they'll let you go. They'll fire a plane.
Why would you want to go to Antarctica though?
You tell me. You want to explore, don't you? So
I don't want to go to Antarctica because I don't think I'd be able to survive over there. But I'm saying, why? Like, what are you saying? Is there something beyond?
You sound like you're bored. You're looking for something to do. I'm just giving you some suggestions.
Okay.
So
I think you should go to the rocket.
And the globe.
I think you should.
What are you doing?
I think. You flat Earth, bro. I think you should go to the rocket and fly to the moon.
You're just denying reality for no reason.
You should show me your mother's curvature, bro, because it's a globe.
Yeah, because remember, reality.
All right, you guys got it. You guys got it. I'm sorry. I'm not as I guess intellectual as you guys are.
Well, Epsilon, think about what you have in front of you, right? On one hand, you have the experience of reality. And on the other hand, you have strangers saying, we're very smart. That reality you've experienced, that's not actually reality. Actual reality is something else that you can't perceive. But trust us, we went to a place where you can perceive it because we got magic penises that fire flies out of the back of.
Oh,
and we fly to this magical vacuum where you drop things and they don't fall. And we've seen this true reality, but you can't see it.
The thing
this is literally what you're being. This is literally what you're being told. Literally,
I would believe them, bro. You can say that. I agree, but what I would also say to you is that those same people that are telling you things also have not. They don't experience the true reality as well. Let's say there's some entity like feeding you stuff or telling you lies or whatever it is. They do not understand the truth neither. They're just it's nobody can in your experience.
Well, of course, nobody knows all truth, all the truth, right?
Yeah.
Nobody. That's not even possible.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what I'm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But we can know parts of it.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is that coming into like collectives as well, like saying, like for example, you use the example of standing at the beach and then everybody having the same experience. What ends up happening, like if you all come into a collective and you say that we experience the same thing, so we're making this thing, that becomes something else now. And then that is able to be manipulated in some way, shape, or form as well. So there can never really be truly a true sense of reality, because in every sense it's manipulation, or it's some sense of the word.
And now reality doesn't even exist, even though you're talking about reality earlier.
Yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think it does exist, but people attribute that to things like God, right?
No, we're just talking about what you experience in reality.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't.
This is the ultimate arbiter of what reality is. People or nature.
I don't experience the globe.
I would say nature.
Okay. So in nature, if you throw out, you're the only person on Earth. There's nobody else. Everybody's dead. You're just born.
No, you're on my
You don't know
Discord.
anything. Good. Unfortunately, your mother died in childbirth, and somehow magically you can crawl. So you crawl and you see the beach, and it looks flat, and you're not like, oh shit, I'm spinning, because it's all motionless. Why isn't it that what it is? Why is it something else?
What the fuck? This is all the same.
If you were an individual, you'd be able to come to that conclusion. You would think like what you guys are saying right now.
So what should you think?
I'm
should
like
think that when I look up there, that actually that might not be true. That could just be a delusion. And like when I look at the horizon, that could just be I'm just deluded.
No.
I'm like 100% sure.
No,
if I were the same, if I didn't know NASA,
nothing else
I would myself come to the conclusion that Earth is globe.
But if you had a TV,
go ahead.
No, but then if you have a TV, anything is possible. Hence the globe. Not very good
yes,
evidence.
TV.
Though.
It's a cartoon.
Well, it's more complex than that. So what it would be is that there's someone else somewhere else in the world that is observing the same things that you're observing, and they're trying to figure out why things are moving in this way, and they take that data and they put it together, and then they come to some conclusion, and then they test this conclusion in order to validate like what may or may not be going on, and we call this like scientific phenomena. And then
right, but how do we both go from both experiencing no curve or motion to curve and motion?
It takes starting from cavemen, like learning what fire is, which was like the greatest.
Right, so how do we go from we all experience no curve and no motion to we have curve and motion? What are the in between steps there?
What ended up happening was from cavemen, right? We went very far off, and then we learned that the sun was moving in a certain way, and we didn't know why exactly. We didn't know why the sun was moving in this way. And then
so we noticed that the sun moves. Okay.
Hold on. And then other people tested this same thing and noticed that the sun was moving in
Also moving in the sky.
Yeah. Also moving, but moving differently, right? And then they came together and then they said, well, because of this, that means that in these different places, there's something going on with our movement, not necessarily the sun's movement. So we are not moving, or we are moving, the sun is stationary.
So they looked at the sun moving and then decided that the sun was stationary.
The sun is stationary, yes. Yeah,
so they looked at the sun moving. So they looked at the sun moving and then decided the sun was stationary.
In different places, yes.
Why would they do that when they're seeing the sun moving?
What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't say that.
They're observing the sun moving.
Yes.
And they're concluding it's not moving.
Because we are moving relative to the sun.
So they're concluding that the sun is not moving when they're observing it moving.
Yes, because of the rotation of the Earth, yes.
Why are they concluding that?
Because of because if the sun was moving, it would be like, let's say we are the center, right? What ends up happening is that if we are the center and the sun is moving around us, the same phenomena would happen regardless everywhere, right? But
we're just talking about the sun moving at all.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain. That is correct, actually.
No, that's incorrect.
So, okay, do you believe?
The Ptolemaic model, there's something called the Ptolemaic model. It's an epipsychic model. It's geocentric.
What is this, like
the Earth is not moving. The sun, everything in the sky is moving. Well, it's a different geometric model, right? And it works just as well, actually better than Kepler's laws of planetary motion. And then Tycho Brahe had a model where the sun orbited the Earth, but the planets orbited the sun, and that one works. So,
wait. So, is that model saying that the sun is moving and we are stationary?
Yes, it's called geocentric. You never heard of geocentrism?
That's what you said they all experience. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So when I understand that's fair, but this was made from a group of people that lived under some circumstance. So it was some culture that did this, meaning that they didn't have perspective from other cultures or there was no relationship in order to gauge if this was true or not.
Right, but none of the cultures have a different experience as it relates to a flat motion.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that, and you are correct. But the thing is that when you now equate the two, what happens is that there's a difference which causes a problem. So now this difference...
Well, no problem in terms of the basic facts that everyone can still agree on. It's not a problem that the surface is flat and motionless. It's not a problem that the sun is moving. That's not a problem. However it's moving is not a problem. How it's moving above the observably flat motionless surface. So basically what you're saying is they observed a flat motionless surface with the sun moving, but they assumed the opposite of that. No. Why did they assume the opposite of that?
Well, because this is what I'm talking about and trying to bridge this relationship. So what happened is if you're going to use that model, right, the geocentric model that he was talking about in India, this was made from one culture. And then when another culture came...
It was Western civilization, dude. It's the same culture.
Yeah, fine. When was it? Do you know exactly?
So the reason they abandoned the Ptolemaic model is because they didn't like the idea of the Copernican principle that the Earth has a unique position in the universe. So it was abandoned on philosophical grounds. It wasn't abandoned because it didn't work.
Yeah, but that's why philosophy is we need philosophy. So that's what philosophy probably
You need philosophy so that you can make up stuff and throw people off.
No, actually.
If we're saying that the globe is now philosophy, then you've proven our point.
No, you needed philosophical principles in order to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, if it's reality, you don't need philosophy. You can demonstrate reality.
So what I'm saying is I understand your version of reality, but that's your version.
It's not my version, bro. Okay, it's everyone's version.
No, I understand, and you're correct. You're correct. But what happens is that if I am a human being experiencing, let's say, night and day differently than you are experiencing night and day, what happens is there's a bridge between this relationship.
We experience night and day basically the same way.
We do, yes, but there's a difference in under how we're experiencing it because now we have a time dilation between the two concepts.
No.
So
There's no difference in how we're experiencing it.
No,
There's a difference in how you're interpreting
so
the
then why
observation of the sun moving. Huh?
Okay. I don't know how. I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain.
The sun moves.
If it's right now, I have family on the other side of the world and they're sleeping. Right? Why is that the case? Is what I'm saying. Why are they sleeping right now?
They're tired.
It's nighttime.
Why?
You could call and ask them.
It's daytime, but it's daytime for me.
So what?
Line up shots in NyQuil? Like, how would we know why they're sleeping?
Yeah, we're not a disc floating in. We're not a disc in space with one sun over
why
us.
is my wife tired?
Okay, so is the sun just over me right now?
Sun's only obviously illuminating a portion of the Earth as it moves around it. Yeah. And when it's not in that area, it's dark, and your family can sleep. Nice, a good system.
You can sleep
how is it so perfectly?
If it's still sun too.
Is it like how
is a watch? How is a watch so good at keeping time?
How is a watch so good? We set it to be that way. It's mechanical. Well, it depends on the type of watch. You might have a digital one. I don't know. But it's set.
What was your question? How is the sun
digital sun?
Yeah, so the sun. So if the sun is moving, let's say all the countries that we know right now, the sun is moving in a way on this flat plane to illuminate, I guess, part of the Earth. And then it moves, and then it illuminates more and more, and it's going under this. How is it perfectly doing that to where we're not able to realize?
Not perfect. It's not perfect. So you have civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight. So it's not perfect.
It depends what you mean by perfect. Like if you're saying it's like perfect 50-50 light and dark, yeah, that's not the case. But it depends what you mean by perfect, I suppose.
So, like, okay, are you saying that the sun is illuminating us just like how much of the world is?
Well, we know it's not illuminating the whole Earth, bro, or we'd all be.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So what is it illuminating? That's what I'm asking. So what if it's? I know it's not illuminated the whole Earth. That's why I use the example of my family across the world sleeping right now, and it's dark. So how specifically, like how much zone is it illuminating, and how is it perfectly able to, I guess, just illuminate a small bit?
Well, that's just what it is, right? I mean, it's however much it's illuminating is how much it's illuminating, because it's a light above us, traveling over us.
But wouldn't it be daytime in places where it shouldn't be daytime?
Well, obviously, it's only
for example, let's say it's daytime in Australia and it's flat. Is it also daytime in Indonesia or like?
No, it's only daytime where it's daytime. It's only daytime where it's daytime, and it's nighttime where it's nighttime. Don't try to think, well, shouldn't it be like this and shouldn't it be like that? It is how it is. It's like you've never seen one light.
Sundial works, right? And like shadows at noon.
Right. So
everybody's noon would be at noon when the sun is at its highest, and it's just a big clock, essentially.
With 2 seconds, turquoise, because Jedi was in the middle. Can you hear Jedi speaking?
It's all right, turquoise, man. You finish up, dude.
I'm just making sure he doesn't.
I was just trying to. Sorry, I was just trying to kind of jump in to finish this because it keeps going. And
yeah, fair enough.
Shadows, right? So shadows would signify where the sun is in relation to the land mass. Okay, so when the sun is at its highest and to the south, that's noon, and when even our time zones are not exactly where they should be. You know, just look at the map of the time zones.
So yeah, I mean, okay. Fair enough.
We're not that bad.
I mean, I just feel like on this on a flat plane, you would have places illuminated that should, like what we're saying right now.
I mean, to be honest, no one's actually like tracked like when it's daylight. Even if they have the U.S. Naval Observatory, right? And they have a calculator, and they give out sunrise, solar noon, and sunset times that are calculated. And if you look at their legal thing, because people often like subpoena their records to ask them, like for legal purposes, when was sunrise on such and such a date? It says no one in the United States government is tracking sunrise or sunset times. They're done by calculation. The point being is that, say the sun rose 15 minutes earlier than what was calculated. Who would notice? Who would even know? Is you gonna write to the president? Oh, the sun rose fucking 15 minutes too early. Do something. Like no one will even notice, right? We don't know. We don't need to know it to that level of precision. And when they have tried to actually test the predictions versus doing actual observations, there's errors up to 15 minutes, and the precision is something like the average error is something like 4 minutes. So they don't even know when the sun's going to rise within 4 minutes at the 3 places that they tested. These were astronomers testing it, right? And they're testing it. Well, the whole point is like this, like you wouldn't even notice a difference.
I get you. You know what would be interesting though? If let's say the sun is closer than we think, and the sun is actually rotating, and we are heliocentric, right? Why can't we have? And let's say we don't have to go to Antarctica. That's what you guys think, right? We are helios. The sun is.
No, that's what you think.
No.
What are you guys saying?
You're talking about geocentrism.
Yeah. Oh, geocentric. Sorry, I'm uttering your words. So why don't you have like 2 pilots come on, I guess, opposite sides of the map, and then track the sun moving from one to another, right? So kind of like you're closing in on the sun. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing for flat earthers?
What do you think some barriers to performing that feat might be?
Anybody can get a pilot's license. You can get a pilot's license.
So,
it's so easy.
Just get a pilot's license. It's done. It's done.
There's probably some flat earthers that have a pilot's license. Rest in peace to the guy that like tried to see the
how about the airplane? How about the fuel? How about an airplane capable of chasing the sun at 1,000 miles an hour? How about that?
What if it goes through restricted airspace? What are you going to do?
Oh, do you remember the guy that died like shooting himself up in a rocket, and then his fucking like his parachute, like because he wanted to prove the Earth was flat? I thought that was crazy.
No,
that's how he died. That's literally.
Hold on, dude. The guy was not a flat earther. He tried to. No, he was not a flat earther. He was trying to make a steam-powered rocket, but he used flat earthers to try and raise money. So he went to the Flat Earth Convention to try and raise money, because he thought flat earthers were dumb. We're going to give him money to prove the Earth is flat in his rocket. I'm going to take a rocket, I'll fly up, and I'll prove the Earth is flat. And then there was this other guy, his name was Tim Osman. He, I think he gave him $500 or something, but the guy was a freaking shill. So,
Tim Osman?
Actually, I do know that. I remember now
his nickname was Tim Osman, which is, I know has been. Yeah, like Osama bin Laden. Yeah, so if that doesn't tell you he was a shill, I don't know what does. The point is, the guy's name is, I can't remember, Mad Mike or whatever. He was not a flat earther. That was misreported in the media. And that died, says it all. Yeah, he did die. He died in a steam-powered rocket because his parachute didn't open, but he was not a flat earther. That's what I'm saying.
He died.
How do I know that? Because there was interviews of him. He was trying to make a steam-powered rocket.
And that was like the goal, to try to like industrialize it and just make more money.
Yes. Yes. Okay. To get off the chemical rockets, he thought it like he was trying to prove a concept to prove that he could build a steam powered rocket that had enough thrust to get to a certain altitude. Because obviously you need a pressure vessel, and to make a pressure vessel strong enough to handle that pressure, you need money. So he was trying to make smaller scale so he could get investors to make a better rocket, right? That's how, like, you know, if you're privately funded, right, you get investors to go to one stage, and then another, you know, more investors for another stage, and build up to like a corporation. Hopefully,
do you guys have?
That was him. He was only on stage 2, so he made a rocket. He did that. He didn't die, and then he tried it again, and he did that.
Okay, fair. Do you guys have? There must be people who believe in flat Earth, maybe in aviation, right? Like, is there? So do those people come together to where maybe they have the resources or the capability to be able to maybe conduct an experiment like that? Like chase the sun almost?
I mean,
I'm not trying to say this. It sounds funny
I don't
to
know
me
what the
saying
point
it, but
would be.
Well, just to make sure.
I mean, how would you chase the sun?
I don't know.
How would
I
you
don't
do
know.
that
I actually don't know. I don't know. Because I believe in a different model.
You don't even know that the sun's a physical object to chase, so.
Why are we chasing the fucking sun?
To prove to the world that the Earth is a fucking plane.
No, we just measure the ground for that, bro.
Yeah. You just measure the floor to do that. You don't need to be chasing the sun around and around. That'd be stupid. Just measure the floor.
So what? Okay. All right. Well,
The odd thing about Glovers is, well, I just want to say the odd thing about Glovers is that's like the last thing they think of is like, oh, just measure the Earth. Who would have thought of that? Like you guys are always talking about the sky and all these other derivative abstract things. Like this is a super simple problem. It's not complicated. And I think that's why people hate it. It's like, no, it can't be that simple. No, it really is that simple.
Just do it.
I just wonder, for example, like if you're saying that things are that simple, like, and I got almost memed for saying the English language. The English language is pretty complex, right? So I just don't know if things are as simple as I guess you're making it seem.
Okay, well, I mean, let's put it this way. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving, can it be a ball?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, can it be a ball? The surface of the Earth is curving.
Okay, that's not the answer to the question. It was a hypothetical.
Oh yeah. No. The answer would be no.
Okay. So we can automatically rule out ball could be a ball by just measuring the surface. Right there.
No.
Right? You could do this. What?
Okay,
No?
No.
Here, I'll let Angel take over here.
Okay, so what situation could I measure a flat surface on the surface of the Earth and it could still be a ball? What situation is that?
So the issue you're going to have here, right, is that all areas are going to be relatively flat to you from your perspective. As you're measuring it, I mean, presuming you're measuring it across the surface.
Oh, don't bring up scope. They're going to get crazy.
You're gonna have a relativity issue.
The correct word would be scale.
Yeah, you're talking about measuring across the surface, not just observing it to be flat, which we all know we do.
Yeah, if you measured it across the surface, you'd be going in a giant sphere.
What about, is there curvature over 10 miles?
Not that can be detected. Like, not as visually.
So how much is there?
Yeah.
So there you could easily measure the question. You could easily measure the curvature over from New York to Britain, for example. Get a laser, get high up, try to project that across.
Let's see if we need to do that.
10 miles. Answer the question, Angels.
What's up?
10 miles. How much curve in 10 miles?
Depends on what you're again. So provide me a little bit more detail here. So in this context, what are you trying to suggest you're measuring this off of?
Water.
Okay, water? 0. Depends on your height, though.
0.
Yeah, depends on your height.
Curvature in 10 miles.
What's the height dependent value?
What's the height dependent value? In 10 miles.
Yeah, he's correct. Yep.
What's the height dependent value here?
On surface level, between point A and point B over the distance of that arc of a known radius, how much would point B have curved from point A?
As far as I'm understanding, at 0 feet sea level, at that point, you would not be able to see beyond 3 miles or so. Exactly 0 feet.
How much point A to point B?
How much curvature after?
Over water, it would not be detectable. Again, water is being contained.
Give us a value. Sorry,
so the globe model predicts that it's not detectable at 10 miles away.
Well, again, if you're trying to use water, right? If you're trying to use water as a medium, water
Answer the question,
fills
bro. Why are you
to an equilibrium.
Okay, so check this out.
It creates a flat surface.
Yeah, the world is at least 70% water on the surface, right? So 70% of a flat surface and then the rest is a globe.
No, so that's where we actually get topographical changes, right? So you can't just measure the Earth in a flat paradigm, because at the end of the day there are decreases
Reset, bro. Point A to point B, 10 miles. How much drop between point A and point B?
Are you on actual terrain?
Oh, let's say a lake, a 10-mile lake.
Yeah. So the closest to this would be the FE-core experiment, in which case you experienced 1.7 meters in drop
over 10 miles.
It was like 7.9, but it's close. It's a close example.
Stop bringing up FE-core. We're just asking you a very simple question to check your knowledge. How much curvature should there be over 10 miles between point A and point B?
Again, it depends on the elevation. Give me an elevation, and we'll go ahead and adjust.
At ground level. It's like you're not listening, Angels. At ground level, on the surface of the Earth.
As ground level at sea level?
Surface level.
Yeah, that surface value can have a lot of values assigned to it, Jedi.
Okay. So why are you not answering the question?
Because I need to know explicitly, are we talking about sea level or are we talking about ground level?
Sea level.
Okay, sea level. So at sea level, if you're measuring from exactly 0 feet in the air and your target distance is 10 miles away, you're not going to be able to see beyond basically 0.
We're not talking about how we want a quantification. We want you to quantify it. We want a number in units. You can use meters, feet, millimeters, fucking miles. Just quantify.
You know what we're asking for, bro.
1 foot above sea level to make it simple for you.
1 foot above sea level. There you go. Perfect. You're not going to be able to see beyond about a mile. It's a little over a mile.
What you can see. We're not asking what you can see. We're asking what the drop is due to curvature, in feet or meters or fucking millimeters.
I don't know. Topography underwater matters too.
You don't know. It's 66 feet.
No, because again, the Earth isn't uniform.
It's 66 feet. It's 66 feet.
Can't be.
The Earth isn't uniform like that. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
It doesn't work that
Even
way.
if you take the oblate spheroid, the difference between the polar or equatorial radius is something like 0.01%. Okay, so if you use 8 inches per mile squared, it's either 3.98 or 3.9 or 7.97 or 7.98 per mile squared. Okay?
Again, though, we're trying to measure this in a hypothetical.
No, we want to go prediction.
So like if you want a prediction, the Earth should technically curve away from a flat line at 1/16 of an inch over every 100 feet. That would be like the lowest possible.
So it's linear.
That's the prediction.
So it's a slope.
No.
You just described the slope.
I mean, again, that's the prediction of over 100
the Earth is a slope.
No, that's an incorrect.
You said
no,
value per distance. That's a fucking slope.
Yeah, but you're making an extrapolation beyond what I'd said.
Very wheelchair friendly.
Very wheelchair friendly.
I make an extrapolation of what you said. You said
no, you didn't.
You said drop. You said drop per distance. You said drop per distance, right?
Over 100 feet, you're expecting a derivation from a flat line of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet. That is going to wrap around, right? So at a certain point,
no, that's the slope.
If you continue that line for yes, it absolutely is. But you're referencing only one line. If you take that line and you transmit it across the entirety of the Earth, it's going to slope away from you and then come back. Yes.
What are you talking about? Drawing a whole bunch of 100-foot lines?
Confident about this shit.
Every single time you draw a different line, you're going to have a different reference point. In which case,
see what you're reading from. Where are you reading from?
Let me just pull up Microsoft Paint for you really quick. Jesus Christ! I can't believe I have to do this.
Yeah, so you're making a polygon.
Hold on.
So
let
you're
me
making
just
a
go ahead and
polygon
pull
of
up
a bunch of
Microsoft Paint.
No. Please don't. You're making a. You can just explain this in words. So you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. So you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. That's what you're doing.
So here you go. This is literally how easy it is.
Just answer any simple fucking question, dude. No matter how simple it is. No, you're not. You're trying to intentionally avoid questions.
Okay, here you go. Here's what I'm saying. Go ahead and just pay attention to the visual aid in the side here, right? So, at a certain point, this globe that we live on is going to line up with the exact 90-degree angle of this line if you were to draw one down from it. At both sides, you're going to have a slope. Correct. 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet is what the estimation is. At that point, as you start to go to the right, it's going to slope down and away to another 90-degree angle. But at a certain point, it's going to run parallel to that of the line. Again, you could just draw that line from the very center of your
you're making a polygon
through the earth.
Fantastic.
Well, what's your source with this?
There's no sides on a circle.
Where are you reading? Where are you getting that formula?
I know, but you're using a bunch of straight lines.
This is what's used. This is what's used in determining accuracy of lasers, for example.
Look, I'm trying to be nice, right? So,
you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Because you won't admit that you're making a polygon.
How am I making a polygon? I'm using a circle.
Because you're using a bunch of straight fucking lines.
No, I'm not.
You're not. So where's the curved line in this?
So again, if you draw a straight line in any direction infinitely from Earth, you're going to have curvature away and curvature back into.
Did you just hear yourself? I said you're making a polygon. You said I'm not, and I said you're using a bunch of straight lines.
I'm using a singular straight line.
Pardon me?
I'm using one straight line.
And at the end of that straight line, what do you use?
Nothing. It's just a reference.
So your one straight line is a circle.
No, the one straight line is the line that I'm projecting from that circle.
So where are you getting a curve, a ball from?
So as you project that straight line infinitely, let's assume you get high enough that there is absolutely no potential obstruction. If you were to take that straight line, you can only measure it up until either parallel, in which case you couldn't see it anymore, so you can't measure it there, right? Or the two 90-degree angles, well, technically three 90-degree angles it's going to create in conjunction to that of the Earth.
Damn, bro.
Does anybody know what this dude is talking about?
Yeah, all this because you don't know how much curve is in 10 miles.
Okay, I'll go ahead and illustrate even further because you guys are not understanding it.
Wait.
Hold on.
Let's just clarify.
Just go ahead and
clarify. Are you saying that there is
one more circle?
Are you saying that there is
a red herring anyway?
It's not.
Are you saying that there's not? Are you saying that there's not 66 feet of curve over 10 miles?
If that fits the 1/16 over 100 foot, which I believe it actually does. I believe it actually does.
So you're saying So you're saying there's 66 feet of curve over 10 miles. The one that you said was undetectable. Okay, no, there's not 66 foot of curve over 10 miles.
I didn't say anything. I'm making lines on a circle with a fucking platform.
Do you think there's 66 foot of curve over 10 miles? Yes or no?
Generally speaking, yes.
Generally speaking.
Like, yes.
So, why did you say that would be undetectable?
Because the way that Earth's topography works, it's not uniform. It is not a uniform Earth. There is topography. You cannot account for that within that mathematical model.
That's why we said water.
Water also doesn't matter because water is going to create a flat plane because it's contained by that of gravity here on Earth.
Holy crap. He said it again, dude.
Water in this case is not a good metric to try and determine Earth curvature unless you're using the exact same model I just fucking drew in.
So let me get this straight. The water's flat, but the land is curving, and it's a ball.
So too is the water. The water's also curving, but it's not a good reference point because it moves. Because it moves. You don't have it. So if you look out beyond the ocean, you don't have a reference point behind the ocean in most cases, like from New York to Europe. You don't have a reference point that's visible.
Yeah, you do. I can look across the English Channel and see northwestern Europe. What are you fucking talking about, you idiot?
Show me. Go take a picture outside your window of the English Channel.
Lad, please post your picture you took.
Quite easy. Quite simple, dude. You can go to a body of water. This is why we brought up lakes earlier.
That's a secondary reference point, though. How wide is the English Channel?
23 miles.
Okay. At that point,
from Dover to Calais, if I go to Folkestone, it's 35 miles.
You cannot see the very bottom of any of those buildings.
I shouldn't be able to see any of them.
It's the cliffs of Dover. What the hell are you talking about?
That's not to say you shouldn't be able to see any of them.
You can see the whole fucking thing. And in actual fact, there should be over 200 foot of curvature between Calais.
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Because you're not taking into consideration relative height, i.e., how high is the water rising up upon the actual decline of the Earth?
Excuse me, I would be at 6 foot above sea level. What the fuck are you talking about?
He said the decline of the Earth, dude. That's hilarious, man. This dude thinks we live on a fucking slope, man.
It's weird as fuck.
So the English Channel is at an altitude of 1,240 meters, 4,070 feet.
Son, before you wig out, the picture posted in there is those lights across that lake are 30 miles away, and he's standing on the beach.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fine. Mm-hmm. He's still 4,000 feet above sea level.
What does that matter?
Because it's going to change the relative topography that you're observing.
So being above sea level changes topography. I need a citation for that. Yeah, I need a citation.
That's what topography is. You're 4,000 feet above what is considered the relative flat.
Bumpiness. No, topography is the bumpiness relative to being smooth. So I need a citation that says
yes, and the ocean would be what you
in elevation above sea level change the topography, because the people in Chile are going to wonder why that they live on a giant desert fucking plain that's 4,000 feet above sea level.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait.
Is anybody arguing that?
Yeah, you just said changes in elevation change topography. That's nonsense.
Well, no, changes in elevation are representative of topography. The fuck?
Yeah, localized changes, but not absolute changes. He's looking across water, okay? That lake is about 500 feet above sea level. It doesn't change that it's a lake.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that lake is 500 feet above sea level, roughly.
The picture that was just posted is 4,000 feet above sea level.
How can it be if Lake Erie is 600 or 500 feet above sea level and that's Lake Ontario or something?
Wait, hold on. Are we referring to a different photo?
You're just all fucked up, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to figure out which photo we're referring to here.
The one that was just posted with the lights way at 30 miles away, and he's standing there taking the picture.
So this goes to like your level of honesty, right? You didn't look at the photo, but you said
I thought we were still in reference to the photo was wrong. English Channel.
What we did?
So apologies,
dude. That's even worse, dude. It's the English Channel. That's even worse because that is at sea level.
No, it's not. You fucking potato.
The English Channel's not at sea level. What?
The English Channel sea level. Sorry, my friend. You probably need a geography lesson.
What the fuck?
Excuse me.
You're calling it a pedo because of that?
The
That's
English
so
Channel.
nonsense.
The English Channel at an altitude of 4,070 feet.
The English Channel.
You do understand what the North Sea is, right? And the English Channel separates the North Sea from the Atlantic between the north coast of France and the south coast of Great Britain.
Look up the English Channel's elevation, please.
I fucking live there. I live here. What are you talking about?
What's the English Channel's elevation?
Sea level.
Is it?
Yes, it's a sea.
Yes, moron.
It seems to be that there's an altitude of 1,240 meters for the English Channel.
Are you an idiot? The River Thames flows into it.
Yeah, and rivers must flow down, correct?
Yes, and fucking London's about 2 meters above sea level, you plum.
No.
Yes. Do you know where Holland is? Stupid. Do you know where Holland is? Yes, you're really bad.
roughly speaking.
So you understand that Holland was reclaimed from the sea, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Receding seas and dikes.
So you understand that that's where those little windmills come from. The windmills pumped out the water. They then built dams and dikes to keep the North Sea out. This is the North Sea. The English Channel goes into the North Sea. It separates Britain and France. It's a sea. It's not 150,000 miles up in the fucking air, you idiot. It's sea level. Do you know where mean sea level comes from? Comes from a little bolt on a dike in Holland, separating the North Sea.
Yeah, what about Sir Francis Drake? Like, how did he defeat, like, the Spanish fucking Armada? Like, what the fuck?
Where did you get the information that
they were 4,000 feet above sea level in Spanish galleons?
Hey, check out the diameter he made the ball by adding 4,000 per side to the radius. So radius of 39, he added 4,000. So he has 7959 mile radius ball now when he added that 4,000 feet.
No, that's not correct.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Let me pull the exact quote for you.
Where are you getting the information that it was 4,000 feet above sea level?
I'm pulling the direct quote. I'm just going to find it inside the article.
Yeah, the AI was wrong.
I don't use AI for stuff like this.
You know the islands of Great Britain, they sit in the sea. You know that.
I've never said this before, but you probably should.
Angels, the Isles of Great Britain.
Can you give me a moment, please? Can you give me a moment, please?
No.
Yes.
I want you to.
Yes, I can absolutely have a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and here. I'll do that.
You won't mute me.
Does he possibly think
why are we talking
uphill?
Seriously.
He thinks oceans go uphill.
He's a fucking idiot.
Everyone does understand, though, that lakes have a higher elevation, so that would change the calculation. So, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about the North Sea.
Yeah, no, I just get that. Yeah, no, that's sea level.
Let's all wait for Angels to come back and not be honest and lie again.
I'm just curious where he got the information from.
Pulled out of a fucking Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, he just made it up and now he's trying to backpedal.
Americans are not allowed to have Kinder Surprise. Apparently they choke on the toys.
Oh yeah, that is true. I would suggest that Angels never owned a passport either and never gone anywhere else.
But happy Thanksgiving to my American friends.
Happy Turkey Day.
Like Holland, a lot of New Orleans is under sea level as well.
Let's celebrate taking over the land from everybody.
Oh, at least he is muting himself, so we don't need to listen to his cognitive dissonance and spiral.
He doesn't want to hear any talking from us. He's plugging his ears.
Yeah, let's be happy for once, man. Imagine listening to him spiral.
Well, imagine how much easier the channel would have been to make if the channel was 4,000 feet above. Just a straight shot through.
Yeah, you just build a little tube into the water there, straight out. You don't even have to do anything. You just straight and straight through. Like a mountain.
So, did they have like climbing gear on D-Day?
Yeah. We had to scale the mountain of the English Channel. Attacking the northern beaches where we just slid down the other side. It was fine.
How do you sail uphill? I want.
We built it on purpose.
Well, all of the planes, when they were, dropping the paratroopers, the paratroopers were just jumping out of the plane right onto the land. So
Hey,
Jumped out with water skis.
Surfed it down.
Jedi.
Surfed the hump.
Jedi, don't tell this globe about the technology that Germans have used with beacons of a radar to get these unmanned bombs to London. Don't tell him about this. That there was a straight line of radar signal possible by the Germans.
I'm not going to tell him anything until he apologises or concedes that he was incorrect.
Oh, you will never concede. He's a special one.
My neighbor might be joining in soon. I was
That's
smoking
cool.
outside with him and was like, yo, just listen to what I listen to. Check it out. And started flat smacking him. He's like, wow, this is interesting.
There we go. I was able to figure out exactly where it was I was getting confused. There was a bad reference point inside of an article. Got it. Okay. So, back to the question at hand, because that was really, really fucking stupid. So, your reference point across the English Channel. Why can you not see, if the Earth is flat, the entirety of all of the buildings on the opposite side?
Definitely of you. Yes, you were definitely stupid, and yes, you can.
No, I know. That was entirely a mistake on my part. The information I was reading was incorrect.
Yes,
so,
it was.
why can you not see the totality of all of the buildings on the opposite side? Please explain.
Like the port of Calais, and watch the ferries sail into the port of Calais. You're saying you can't see that?
I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
What buildings? Have you
on the opposite side of the English Channel?
Have you ever been to Dover?
No, I'm literally looking at your picture right now at the English Channel. I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
You've got a real issue. That's not my picture. That's a different argument over a lake. A lake isn't the English Channel. The fuck?
No, Jedi is an old dude.
You couldn't see all the way to the bottom anyway, dude. Because if you had a 1 meter wave, 1 kilometer away, it would block 10 meters, 10 kilometers away, and 100 meters, 100 kilometers away. That's just a 1 meter wave.
Dover from Calais?
Yeah.
Anywhere.
No, I'm just trying. I'm going through the photos on the right hand side here.
Don't you have to, for that 1 meter, 10 meter, doesn't the photo have to be taken from the ground though?
1.2 times the root of Gibbs over height in feet.
Yep.
And in which case the Earth actually blocks off most of the actual curvature in terms of
the physical Earth curve. The physical Earth curve.
What? Yes. So what you're looking for here is horizon reference points. You need to be able to see past the horizon, and the only way to do that would be to increase the FOV, and in which case, or well, technically decrease and focus on a central point. At that point, though, regardless, you're changing the perspective of the horizon because you're literally able to see farther with higher magnitude optics.
Okay, so if I was
your reference point changes.
If I was 3.25 feet off the surface of the Earth, the physical geometric horizon should be 2.21 miles away, correct?
Let's take a look-see here. 3.25?
Yeah.
Feet?
Yep.
Yeah, 2.2. That should be the rough point in which case things start to fade away.
So you see the image that I posted of the bottom of 6 wind turbines?
Yep.
The wind turbines are at known distances from the observer. The one on the left-hand side is at 8.4 miles away. The one on the right-hand side is at 11.2 miles away. In reference to the distance markers, where's the horizon? Is it in front of it or is it behind it?
You're seeing the first one at 8.4 miles the most. The one at the farthest you're seeing less of. You can literally tell based on the black marks.
I'm asking you where the horizon is in reference to the distance markers. Where's the horizon? Is it in front of them? Is it between them? Or is it beyond them?
It's in front of them. You're not seeing the full. You're not seeing the full picture in any of those cases.
I'm not seeing the full picture. I'm seeing the horizon beyond. I'm seeing the horizon clearly.
Refraction.
Beyond.
Yes, you're seeing refraction, but At the end of the day, that's creating excuse me, can I finish a statement?
No,
can I finish a statement?
Guys.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm literally not. This is why where you flat earthers, you cannot follow a copacetic point.
Guys, we've got two models.
A portion of each of those windmills. A portion of the bottom. You're seeing a portion of it, but you can visibly see.
So you guys here believe that Earth's a flat, huh?
You can visibly see the black markers at the bottom of these other.
You're son of a bitches.
That's
not the right way, bro.
You fucking.
It is. There's an art to this. You're capable of it,
you
but
said earlier. Sorry, Turquoise. You
gotta
said
be
earlier.
creative.
I can't see the bottom of fucking the White Cliffs of Dover because the physical Earth curve was in the way.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What you said.
It's very gradual. This isn't something that's going to immediately occur. It's not going to just drop off, especially over water.
Specifically, and you said yes, Earth curvature. Paraphrasing
physical.
That's why.
Well, if you're paraphrasing me, that's not what I said, right?
Okay, why can't I see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover then? Tell me again.
So show me a photo. Let's examine it.
We did earlier. You've already looked at it.
Would you mind tagging me in the photo?
No. Scroll up.
Is it Dover from Calais?
My goodness me, what the fuck do you think we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes? Are you just using this as a tactic so you've got time to think?
No, not at all.
Right then, so you said that I can't see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover because the Earth curve is in the way. I then give you this observation where the horizon is obviously well beyond its geometric limits.
The White Cliffs of Dover will rise above that of the water level, creating a part of the image that you're expecting to see. A part of it. Again, you have this weird construction that the Earth curvature is going to drop off exponentially when there is no evidence to suggest that, nor have I ever made that claim. You're using your own math as a placeholder here. The water is the ocean level is the best metric to try and determine what relative Earth curvature is going to be. At that point, anytime you have a differentiation in topography from sea level, from 0 feet above sea level, you are going to change these numbers. It does not matter where. If it's 1 foot above sea level, you are changing how far away you can see an object. If that object on the opposite side is 1 foot above sea level, it is technically going to be capable of being viewed from a different distance other than its original from sea level. If you're looking at an object from at 10 miles above sea level...
I don't care. Now this is just turning into word salad.
No, it's not. I'm speaking completely logically right now. Go ahead and steel man what I just said, if you would, please.
No, I want to answer this question. Where should the horizon be for a 3.25 observer?
How high is the object above sea level?
No, we're talking about where should the horizon be.
Again, how high is said object above sea level? And that'll give us a reference.
3.25.
I just want to know where the horizon is.
That's how high. It's observer.
No, that would be the observer height. How high is the observer?
I've just told you that how high is the observer. I've just told you that 5 times.
Bro. The camera's the observer.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically it's at 5.5 feet. Just the average height of a human being.
3.25 feet.
No, 3.25.
3.25 feet, fine. Okay.
Yeah, we agreed this earlier, and you gave me the answer
You're going to have a flat...
Angel, why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because I'm answering your question at this point.
I haven't answered it. Yeah, you fucking idiot. You answered this question. You answered this question earlier. You said yes, it should be at 2.21 miles. But as soon as I bring you an observation from this observer height, where the horizon isn't at 2.21 miles and is clearly beyond the wind turbines at a safe estimation of 12 miles, you scream refraction, making the horizon non-physical. Correct?
That's not true. An image can be put together based on the reflections of said object associated to the image that you're seeing in front of you. In this particular case, the horizon will start to drop off items, whether you want to talk about millimeters, centimeters, inches, feet, doesn't really matter, over time as your sight line continues forward. That's why those the black measurable surface that we can visibly see on said windmills gets smaller.
You do
That's
understand
why it happens.
You do understand that there's a distance between about 3 to 4 miles between the platforms, right? You do understand that things get smaller with distance, correct? You do
Yes, of
understand
course they get smaller, at least with reference to that one point of reference.
Good, so they're getting further away.
That doesn't make their physical dimensions change. Even your famed black swan photo doesn't change the dimensions of the actual oil wells.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just a word salading.
What?
It doesn't physically make the objects any smaller. It's your observation point, your reference point.
Exactly.
What are you talking?
That's what he's been talking about for 15
minutes. Dude, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just asks the guy, what is the observer's height? And then you say what the observer height is. And then he says, yeah, but at what height is the observer? I mean, you can't make this up, dude.
So look at actually, Doctor just posted a fantastic video to try and prove what it is now. It's very easily seen. As your reference point changes, i.e. zoom, you can see more and more of an object because your reference point is changing. The reference point at that zoomed level is not the same as it would be if you were just looking at it from your eyes. It's not. However, because that reference point's changing, it's not giving you a clear picture as to what is actually in front of you.
Dude, what are you talking about?
None of that means anything with reference to this argument, though.
Look at
yes, this is quite literally. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the photo of what was shown.
It's the video.
No, so I assume you're talking about the black swan, right? So it's not even
No. We're beyond that. There's a video in which case there's a large-scale zooming effect, in which case that zoom changes the perspective of the individual.
Shush. Crypto, it's the one with 6 wind turbines. I know you're not looking at it, but that's the one that's in reference in the moment. And the video that's associated with it, where the horizon is clear.
Right?
Sorry?
The argument's the same, though.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. But I just wanted to at least know what picture we're talking about.
Yeah, fair play. So, I mean, look, man, the point is that you're essentially making the argument that the horizon refracts and the objects don't.
No, so those objects disappear from the initial base perspective, right? From the initial reference point, those objects disappear. You cannot see them.
What would you expect on a flat surface?
I would be able to see the entirety of the objects at effectively any distance.
Well, then
they would be the same height.
Yeah, but why would it be so on a flat Earth? Like, why wouldn't you be able to? Why would you not see the?
Haha, fascist joke.
No. I'm actually siding with Angel.
King Harambe, King Harambe, you have a world-class username. That's what I was laughing at.
Sorry. I'm actually siding with Angel.
Well, I mean, that's a mistake, but I can give you the answer that you seek. I would say that Angels isn't a guy you want to... If he's on your side, you should probably rethink your side. But regardless, why... So, okay, here's a question. I think this is where you guys are getting this wrong. You're just...
Why would it blur? So...
Yeah, well, I'm trying to give you a mindset change, because I think what you're assuming is that on a flat surface you would see forever. And so therefore anything that doesn't conform to that must therefore confirm a sphere, right? Is that your line of thinking?
No, not intrinsically.
I'm asking King Harambe, not you.
Oh.
Not really.
So then why do you think that if something disappears from the bottom up, that is evidence for a sphere, if that's not the reasoning?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking you if
you don't know.
If what?
That's fine. Look, bro, I'm not. That don't take it personally. I just don't think you've thought this through, right? If your line of reasoning is that you must see forever on a flat surface, then it makes sense that if you don't see the whole object, it must be because the Earth's curving. However, you've just told me that's not your line of reasoning. So therefore, I don't understand why you have a problem with this idea that objects can disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I don't know what your line of reasoning is.
Okay, so I'm just very interested to know why would the objects be covering down?
I don't say again.
Like for example, if you go up to what Amp posted, like if you go a bit up, it's like on the sea, and then there's a like a large matrix of like steel fences. If you go up a bit.
So
yeah, but why does it curve downwards?
How much past the hour?
Sorry.
Well, so is it 39 past the hour? 40 past the hour? What am I looking at?
Wait. Here. Okay.
40, I think.
I'm just curious of what you think.
Curious of what
39
I think.
after the
Doesn't really
hour.
matter what I think, but I see what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
so
that
this one here, 41 past, yeah?
Red rhetoric.
But why would it? Yeah, but why would it go down?
What's going down?
The fence.
I don't even know what you're
Whatever
asking.
it is. Bridge? No.
This here, hold on. This photo. I'll tag it.
Red rhetoric power lines.
Yeah, and I posted them.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's been taken by other people, and the quote unquote curvature that you find in this photo doesn't exist. So you can only really assume that in this specific
Yeah, but what's the
photo,
illusion causing it to do it?
I didn't finish, bro. I definitely didn't finish.
Sorry.
So the only explanation that I can give for this, when you compare it to Doctor's, which is the same power lines in the same place at the same elevation, is that there's some sort of compression happening either in the lens or some other effect that he's applied to the photograph afterwards, right? So that would be how you explain this, because it's not present when other people have tried to repeat it. Okay.
Yeah, but what do you mean compression?
Well, compression of the photo, compression of the lens. It could be done either physically or through, you know, dude. Do you know what compression is?
Something of oppression. Press.
Right. Okay. So compression would create distortion in the image, right?
Like if there's anyone that is, you know, if you shake your camera, it might be a bit distorted. Like you mean like that?
No, convergence of an image from one file size to another is typically the best example of compression.
Well, that's a different type of compression.
Yeah,
but yeah, that could also affect it. The point is, right, is that this hasn't been reproduced. What he captured hasn't been reproduced. So some fuckery has taken place. The end. When it comes to why would things disappear bottom up on a flat surface? Do you want the answer, or do you want to just talk over me? Cool. So why would things disappear bottom up on a... Are you okay, dude? Do you want me to continue, or do you want to say something?
Sorry if I'm making any sounds. I'm just, you know, looking over some pictures.
Okay.
We have 35 milliliter. Is like this. Wait, let me just post it. Like this. Is it like this type of compression?
Possibly,
but
I mean, there's lots
you
of
have to be
different types of
identify
compression.
what type of compression it would be.
It's just an inferior mirage. That's all it is.
Yeah, dude,
Sorry.
I don't know exactly what he did in order to fake that curve. But when people have gone back to that place at that point, the curve isn't there. In addition, you shouldn't see curve according to that model at that height anyway. So we know that not only did he fake it, but it's impossible for the curve to be like that from that location.
Okay.
Where is that picture taken from to begin with?
It's Lake Pontchartrain.
I don't know.
Yeah, just real quick. Sorry. Real quick, just look at the image I put in the text. It's an inferior mirage. This effect happens over distance when the surface of the water or the ground is heated, and then the air above it gives that distortion. Can you please watch what I just posted at 48 minutes past the hour? For God's sakes, you're driving me nuts. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening to the railing on the side as the camera angle lowers down to the ground. Can you please look at the railing? And
Yeah,
then look at the image as red rhetoric image. Look at what the power lines are doing, and look at the side of the railing.
Yeah.
That's it. One and done. We're done. That's it. That's what's happening. Inferior mirage. That is the answer. That's all that's happening.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a really good direct answer to what I was saying. But what I was trying to address with these guys with the actual mindset, like if your mindset is that this effect can only happen on a curved surface, then you're thinking about the problem wrong. And so you're always going to come back to, therefore, the Earth is a ball, right? But if you actually understand what's going on, not only with the faked evidence that Red's rhetoric provided, but also just in a general sense about how these photos and videos are taken, then you understand that this is perfectly possible on a flat surface or on a ball, and making one or two observations doesn't really prove a ball. Okay, good.
Yeah. I was just curious of what you guys think. I'm just, going around asking what people think.
Well, I'm trying to address it at the most basic level I can, because there's a lot more. There's a lot more to this, right? But it's like, if you're already in the mindset that anything disappearing from the bottom up proves a ball, then we can't really have a discussion.
I'm not really claiming that. I'm just asking you guys.
Yeah, no, I know. But it's some people just reassert that over and over again, and it just becomes really dull. Because then you can't actually get because then you can't really get into the meat of the discussion. You're just talking about, if it disappears bottom up, it's a ball, right? And then you keep going back to that incorrect assertion. And I just wanted to get rid of that before we actually talked about stuff that mattered.
What of that particular photo? I just tagged Effie in it.
Oh, that
which one?
Yeah, the one of the that skyscraper in Sweden. What of that?
Yeah, what about that? Yeah, what about it?
If there's a photo taken, the turning torso, kind of an interesting building too. If your photo is taken here, 28 kilometers away over the water line, where's the rest of the building? It's still a zoomed photo, so this is more than you could actually see just from standing on the other surface.
The temperature of the water and the temperature of the air that day.
Yeah, Harambe, do you remember when I said...
Good question. I mean, kind of irrelevant, but good question.
No, it's not.
Harambe,
it's going to have... what I mean to say is it's going to have an effect on the photo itself, of course. But again...
It's not irrelevant, so...
Cool. So Harambe, just wanted to talk to you about this. Do you remember when I said, not even 30 seconds ago, if you make the assertion that a building missing any of the bottom part must therefore be a curve is wrong? And have you noticed how Angels has literally just done that? And that's why I addressed it.
Well, no, there's very clearly, right? Whenever you take a photo away from something, only the tallest portions of that object are going to be visible.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reasoning I've just been addressing that you've just completely avoided. It's like,
I'm not saying that it's, but here's the problem: is I'm not saying that it's a static. That for example, these objects just shouldn't appear. I'm not saying that.
It's pretty wild, actually.
Yeah, but you don't understand angular resolution.
I think that I just warned. Yeah, one sec. You're literally making the assertion that I just warned against at length, and not realizing it. It's actually very.
No, I am realizing it, but the problem is this is how it pans out in reality.
No, you're not. Stop saying you're realizing when we can clearly hear that you're not realizing it.
This is how it's panning out.
Angel, it is angular resolution. These things have been discussed in spades in this chat many times. You're just not a part of it when you're here. And you quickly want to look at something else, another image, and you're not listening. Okay, you're hearing us, but you're not listening to us. So once again, it's angular resolution. So when you lower something to the ground, the bottom of the thing in the far distance will be cut off. That's what happens at a distance, and then so on for it getting farther away from you. This is what's going to happen to anything at a distance. You can actually test for this. My God, I can't believe you're still putting up images after. Okay, what did I just say? Repeat what I just said. What is causing that bottom-up disappearance? What is it?
I mean, putting your.
What is it that's causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Again,
what is it that's causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Putting your perspective closer to the bottom.
Fucking hell! I'm gonna ask you once again. I just gave you the answer. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
You viewing it.
What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
I'm trying to tell.
What is causing the bottom-up disappearance? You better fucking repeat what I just said.
I'm literally trying.
No, you're not literally. Say it. I want you to fucking say it. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Alpha, your mom and dad are fucking faggots. Fuck you.
quiet, Borgs. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
I'm trying to.
You're not saying it. Just say it.
Every time you unmute him, he's like, "I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to obfuscate, but you won't let me."
Just say it. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Changing the camera.
What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Say angular resolution, and if you don't when he unmutes the mic, then you're out too.
Angular resolution? Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
No, that's what you need to say. That's what the fuck is going on.
Putting the camera closer to the bottom. That's what I was saying the entire time.
Yeah.
You fucking artard.
Wow.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
I was literally just trying to repeat that to him.
No, you did.
No, I was trying to. I just didn't say angular resolution beforehand.
Right.
Well, maybe that's what you should have.
I was literally just trying to say that you changing the perspective to the bottom of a particular angle is going to change it. Yes.
All right, then.
Of course.
Then why the fuck are we talking about this if it's already settled?
Because it doesn't work out that way all the time.
It doesn't work out that way. Let's fucking see, shall we? Why can't we put it to the test, Angel?
So the ocean is...
No, we're not going to talk about what you want to talk about. Let's put it to the test. Now, there's many different depictions, and you will be shown by every flat Earth person that's in here. Different. I want you to pay attention. All right. Fuck. I don't give a fuck if you leave. When you come back, I'll be here. All you can do is run.
I was trying to tell you that. I swear.
No, you weren't.
I want to be a real boy.
No.
Maybe you missed it. He was trying to tell us the English Channel was 4,000 feet above sea level.
No way, dude.
Oh, how did we laugh? Yep. Oh, yes. About 5 minutes before you came in, mate. Yep.
Brilliant. Yeah, that Angels guy is such a clown.
Do they have to bring mountain climbers?
Really?
He needed mountain climbing gear on D-Day to climb the hill of water across the English Channel.
We got Triple D Dan over there chirping in the text chat. Go ahead and use your voice. Go ahead and chime in, DDD Dan.
Guys, I have a question.
No, we want to listen to DDD Dan. Go ahead, Dan. You're in the text chat acting like you're all hard and whatnot. Why you keep posting that image of that boat? What do you think it is? It's Earth curvature? Go on, tell us
post the video so we can see the mirage.
Go ahead and tell us the distance to that boat disappearing. What's the distance there? Give us some data.
Yikes.
In this original video, if you watch it, there's a mirage. Like, you can see that the whole bottom of this boat, in between the water line and the bottom of the boat, it's mirrored.
Put your big boy pants on and get on the fucking mic. Or are you just going to sit... You know what? If you're not going to speak up, dude, you're going to kick rocks out of this channel. We don't need your fucking chirping in the text chat.
Yeah, no
Fuck
chat
off,
skanking.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Happy Turkey Day to everybody, though.
Happy Turkey Day.
How does Turkey Day work on a flat Earth?
Very carefully.
Well, basically, I know how it works on a globe. You have to put the basically you have to put the turkey in. You have to work out where you are. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you have to put the turkey to the right of the oven, so that when the Coriolis effect comes in, it cooks evenly.
Oh my god!
And if you're in the southern hemisphere, then you have to put it on the left of the oven.
Doesn't that mean that everybody has like one of those convection ovens? Because the Coriolis effect just automatically would be circulating the air.
Exactly.
Well, I guess I got ripped off when I bought one.
I just pictured.
Did you not get Coriolis insurance with your air fryer?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the air fryer. It's not even doesn't even need power. That's just a trick so they can charge you more.
I think that's one of my favorite, dumb, clever Glober arguments, and you'll see what I mean when I say this. So the Coriolis effect causes the patterns within hurricanes, because they'll say that it's an apparent effect, but then it's an actual effect that's apparent, and so it's like they get themselves caught up in all these knots, and they don't even understand how they even got there.
By the way, do you guys have the Discord server for the Flat Earth?
Yeah.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yep.
Biggest one there is.
Can I join it?
Yeah.
Look at my
I don't know,
profile. Click on it. It's in my profile.
I think as well, just to add to what I just said as well, when it comes to like say the apparent versus actual deflection, it would be much better. Sorry, better? Maybe not better. It would be easier, or at least more elegant, to make like a toroidal electric universe kind of explanation for the shape of hurricanes than the Earth is spinning, bro. Right? But they just discount that and they just say the Earth is spinning, bro. It's like, don't know.
Yeah. Wait, who said who has it on the profile?
Doctor.
Discord.gg/flat earth.
To doctor, won't you
it's in the game.
News? I got a bad case of
Doctor, man. It's like we just call him Triple D, man.
Triple D.
It's Doctor.
Triple D. What up?
24/7 Flat Earth. It's in the game.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that one. Wait.
All right, next. Thank you. Next.
It's expired. For me, it's expired.
The last two people have been just complete and utter just mishmash of word salad. It's pretty like horrifying.
It's just the appetizer before turkey. That's all.
Why can't anyone bring an experiment to prove a globe Earth? I've never seen that yet.
You never will, my friend. You're gonna turn into bones before you see that.
What's interesting is that some exist, but no one ever brings them up.
Yeah, and if you do know the answer, don't let them know it. So just keep it to what. Yeah.
Someone else did it. That's why.
What Somebody do you mean else. That they exist? Which ones? Why don't you bring them forth?
They exist like mentally, right? So like somebody else did the experiment. They're sure that they know they exist somewhere out there. They're not sure exactly where, but if you Google it for them, you'll find it.
Oh, Google Earthers?
Yeah, let's put out the.
They're not Google Earthers. They're Google for me Earthers.
Let's put out the information. See if anybody wants to take a bite. Is anybody out there, or can anybody bring some scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? The phone lines are open. FE Jedi Indio. We got Bacon as FE. Oh, you just deafened. We're here to answer your calls. We have the therapist, Indio, if you want to cry on a shoulder. He's there.
Yes, I will tell you it's all your fault.
That's called reverse psychology, right? No, but really, it's all your fault.
Hi, yes. Is this the Flat Earth Discord? I've been trying to call in.
Right this way. We'll have an associate be right with you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been such a busy day.
You do that so well.
Dude, fucking sales and being at call centers for a majority of the last 3 years.
Been there, man. Hello, everybody.
Yo.
Hi.
Shalom.
Yeah, it's basically, I call it my boomer speech. You know what I mean? It's just like you're trained to talk in boomer. Be like, yes, Mr. Johnson, right away, no problem. Hey, man, I've been there myself. No, you have a great day, Mr. Johnson. You have a great day.
That's good. It's in the script.
EA, it's in the script.
I was going to say it this way. FE Beasticles. It's in the script.
It's in the script.
I want DD Dan to come back. Oh, good old weasel.
Ready? You sure?
Yeah, we want to stomp on roaches, Indio. We don't want to let them proliferate.
I've never heard him talk, so.
I think it was funny.
He'll visit again in 2 days. He'll visit. They always do. They always come back.
Hey, look at the text chat. This is what we do to roaches right there. Pop, 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 pop.
I just still can't believe
We mountain climbers.
Okay,
Talon wants to talk to India.
Now Talon wants to throw his hat into the ring. I can't believe you guys are still on ships over the horizon when you disavowed a physical horizon 3 years ago.
That's not what we did. We know the horizon is physical.
The horizon your band of merry men? What the fuck is we?
You can see the water. You can see the physical water. And then the boats over the horizon.
Right,
okay, so the horizon is a physical ball edge, after which it starts curving down. That's what you think?
That's what it is.
Okay, so how do you explain the black swan?
I don't. The black swan doesn't prove anything.
So why is the horizon that physical ball edge? Did the ball grow?
No. It's just a picture that doesn't have good or accurate measurements. It's not a,
I wonder if Talon feels better when he says that
have
the
accurate
black swan
measurements,
doesn't
so
prove anything.
we don't know how far the oil rigs are.
correct. Like you can have like the black swan looks different depending on when you're looking at it.
Oh, does it? What the fuck?
Yeah. So like when you guys the black swan that you guys use is different from like when I put in. I just posted the thing.
Listen, dude, it's the same. No, stop your horse shit, dude. It's the same black swan. The distance to the Listen, Talon. The distance to the predicted geometric horizon is not there, dumbass. So you're not going to get it in either one of. Yeah, it does.
We're not looking for that.
You need the predicted geometric horizon to be in a specific location. Numbnuts, and you don't see it on both of those.
You just said it was
geometric horizon has nothing to do with the
fucking weasel, dude.
The geometric horizon has nothing to do with the Earth curve.
Yes, it. What the fuck, dude?
Like it doesn't.
And what does ships go?
The Earth curve.
Alan, and what does ships go over?
Huh?
What does ships go over if the horizon's not Earth curve?
What are you talking about? That goes over the horizon.
I hate this.
Yeah,
this is a part I hate about these guys.
The horizon. You said the horizon. Oh, you said the horizon was physical, the physical edge of a ball, and ships sail over it, over to the other side of a curve, right?
Yeah.
Now you just posted an image that shows the horizon in different places. Which one is the physical one? Which horizon? Which image?
The right picture. The right picture is more accurate.
How do you know? Okay, so how did you determine that?
I use my eyes. You can see with your eyeballs. You can clearly see the right picture is more clear and less warped.
Oh, more clear. Okay.
So
you can see unless you think, so are those the same oil rigs?
That wasn't the question. I didn't ask you which one is more clear. I asked you which. How did you? Yeah, I didn't ask you which one is more clear. I asked you how did you determine which horizon is the physical one? That's what I asked you.
What, the one that you're looking at?
Is clarity of the image a determining factor?
He gets lost real quick, Indio.
No, it's like a physical object. Are you saying? I mean, like what? Like you're asking the bad question. Like, do you understand why the
bad question? What
oil rig is hiding behind the horizon? Why is the oil rig behind the horizon?
You don't know what you're saying, dude.
I mean, I'm just asking you.
What horizon? The horizon's optical.
Horizon.
But the horizon's optical. Are you saying it's physical?
Optical?
Is it optical or physical?
I'm just saying, is the water optical? Is the water that you can see in the picture, is that optical or physical?
Well, no, water's not optical. Water's physical.
Okay. So you can see the water up to a certain point. So that's
talking about the horizon.
Part of the water.
Okay. Okay.
So
in the left image,
because it's physical water.
Okay. Yeah. Great. So in the left image, I can see the water to a certain point, and that point is past the oil rigs. Is that not physical?
Is that not physical? I mean, like the thing that is creating the weird different horizons is physical, but the actual illusion of multiple horizons, like you can obviously see on the right picture, the very clear.
Okay, so now you just admitted the horizon
straight line, and then on the left side, well, yeah, because I mean you can look at the oil rigs. You can see the oil rigs are all warped on the left picture. So on the right picture, the water is. You can see that the light is coming more clear to the oil rigs, and you can see how the oil rigs are actually shaped. So unless you think the oil rigs get taller and wider, like they are in the left picture, but then they get squished down in the right picture, like I don't know what to tell you, man. You got to just understand how light works better.
You gotta just understand.
So I just posted another image. Is this horizon physical, or are you gonna make up some bullshit?
Right. So like, what creates a horizon? The edge of the Earth, right?
No.
So just because something that's really far away, you can't see it clearly. I mean, just because the horizon is blurry doesn't mean it's not physical.
That's not the argument, bro.
That's what you guys are trying to say. You're saying that the horizon can be in different places just because you're using a blurry horizon to try to determine where it physically is. When a physical horizon is creating a blurry line that appears to go in different ways. I mean, there's optical illusions on the horizons of water where boats can just float in the air, right? So it's like you can't really correct the horizon, but regardless of whether you can cross the edge, it doesn't make it physical or not.
Just stop talking for a sec, Talon, because you're talking yourself in circles.
I'm sorry, I'm just
you're talking yourself in circles. The problem is that you don't understand the argument. That's why you're having problems with this, because
what is your argument?
No, because our argument is a response to your globe position, not necessarily you, but the globe position generally, which is that the horizon is physical Earth curve, right? So then when we say, here's the physical Earth curve, way further than it should be, you guys then come back from your own claim and then say, oh, that's optical. Well, then it's not physical Earth curve. How old is it? It's optical, which was our position to start with. So you reject our position. Well, no, that is objectively true. You reject our position.
Because again, you're taking the blurrier picture.
I'm still talking. Haven't stopped. Right. So you start from the position that we are incorrect, and then when we present you evidence, you then actually retreat to our position, which is that the horizon isn't physical and it's optical. Do you understand that that's what you're doing?
No, that is not what I'm doing.
Hell, man.
It is, though.
That's what you're doing.
Again, we're going to go back to the two pictures. So you can see on the right picture, there's only one horizon, but on the left picture, it's very blurry. Like there's a lot of different colored water. And so all that is, so regardless of whether or not that blurry gray line that you want to call a horizon is a physical or optical horizon, doesn't fucking matter, because we're not using that horizon. We're not using that to determine the curve. We know that it's curved, and you can see the more clear picture, use the clear picture, the more defined picture that shows the clear oil rig, not warped and shadowy like the left one, and you use a clear picture where you can see a single solid horizon, and you can see that the oil rig is over that hill. So that is what produces the curve. You can, just because you're pointing at a blurry optical illusion of a blurry horizon doesn't prove anything. So try again.
Cool. So then you are still retreating to our original position of the horizon is optical, which you just denied doing. Right. So well done.
So just because it's optical doesn't make it not physical. That's a completely useless point. So did you want to actually try to make a real point, or are you just going to keep?
Then you don't understand the argument, do you?
No, I do understand, but like I said, you don't understand your argument. You don't understand your argument
very well, but you don't.
So what does it prove? Right? What are you proving?
What am I proving? I'm trying to deal with the argument first of all, right? So the argument that the horizon is physical Earth curve, we then present quote unquote physical Earth curve that doesn't conform to the dimensions that you need it to. You then retreat to our position of optical horizon.
No. I'm using the clear picture. You are not. You were trying to use a blurry picture. So I'm not using your picture. I'm using the picture that's more clear to determine a physical horizon going over the thing. Because the sailboat picture, you can see in the sailboat picture, there's no blurry horizon. It's very clear, straight, watery line. And so it's much more accurate to use a clearer picture than a blurry picture and then point at the blurry part and say that it disproves the more clear picture, which doesn't have all the stuff. How come the right picture doesn't have all that weird, all those weird second, 2 and 3 horizons? Why is that?
What's funny is that all of this detail that you're providing backs up my point and eviscerates your point. Because you are saying, no, you're going to let me finish because I let you finish.
No, because you're not even addressing.
You're going to let me finish because I let you finish. Now, the problem you have is that if the horizon is moving, then you can only have one of two explanations for that. One, that the Earth is physically moving. Two, that there's an optical phenomena affecting the horizon. If you think it's one, you're stupid. If you think it's two, then you admit that the horizon is optical and not physical Earth curve. Which is it?
So again, you're using an optical illusion to say that a physical horizon exists. That's your problem. That's your claim. Your claim is that the physical horizon is your optical illusion.
No, we don't care about physical Earth curve because we don't think it's there. That was your.
Well, that's a problem when there's pictures in front of you that show it. So it's kind of like your problem again. I know it's hard.
You're just affirming the consequent at that point. We're trying to actually talk about the arguments, right? Now, your argument was that the horizon is physical Earth curve, and so when the horizon changes from day to day, you have an issue because either the Earth has physically changed size, which would be stupid, or there's an optical effect happening, which means you agree with us. So are you stupid or do you agree with us? There's your options.
No. I'm saying there's an optical illusion in the left picture, the one that you're trying to use to disprove my point. I don't agree with you because you're not even understanding what my argument is.
No, I do. I very much understand.
So is water physical?
I know the chronology of this argument. Right, okay, you're going to just stop talking through me. I know the chronology of this argument. Everyone in this room knows the chronology of this argument. The issue is that you guys have actually regressed to one of two positions. Either the Earth is physically changing size on a daily basis, or there's optical effect happening to the horizon. You can't have another position. This is a true dichotomy. If you think it's two, that's fine, then you agree with us. If you think it's one, then you are stupid. Which one?
See, that's called a Hobson's choice. You're trying to force me to pick from two choices.
No, it's a true dichotomy.
Those are not the only choices. I'm still talking. You're talking over me. And so, secondly, I'm going to again reiterate my actual point. And that is that a physical horizon can have optical illusions on it, whether or not you see optical illusions on the physical horizon doesn't determine whether or not the horizon is.
Hey guys, it's me, Yoder, pausing to comment. I think it's a good place to pause for comment because we're talking about the horizon. Now, the horizon is the apparent meeting place between sky and earth. There used to be a long time ago in this community a long-held belief that the horizon would always rise to eye level. And this is a bad argument, it's just not true. But, we hear that repeated often. While that's not the case here, it's just worth repeating for context. But what we have here, though, is that meeting place taking place within the physical environment and subject to your own optical limitations, but as well as the meteorological or weather conditions that are prevalent in that area. That meeting place between sky and ground is a gradient. So what's happening is when we get people coming in here who are telling us that they're taking their theodolites up and that they're aiming the crosshairs, perfectly affixing those crosshairs at that particular meeting place, what they're actually doing is they're setting their crosshairs on a place that's a gradient. And what they need to be able to say, and what you should hold them to, is where they are affixing their crosshairs is not on a gradient, but at a very specific location.
It's physical, which it objectively is.
You're just saying that. That's just an assertion, but there's no way
you just agreed that the water in the fucking picture is physical. That creates a horizon. How do you have a horizon?
Looks like the bot decided to play again. But that physical specific location has to be the crisp curvature edge of the Earth. That's right. When they point their crosshairs and they say that this is the horizon and it's dipped, they must claim that that is the actual point of curvature, the point of departure, the point at which beyond light cannot be reflected to your eye because there's no optical path. It's like saying, the reason why you can't see the far side of a basketball is because the light that's being reflected off the back side of the basketball has no logical path to your eye. And I think a lot of these guys, when they come in, they don't really want to claim that because they also know that they're also dealing with atmospheric conditions causing refractive gradients. And so they're really caught between a rock and a hard place.
About what? numbnuts. Everyone knows that water is physical.
All right, this is fine. Let it continue.
What we're trying to establish is whether that line that you see is because of physical Earth curve, which isn't actually confirmed by that. Because the horizon changes every single day, as you admitted, which means that we know that there's an optical effect and therefore isn't the physical leading edge of a sphere. You don't get that. That's fine. Everyone else with a brain cell does get it. We can move on.
When you look at a blurry picture, there are no optical illusions in the more accurate picture. So you're not even like addressing the fact that there's no optical illusions in the right picture. You're missing that point completely. You're just going right over it like it's not even there. You want to argue with something that's not there.
They're involved in every single photo that you see.
Please don't.
And so why is there a straight line on the?
Pausing again, also to interject. What's really interesting is when we start using different optical frequencies, like seeing an infrared, for example, particularly deep infrared, at least deep visual infrared, like we're not talking thermal or microwave yet, like 930 nanometers to 1,000 plus nanometer deep. You can actually see through the haze. That gradient that you see in your normal visible range suddenly starts to dissipate, and you can see much further. So if you were taking your theodolite and you were previously pointed at what looked like the edge of the Earth, the leading edge of that curvature, and then you were to pop on an infrared lens and then see much further, you would actually have to tilt your theodolite up, and you're no longer dipping down, but you're dipping back up again more towards horizontal. So the idea that the horizon rises to eye level may hold more consistent truth in longer wavelengths than it does in shorter wavelengths. But it's still not true, because even then, in a far field in infrared, you're going to see
that there are photos that you see that don't horizon. Bro, you're going to ask a question and then just talk over my answer? Don't do that. You know that optics are involved in...
I hate this spot. You're going to still see a gradient of color dissipating, dithering from gray to black. And then eventually you lose all contrast. So changing wavelength, changing frequency that you're viewing is going to change where you perceive that meeting point between sky and ground is. So the horizon's variable. Using the horizon as a demarcation for Earth curvature is just a bad idea.
Are you saying the blue sky and the blue water almost looks very similar to the same thing?
It's so funny.
Yeah, and is water naturally blue, or is it naturally clear?
Reflecting the wavelengths of the sky.
That's right. So that's like one problem they have. The other problem is when they perceive objects scaling down with perspective into the distance, they attribute it entirely to Earth curvature. 8 inches per mile squared explains it, guys. Oh yeah, what about the perspective part? So they stay very much affixed to the idea that the bottom of mountains appear to be gobbled up 8 inches per mile squared. They're hoping for that outcome. But they're ignoring that if there is an 8 inches per mile square drop over distance, then the whole mountain as an entire unit is dropping and tilting away at that same rate. Which means you should be able to use the top of the mountain too as a point.
Every single photo you see, correct?
Yeah. My point.
So then, why are you trying to assign optics to some photos?
All right, I'm just stopping this and we'll manually play it against
the both photos. It's
So this means you should be able to use the top of the mountain if you're a glober. Use the top of the mountain as a point of reference. And as it appears to scale down towards the horizon, you're going to have to claim that it's dipping down and rotating at 8 inches per mile squared. And if that were entirely the case, they need to factor in perspective on top of it. So you should have a compounded effect of both drop over distance, physical drop over distance, as well as perspective scaling. Both should be accounted for in the same image. And these Earth curvature calculators do not account for perspective scaling. They attribute perspective to curvature. They hijack perspective and call it curvature. You've heard that over and over again. And this is why. So not only is the horizon this very dithery gradient, it's variable depending on weather conditions and subject to your own optical limitations, but the very mechanical drop over distance itself that is claimed to exist is also ignoring the perspective scaling that goes along with it.
So funny. So funny.
Yeah, it like we talk to people who are like PhDs and they don't freaking get this. It's nuts. All right, I'm going to hit resume. I just wanted to interject, unless anybody wants to carry on a conversation.
Your points are spot on.
Thank you, Rayleigh. Oh shit, when I hit stop, it looks like it completely cleared the queue.
Yeah, I think that's probably what happened.
Bummer.
I guess we'll have to fill the dead air now.
Well, sorry, guys.
Blast from the past.
Yeah, it was. Was that Crypto? Man, where'd he go?
Where are they now?
Absolute legendary flat smacker, that guy. A lot of the greats have left, man. A lot of the people that I'd regard as my mentors in this entire journey have disappeared. It's nuts.
Retired.
Yeah, retired. I mean, I can understand why. Like, and unless you have a change of scenery, it does get kind of old repeating the same thing over and over again to different people all day, every day.
Yeah, especially to the mentally deficient people.
Yeah. You know, and sometimes you get so good at something, you start developing a script for yourself, and then you yourself are on repeat. And like, man, you know, and then you get accused of running scripts, and even though maybe your own, and it's only by virtue of having been so well practiced at this that you've come up with the best arguments. You've got the best word economy you possibly could come up with, and but that's just how it goes.
Yeah, well, if they keep bringing up the same broken record responses and questions, we
And they
start sounding
do.
like a broken record as well, because we're responding the same way. Like, how often have they brought up something new in the last year or so?
Right. So if I make a prediction that the next Glober that comes in is going to ask us for a map and ask us about where the edge is, and then ask us about eclipses, is that really a post-diction?
And they're always gonna say that boats disappear hull first over the horizon.
Yeah,
that's the perennial favorite, even though that hasn't been true for over 130 years.
Well, yeah, there's the basic ones on repeat, but I think the dumb ones that are just like blatantly retarded, I think those are funny. Because they happen like once a week at least. You're like, oh, clouds don't move for 2 minutes, therefore the Earth is a ball. Like that one I heard yesterday. So.
Yeah, any evidence that a cloud can remain stationary with the Earth rotating underneath it? Like, how would you even determine that? Even if you believed in a globe, how would you determine that?
I know, dude. But that's what I'm saying. When you're like, oh, there's no new evidence. I'm like, oh, there's plenty of new evidence, but it's very low IQ.
Or there's new evidence and it's on our side, not yours.
Yeah, 100%. And going back to that script thing, I found myself in that same category. Like, it's good. Like, we're not wrong or anything, but I just kind of got bored of saying the same things. Then I noticed other people in our server would say the exact same thing that I say. I'm just like, they're not wrong. And it's just like, they're totally destroying the other guy, but it's just on repeat. And I'm like, I kind of want a different approach to it. Just a personal thing. It's not like, we should have our own personal approach, but yeah, just for my own sake.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at some point, when you're new at this and you're listening to other people use arguments and scripted responses and you see how effective they are, you start using them yourselves and you start winning discussions and so on. But at some point, you're going to want to develop your own style. You're going to want to have real conversations. And I really like it when people can do that, when people can just carry on a natural back and forth. Then it gets more interesting and then it's less tiresome, less bored. It's less bored for everybody.
Dude, exactly. Because I kind of found myself falling back on, they would say something erroneous, and then I would kind of follow them a little bit, but then I'd be like, all right, their like train of reason is just broken. So I'm just going to go back to the point where the Earth is measured flat, and let's just bring it back there. But if you're just doing that every single time as a response, then it's kind of gets boring. I like kind of going down their avenues a little bit and destroying their worldview. But yeah, it's your own style. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Right. It's a bad look too if you have like a glober, for example, that says something like, well, the definition of gravity is mass attracting mass. And then you get like 10 flat earthers at the same time saying, but mass attracting mass hasn't been valid for 130 years. And then the audience who may be tuning in for the first time is hearing this, and you're like, holy crap, what is this, a cult? Like they all just said the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, totally. It's been demonstrated here a bunch. It's not bad, right? But it's just like, for the audience sake.
Inherently bad, yeah. It's a bad look, but it's not bad. It's correct, but
yeah, I've been going to some of the other servers. Democracy. Oh, sorry.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, I've been trying to refresh my flat Earth game on other servers and on different levels of IQs. Like you got the the basic ones that are just actually trying to learn. Then you get the anti-flat earthers, and so different strokes, different folks. Yeah, man.
Any newcomers in the chat? Maybe take a quick scan. Let's see. We've got Pi. We've got Roxana Faye. We have Melos. And Aries. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, whether you're new to this or a vet, feel free to say hello, open your mic. Jimsy posted some technical specs for the Nikon P1100. I've heard some criticism that it's not as good as the 900 or not as good as the 1000, but looks good to me. How that camera does it is they have a really, really tall or small sensor. The sensor is like the size of a cell phone camera sensor that they put in this big camera.
Yeah, that's how they get that long zoom, by using a really crop sensor in it. And the problem is it's good for daytime photographs, absolutely terrible for nighttime photographs.
Right, which means contrast is going to suffer.
Yeah.
Brightness and contrast, yeah.
Which means you need to use a higher ISO at nighttime, which puts more noise into the picture, makes the picture terrible.
It also means for infrared, it may not be very good either.
Exactly. Because size matters when it comes to sensors and camera. And the Sony RX10 is sort of like a 1-inch sensor in it, which is not terribly big. It's smaller than a Micro Four Thirds, but it's considerably better than the 1/2.3-inch ones that they use in the Nikon and the Canons.
Yo, is there like any debate going on?
We're just chatting, but if you want to talk, if you want to debate.
I was wondering, I don't know.
If you want to defend your globe, go right ahead.
Yeah, otherwise you can listen to us trash it.
Does anybody like claim a shape, or is everybody like even skeptical of that shape?
Yeah, the idea of a shape, like a 3-dimensional object.
Yeah, of the Earth. Like, what's the shape of it?
Yeah, that could be unknowable. As unknowable as the shape of the universe and the globe concept.
Bro, it's 2026. What do you mean unknowable? Are you aware of the tools that we have?
You think the shape of the universe is knowable?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir.
How?
It's basic math too.
Basic math makes it knowable.
Yeah, like the observable universe is like almost certainly flat, right?
Right. So is it
small, like margin of error?
Well, you know what they say that the topology of the universe is
flat.
They say it's flat, right?
Uh-huh.
But flat's not a shape.
So when you say like flat Earth, that's not a shape?
Yeah. Flat is not a shape. No, it's a description. It's a surface description.
Yeah, like when you were a little kid in school, did they ever show you
a 2-dimensional, like 2D shape, right?
No, it's a description of a surface. Like when you were a kid in school, did they ever show you the flat shape? Or did they show you circle, square, triangle, hexagon, right? Those are 2D. Now, if you want to go cylinder, sphere, cube, those are 3D, right?
Yeah, cube is made up of 6 flat sides.
So I don't understand, like, how can you not know the shape of the Earth? How is it that hard?
You would have to
like observe that.
You would have to know the entirety of the realm. How would we know the entirety of the realm?
You can go to Japan, you can go to Antarctica.
You're all describing places on the surface of the Earth, not the entirety
Surface of the Earth?
of the Earth. Yeah, just the surface. You're just talking about the surface.
Do you understand like how we like determine like 3D objects?
Yes, I do. There's length, width, and height that can be measurable. So when you talk about the Earth, we're only talking about the surface description where we dwell atop.
If we
the overall
the
construction
of the Earth, we're gonna come up with a 3D object, right?
No. So on a cube, if you measure one side, does that tell you what the rest of it is?
Oh, so it's a cube?
I didn't say it was. I'm talking about a cube hypothetically. How about a cylinder?
We would measure like how many sides? 6 sides, right, of a cube. We would measure all of them, and then we will come up.
If you knew it was a cube, how about that? So let's say you measured one side of something that was cube-shaped.
If I knew.
And yes.
Just figuring it out.
Good grief, dude. Can you shut the fuck up for a half a second and ask a reasonable question instead of interrupting me? So, we can measure the surface of the Earth. How is that going to tell us what the rest of this particular realm looks like?
What's going to tell a particular realm it's going to look like? Dude, if you just measure the surface, all the surfaces available in the Earth, you're going to come up with a 3D shape.
You tell me how that works. You just walk me through it.
How does that work?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
You didn't go around the Earth to measure it.
Yeah, you can like go around the Earth with the satellite.
Oh, do you think that the Earth is an object in outer space?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how would you prove that?
How would I prove that? By just looking up, I guess, looking at the stars, planets, the telescope that you can buy for like $300, $400 dollars.
Great. So you assume that when you look up into the night sky that is some sort of space vacuum?
I assume like when I look up in the sky and see like planets actually like spinning. And
I've never seen that.
I assume that. Oh, you've never seen that? It's like $300,
never seen a planet spin.
Yeah.
Dude, okay. Give me any image or video of a planet spinning. I want to see it.
Any image of? No. You wouldn't believe it, right? It would be like a photo.
So you're going to descend into this. Well, no, I mean, hold on, bro. You believe it.
Actually spending $300, $400.
Bro, you got to stop. Plenty of us have gone to observatories. Plenty of us have telescopes. You need to show me evidence of planets spinning. What about me? What does it matter? I don't believe in that anyways. So if you give me a telescope...
You don't believe in that? By listening
Let me tell you how. So if I look in the night sky, which I have with the telescope, and I don't see any spinning planets, and nobody has, why would I believe it?
Nobody has?
No.
Are you serious right now, bro?
Yeah, well then show it to me.
Do you know that like with the telescope you can record it, right?
Show it to me. Give me the evidence.
Evidence? I mean, the evidence could be like simply following.
Don't stutter. Don't stutter. Just give me the evidence.
You wouldn't believe the evidence, right? So that's why I'm telling you to like observe yourself.
Let me ask you, why do you believe it? Have you seen it even yourself? Have you seen this? Okay, where is it?
With
Let me see it.
multiple telescopes.
Okay, great. So you saw a planet spinning.
I didn't see it spinning. I saw like
you just told me earlier that you can get a telescope and you can see the planet spinning. You said that.
Yeah, if I stayed there for a day, I would see it spinning, right?
Oh, you would now. So it's possible in your mind that you think that you could see this.
I just observed it for a minute because I had to
nobody else has observed this. Nobody has this on record. Nobody's seen this. So you saying that you would see this is silly. It's like wishful thinking.
No, that's like a accurate like prediction.
Okay, well then give me the evidence. You think that people have observed planets spinning. I want to see it.
people have observed planet spinning. What you're gonna see is probably text or video, which you would like falsify, right? Just because
you haven't even showed me anything. In fact, I'm willing to bet you don't even know it exists. You're hoping it does, and you're not going to show it because you're afraid if you look for it and it's not there, you're going to be screwed. Post the evidence.
What do you want the evidence of? Like, what kind of evidence?
I want you to show me footage of a planet through a telescope spinning. And then you're going to tell me what that would prove about space.
All right, let me pull it out. All right, look at that telescope. This is like 3 hours of like rotation of Jupiter.
Rotation of Jupiter, fantastic.
That's a juicy telescope.
It is. Excellent. So now, what does that prove about space?
What does that prove about space? That we have in the sky, we have planets that are spinning.
Okay, great. Now, what does that prove about space? Is someone muting him? Or is he getting cut off? Hello? Am I dropping out? What's going on?
He got muted.
Who's muting him?
Yeah,
can someone let him talk to me? I'll talk to him. If I want to mute him, I'll mute him myself.
Okay, I unmuted him. Not sure who did. Well, Terrace, you can talk.
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yeah. As you heard, I requested that you be unmuted.
So
what does that prove about space? So you have things in the sky above your head that may or may not be spinning. What does that prove about space?
May or may not. I mean, I just showed you the evidence, right? So what does this prove about space? What this proves is that we have like a huge object in the sky spinning, right?
Oh, now it's huge.
It's huge.
Give me the actual size. Okay, get me the actual size of Jupiter and how you got that information.
Size, I'm going to Google it. I don't know.
Yeah, the actual size. Now, and how was that acquired?
It says equatorial diameter of approximately 143,000 kilometers or 89,000 miles.
You got that from a telescope?
Yeah, let me see. How do you figure out this size of?
Because I want to know too.
Jupiter's size is determined by measuring its distance from Earth, observing its angular diameter via telescopes, and analyzing radio signals from spacecrafts like Juno and Voyager. Wow.
Okay, so now how do they get that distance?
By measuring its distance from Earth.
How do they do that?
How do they measure the distance? By using a telescope. You
can't measure things with using a telescope, bro.
Yes, you can.
Okay, tell me how that works.
It's got to be something like with the lenses, right? The more lenses you use, the greater the distance to see further away.
This sounds circular. So you're saying that you know the size of Jupiter because you know the distance, and you know the distance because you know the size?
No, I never. What did I just say? Could you summarize?
Oh, okay, no worries. Why don't you start over and tell me how they got the actual size of Jupiter?
How did they got the actual size of the Jupiter? By measuring its distance from Earth.
How did they get the distance?
By using a bunch of tools. Wait, I'm gonna Google it because I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, it says the modern method. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, okay. The most accurate way is to bounce a powerful radar signal of Jupiter's atmosphere. So you bounce a powerful radar signal.
So they bounce a powerful radar signal off of a gas giant, a bunch of gas? How's that work?
To Jupiter's atmosphere. And the scientists know exactly how fast light and radio waves travel. So we know how fast light and radio waves travel. Do you agree with that premise?
No, not at all. Because it's moving, and so are we. So you're going to bounce a laser off something.
You don't know how fast light and radio waves travel?
Let me help you understand something. How old do you think the daylight is when it gets to the Earth from the sun in the heliocentric model?
I couldn't track that. Say that again.
Okay, so do you know how long it takes for the light from the sun to reach the Earth in the heliocentric paradigm, the solar system idea?
7 seconds or something.
No, it's 8 minutes.
Oh, 8 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, so I believe that, let's see, how far away, so what is the distance, since you have it there handy, how far away is Jupiter from the Earth?
I don't know, let me Google it. How far is Earth from Jupiter?
Oh, dude, you don't have to talk to us.
484 million miles, I mean.
484 million miles. Great. So if the sun is 93 million miles away and the Jupiter is about 4.5 times that distance, how long do you think it would take for a radio or a laser signal or whatever, radio signal or laser, if you're going to shoot it from the Earth, which is moving, by the way, and to Jupiter, which is moving, by the way, and by the way, the light that you receive from Jupiter is at least, let's say, a half an hour old, maybe more. How are you going to know where Jupiter actually is?
It's constantly changing. Yeah, exactly. That's where predicting comes, right? So we don't actually shoot it where it is. We shoot where it's going to be when we, Exactly.
They lead it like a bullet. Right, great. So they had all of this, right? All this information already acquired before they started using lasers, didn't they? They would have to know and anticipate.
No, we had different methods.
Early.
Nah.
Bro, I'm asking you a question. What, just making a baseless claim? Yeah, I know. Your baseless claim is a fallacy. So,
no, you claiming that this was the only method is a fallacy. Because it wasn't, and we just improved our accuracy by
dude, bro, I didn't say it was the only method. Get the sound clip where I said this is the only method.
No, you didn't say this is the only method, but you said how did they know that the Jupiter is going to be there to throw it right there?
Yeah, that's a question that is legitimate. So before they had the
different
lasers,
methods to figure out where it's going to be,
such as,
I'm going to read it. So. Before radar, astronomers use parallax, which works like your eye's depth perception.
Parallax. Terrific. So they've got an angular relationship between these objects or lights in the sky that they assume has something to do with depth, right?
Because, if you look at Jupiter from two different spots on Earth, it's going to be up here slightly against the fixed background.
I'll grant you all that. Where did they get those figures from, and what kind of relationship did they presume they had with those lights in the sky?
What kind of relationship they presumed they had in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just measured this tiny angular shift, right?
Okay, so a tiny angular shift is going to tell you about distance. How?
Tiny angular shift is going to tell you about the distance. This is trigonometry, right?
Yeah, there's some of that going on here. Right, but you're going to have to have some assumptions baked in. A lot of assumptions, actually.
Oh wow! So we're like gonna go like down to the atom level. Like you don't agree with any premise that I'm giving you.
No, bro. I don't know why you're running away from this argument. Are you freaking out? Are you okay?
No, you're like not agreeing with anything whatsoever. Like
I'm not even of agreement. I'm asking how it's done. I'm hoping that as we go down this trail, you'll figure out how stupid it is.
Yeah, you're saying like trigonometry is going to be a presumption. You don't even believe in trigonometry.
No, I didn't even say that. See, now you're putting words in my mouth. You're actually creating a straw man. What? So stop creating straw men. Let's go down the path of logic here and get to a reasonable conclusion. Or do you not want to have a logical conclusion?
Let's go. Do you agree with like that trigonometry is true?
It's not even a matter of whether or not I think the trigonometry is accurate. We have to talk about the assumptions made. Let's talk about the assumptions that are made.
Do you agree with trigonometry?
Dude, trigonometry is a tool that we use all the time to find relationship values. I just told you that I do agree with trigonometry. The problem is that the assumptions that we're going to go to tackle to get this done. So, great. Fantastic. Now, you're saying there's a triangular relationship between the Earth, another star, and Jupiter. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, if we use like trigonometry, so how it's going to be is like we're going to have two different like observations from two different spots on Earth. And then see,
No worries, right. So let's say you observe Jupiter.
To solve for the distance to the planet.
Good grief, dude. Obviously. Don't say things that aren't necessary for you to say. Now, so we've got somebody on Earth on one end and somebody on the Earth on the other end. And they're measuring an angular relationship.
When did I say other end?
Describe it how you want to. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I said go ahead and describe it how you want to.
I didn't say two opposite ends.
Great. I'm giving you an opportunity to correct yourself. Two different spots. Great. Two different spots on Earth. Right. Two different spots on Earth. So now they have a difference in angle.
From the same spot at different times of the year. It could be.
No worries. No worries. So now you've got an angle between two lights in the sky. What does that help you do?
With trigonometry, is going to like solve the distance to the planet.
Great, do it for me. So you've got two different separation angles between a one light and Jupiter, one star and Jupiter. Tell me what that does.
What does that do? Like you first have to like know the two different spots on Earth that you're observing the Jupiter.
Oh, that's a good point. That doesn't help you any, but that's a good point. So how do you know the exact distance?
No, it does help me because it could be the same spot, but just different time of the year.
Okay, great. Same spot, different time. You want to go that way? No worries.
No, I want to go the like easier way. Two different.
Well, both of them will screw you, but let's walk through it. It'll be funny for everybody, especially me. Anyways, now you have two different angles between one light and another. What is that going to help you solve?
Yeah, so do you know the parallax method? Like the
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's used to like calculate the distances.
Great. Tell me how they do this with Jupiter. I want to see how it's done.
So it's by observing like their apparent shift in position against like a distant background from two distinct like separate viewpoints.
But you don't know the distance yet. That's what you're trying to figure out with the separation of the angle. So we have an angle difference at two times of the year, 6 months apart, let's say, because we have to pre-assume the relationship between like the Earth and the Sun and all the rest of the planets in the solar system, right? It's all pre-assumed. It's built on one very important thing. We'll get there, and then you'll see how screwed you are. But if you don't want to go down this road,
right? But how we always tested these things, like if the assumptions were accurate, and we found like inaccuracies and fixed just by testing, right? That's what science.
Perfect, great. So that's not what science does, but I mean, you're incorrect. So do you want to skip all this? Because I know you don't know any of it. I know you don't know any of how this works. So do you want to go to the baseline as to how this was all figured out?
Now you're making a pre-assumption.
No, I'm not. I'm just letting you know how it works, unless you can correct me.
And how do I know, like, that what you're telling me is actually, like...
Well, you'll have to check for yourself, right? You'll have to check for yourself.
Check for myself, so you could be...
Yeah, you have to be responsible for your own intellect. You have to actually go do your own research. Because you can't take my word for it, right? I'm just some guy on the internet.
That's why I'm telling you, observe it yourself, dude. Why are you believing other flat earthers?
I'm not believing any other flat earthers. I'm believing the people who told me the story. This comes from the textbooks. This comes from the textbooks. Are the textbooks wrong?
What textbook? What?
Any of them. All of this comes from the assumption that the Earth is a sphere of a certain size.
I don't understand. What do you mean textbook?
Okay, if you went to, let's say, some kind of university or whatever, they're going to show you how they got the values for all these distances and stuff. It's Kepler, right? Kepler created the planetary motion kind of scale and model. But it was all based on a presumption that the Earth was a sphere.
No, we were talking about like how you believe in flat Earth, right? Like, where did you find that out?
Whoa, you just jumped all the way from, like, you're trying to avoid the whole Jupiter conversation now?
No, that's
to me believing in flat Earth.
He has to go back to his home.
You're gonna use the tangent function, like from basic trigonometry, to find it out.
Well, then do it for me. Just show me how it works.
Yeah, you have to now like know some other celestial bodies or like planets. Distance.
You got to start making some sense. If this is incoherent, either your grammar or your English is holding you back now. You're not making any sense. Make clear, concise statements.
From what I just said?
Nothing.
Okay, should I repeat?
Yeah, but make it more coherent. Okay, just kind of like say it correctly.
Yeah, I'll try my best. So yeah, like this also has to presume like that Earth sun distance, we know it already, right?
Yeah, you have to presume that you know that. How will they get that?
We have to presume that we know that. Then we have to go go another different method because you don't even agree with that assumption, right?
No, I don't agree with the assumption because it's debunked by one simple thing: the Earth is not curving.
Is debunked by a simple thing that Earth is not curving?
Yeah. Your cosmic distance ladder and Kepler's third law of planetary motion, all that stuff is based on one assumption, that the Earth is a sphere with a certain size.
And these like assumptions actually have a usage and usefulness in real life.
No, they don't. Show me.
Show you what?
Show me how that's useful in everyday life, these assumptions.
Satellites, the way like you're able to watch television and do a bunch of other stuff that you wouldn't be
able to. Yeah, so does the Earth have to be a ball for the satellites that you believe in to work?
No, we would have to like have good predictions of all these stuff and other like,
all these
planets,
stuff,
stars.
Bro.
Yeah, the celestial bodies.
Keep it concise.
To make these objects move, like actually work, right?
Okay, right. No worries. So does the Earth have to be a sphere for your idea of how satellites work and the rest of the cosmic ladder to function? What? Does the Earth have to be a sphere of a certain size for all that to work in the first place?
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like working.
So can you give me the Earth curve measurements then?
The Earth curve measurement. You're just like going around gish galloping. Like, what does this have to do with?
No, I'm going right to the source of everything. I've been talking about a sphere of a certain size. The relevance.
What's the relevance of the given topic?
The relevance is that all of this actually has to be true, right? For all of this to be true, the Earth has to be a sphere of a certain size. So let's check and see if the Earth is a sphere at all. Is there any Earth curve that we can measure?
No, let's check and see if satellites actually.
let's check and see if the Earth is curving. Then we can tell whether or not the story that you believe about satellites is true. That's all we have to do.
I'm unmuted. Okay. Let's check and see the telescopes. Are they spinning or not? There.
So, do we need to check and see if the Earth is both spherical and now in motion? Now you've got two things that you have to prove in reality, instead of you affirming the consequent or making some kind of baseless claim. Let's go ahead and prove in reality that the Earth is curving like a sphere of the size it would have to be for all of your cosmic distance ladders and trigonometry and parallax to have any bearing on this conversation. Let's check. You show me the measurements of the curvature of the Earth. I want to see.
So, like, if we're gonna like change the topic, it's gonna be auto concession.
Yeah. So then, if you don't want to go with the actual topic of the room, which is what we've been talking about this entire time, which is why when I brought you down to the curvature of the surface of the Earth being the most important thing, you want to actually leave that and talk about something else or even ad hom me. No, let's talk about this. I want to see the measurements of the surface of the Earth to see if there's curvature consistent with a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It's very simple.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite of your claim, basically.
It's prerequisite of my claim?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a prerequisite if we like had a God complex and thought that only Earth moved a certain way, but other planets and like, you know, celestial bodies didn't, like stars and stuff.
Well, think about this analogy. Like, just imagine you're telling me that your unicorn is 20 feet tall, and then says who's
unicorn
asking you,
is 20 feet tall.
Yeah. You keep going on about how your unicorn's 20 feet tall. Yeah. I'm giving you an analogy, right? And then says who asks you to prove that you have a unicorn in the first place, right? And then you tell him he's gish galloping or something like that, right? That's
if I see like a 20 feet unicorn, you know, and I say
I don't think you get the analogy.
He's quite strong. He might
it's
like
a prerequisite. It's a prerequisite. The Earth must be curving for your claim to be true. So he's asking you if you have the prerequisite for the claim.
Yeah, so like this is a different topic. We can talk about it, sure.
Yeah, so my observation is that the Earth looks flat and I don't feel any motion. So therefore, now you have to prove to me that we're...
You don't feel any motion?
All in motion. No, I don't feel motion.
Okay, what motion are you like feeling when you go with a car, like drive a car, let's say?
It's like, a false analogy.
Like 2 degrees for like kilometers.
That's the
That's a good analogy, right?
I feel the road.
His expression, the Earth displays
you feel the road?
an emotion.
How do you feel the road?
That's the road. We're talking about the Earth. The Earth being in motion. You're talking about a car on a road.
It's a good analogy, sir. It's a good analogy.
No, it's not.
Prove you have a unicorn. Prove you have a unicorn.
Hold on a second, fellas. I have to address this. Look, Voltairus, you have this really bad problem of just talking straight through people when they're trying to talk to you. You're terrible within the interruptions. So I'm going to only give you the last chance that you have right now to knock that shit off. If you don't, I'll ban you for a day. We've already talked to you many times. You're obviously a troll. So either show some respect while you're trolling or just get banned. That's how it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try my best, but like, if you guys like commit a fallacy, like, I feel like I'm justified to interrupt.
Okay, then name the fallacy and describe the fallacy when you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was hoping that you would show us the Earth curve measurements that you have.
Earth curvature measurements that I have. So you're not going to believe, like, if I, like, what's going to be, like, the distance that you're not going to believe, like, of the observation given?
You're asking me about what I'm not going to believe? No, actually, I just want you to give me the measurements.
Like, if I say, like, oh, we know because of satellites.
It only took you that long. It took you that long to get banned. Wow. Amazing.
Don't.
Everything but the ground. It's like the floor is lava to Globers.
I mean, was I wrong to say that when you're driving in a car, you can feel the road underneath you?
No, you're not wrong at all. I mean, that's part of the sensation, right? And the consequence of you being in motion.
Yeah, just like when you're flying in a plane, you feel the turbulence and there's up and down motion involved and forward and backward motion.
Yeah, if you bank, you feel, you being pushed into your seat, leaning to the side a little bit because of that angular motion, right? So, which would apparently we're all supposed to be feeling because we're all going around a corner all the time. So, yeah.
It's such a horrible analogy because they're acting like the Earth is moving in a straight line.
Yeah, there's about a million different ways how that's wrong. Number one, typically the car's enclosed. Number two, it's on a surface. Number three, it's usually traveling straight in their example. So it's all wrong.
Yeah, I forget who I was having a conversation with the other day, but the idea of being in a car in motion, it's like, let's change that to a convertible or the back of a pickup truck and then jump up and see if you land exactly where you jumped up from.
Yeah. And the other thing that's really important, right, is because we know that air doesn't really attach to anything, in fact, it kind of repels. So you have this thing called wind. Like the car is going through the wind. If you stick your hand out the window, you feel that resistance, right? If the car is going 60, and let's pretend that there's no wind that day, it's nice and calm, it's still a 60-mile-per-hour wind that hits your hand. So the Earth is supposedly this object in the air that is moving through the air, right, at mind-boggling speeds. If you're on the equator, it's 1,038 miles per hour wind. It has to be.
Hey, you ever had a face shield of wind come at you at 67,000 miles an hour?
Negative.
But you've ridden on a motorcycle without a helmet.
Yes, I have.
I'm sure you went over 30 miles an hour, so you felt the wind hitting hard.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just multiply that by 20,000.
Yep. Of course, for this air to be the surface of this ball, it would have to be contained in some way. It all just falls apart too quick, but apparently a lot of these folks are convinced that there's magic constantly, just constant magic, you know, just things that defy all physical law all the time, without any justification, without any evidence, all the time. Magic.
But you wouldn't feel it if you were a brain in a jar.
Correct.
Because if you were a brain in a jar, then what would be feeling?
But you can feel things in your dreams. True story.
But how would you know that those are what feelings are supposed to feel like?
Wouldn't matter. The sentient observer experiencing something is experienced regardless if the stimulus is real or not. In any kind of solipsis, the end user being the sentient experiencer, whatever they experience is real. Can't be unreal. Now it could be informed by real stimulus from the outside world, or just phantoms in the mind, but it doesn't matter because the end user just experiences. That's it.
But how do we know?
When you say my experiences, I'm not experiencing my experiences. That's going to be the problem.
I'd like to welcome all the new folks in here. We got quite a few. I'll call you out by name if you don't want to speak. That's no problem. But you are allowed to open your mic, ask questions, all that good stuff. It's either Jave or Have. Welcome. We got Nash up there, but he's not new. We've got Oops. Welcome. Ty, how you doing? Roxana Faye. Saju. Seen Toothless around a little bit. Gatebreaker down there. I don't know if I've spoken to you before. Anyways, welcome all of you. If you got any questions, please let us know. If you want to make a claim, you can do that too. We're here just kind of letting people know, getting the information out that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary and enclosed. If you disagree, if you think that we're crazy, all that stuff, by all means, let's have a conversation about it. Anyways, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I already believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, well, wait until you start to actually know it.
No, I know the Earth is flat. It's all right. But I've been enjoying listening to this station, like listening to everyone talking.
Fair enough. Well, yep, welcome. Toothless brother, hop on the VC, man. We'll have a conversation about it. Or you can talk to Jedi. Your English is good enough. Don't be shy. I heard you last night. Come on, man.
Sir, for me, I think Earth is not flat.
Earth is not flat. Okay.
Yeah.
For you.
So you think...
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Jedi. You talk to him.
That's okay. What do you mean by for you, the Earth is flat? It's what we all experience, isn't it? Hello, sir? I think I prefer to speak to you, so.
Well, look, brother, I'm going to ask the same question. For you, right, the Earth is not flat. Okay. Well, tell me why you think that. It sounds like kind of like an individual position. So for you, the Earth is not flat. So strange. Sometimes people come in here and they'll say one thing.
I will tell you, sir.
Sorry?
I will tell you how you can experience it. Just take a helicopter. Okay, you know helicopter? Go to the straight place and keep going. You will be in the same place.
Okay. So this is something that you've done. You went in a straight line and you ended up back where you started.
You go to the straight line. Yes, sir. I have a private helicopter.
Okay. And it took you in a straight line.
Yeah, I went to straight line. Why I am back to the right place then?
I don't know. I guess I would love to see like the chart that you followed to go in a straight line and then end up back where you started.
What straight line did you go in? Did you go in a straight line east? Did you go in a straight line west, for example?
I was in the east.
Okay. You obviously, dude, you're a pilot and you understand coordinates.
I took my pilot to...
Yeah, so you must understand that east is 90 degrees to your right from north. You get a compass out, that's what the compass says, right? East is 90 degrees to your right from north. Yes? No?
I think his helicopter went down.
Mr. Private Helicopter Guy.
It's not my day today for conversations.
Keep going.
I'll hand it back to you.
Hey, Jedi.
Yes,
this helicopter is chopper 4. Chopper 4.
Get to the chopper.
Listen. Can you speak in a different accent, sir? Because it's very difficult to understand, if you don't mind.
What about an Indian accent?
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Jedi, he wants you to do Indian accent.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, you're up, Jedi.
No, you'd have to do your Indian accent, DJ.
Okay.
Please.
Nope, it's you, Jedi. You're up.
Indian accent is okay for me. Indian accent, Bangladeshi accent.
What if I am going to speak it like this? Is this very nice?
Oh yeah,
very
it's
good.
Very nice.
Easy to understanding.
Yes, sir. It's very easy to understand.
Okay, very good. What do you want to talk about?
Just talk about the flat art. Just prove it.
Very nice. Which topic would you like to talking about right now?
Just prove, sir, how the art is flat. Because it's been so long. I'm hearing. I'm not able to understand of your accent.
I can't do it. I can't have a whole conversation doing the Indian accent, my friend.
Oh, okay, sir. You can bring somebody Indian.
Hey, dude. This hub is to learn English, bro. That means you got to learn to adapt to accent. So you're just gonna have to struggle through it like the rest of us. Do you know how hard it is for a native Indian speaker to change their accent? It's nearly impossible. Yet all of us in the Western world have to suffer through it. So it's your turn. Right. So why don't you just tell us your private helicopter story again?
He can't understand you, AI. You have to say it in an Indian accent.
To be honest, I probably would have really enjoyed that conversation with DJ and our friend, both of them speaking with Indian accents.
To be honest, listen, it was my remote control helicopter. It was not. It was my remote control helicopter, a toy helicopter, you know.
Okay. But then your helicopter didn't fly around the Earth, did it?
Do you know toy helicopter?
Yes.
Remote control radio helicopter?
Yes. You didn't fly that all the way around the Earth, did you? You flew that around in a circle. That's why it came back.
Yes, I did it. Actually.
Yeah. And you flew it around in a circle. It didn't go straight, did it?
I did it. It was like
not
a
with your
drone.
toy helicopter. Not with your toy helicopter. You'd have lost range. It would have crashed into the floor.
Camera, you know?
Come on.
Look, Saju, you know, you're the only guy in here that's, you know, talking to us right now. And although we do sometimes entertain trolls, they have to be funny. You know, so if you're going to troll, you got to be funny.
No, sir, I'm not trolling actually. It was my remote control helicopter with camera.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
So you took the helicopter and you went in a straight path, no deviation in any way. You went straight. And when you went straight, it came back to you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so obviously you're lying, Saju. And like I said, you have to be funny, otherwise we'll just leave you on mute and sit in silence because it's more beneficial that way.
Yep.
Okay, well then, I guess footage here doesn't count because you told us you had a camera on it, so let's see the footage.
Oh, it's been so long, so I don't have footage now.
Oh dang!
It's been so long. Damn.
Was it before or after I took my remote control jet up to the stratosphere and saw flat Earth?
Did NASA record over your footage? I got a habit of doing that. I did that to their own.
Okay, after some time I'll do it again, then I'll show you, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Before we carry on, you understand, and I'm not going to do the Indian accent, but you understand that East and West are circles, right? if you travel east around a singular point like north, then just by definition, by keeping it 90 degrees to your right when your compass faces north, you're going to go in a circle. Circles are very possible on flat surfaces. Very possible. Someone can translate that.
All right, is this the best we have in here? Do we have anyone that wants to have a normal conversation? Besides the flat earthers. All right, who we got? Jave, Harvey. You there? Hello? Oops.
Come on, people. Someone must want to talk. Someone must want to talk.
What about Pi? It's quite the profile picture you have there, Pi. Very attractive animal. Saju, is that who we were just talking to then? The helicopter boy? All right, Saju, I guess you're the only one that we can talk to, so... Yeah, I can't be bothered. Can anyone be bothered talking to Saju?
No, he thinks this helicopter is a satellite.
Not even Jesus wants to talk to you, Saju. Think about that.
Oh, fucking hell, that's awful, dude. What the hell have you done? Blimey, not even Jesus himself wants to talk to you. That's crazy.
I mean, that's gold right there.
Why?
Well played.
Why Jesus don't want to talk with me?
Silent treatment, dude.
Why he don't want to talk with me, man?
Dude, no, it's not for us to answer. That's for you.
He already told you why. Because you think toy helicopters are satellites.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm not good at recognising Jesus' voice. I don't hear it often.
Yeah. Saju, ask us a question or something. If you want to talk.
Sorry?
You need to ask us a question or something like that if you want to have a conversation about the topic.
Yeah, I'm very curious to know how this art is flat.
Okay, so you experienced the Earth as flat in the first place, right? But they told you that it's really a globe, but you experience it as flat. Is that right?
Yeah, because art is too big.
Right. So, okay, so because it's so big, therefore you experience it as a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you think it's a globe because they told you it's a globe, but you don't experience that now. Now, when we actually go out and test to see if the curvature is really there in the real world, it's not there. It's actually flat, just like we... Think about this. If the Earth was a globe, and you have a 20-mile distance over the surface of the water, 20 miles, that's about 30 kilometers. Okay? Over that distance,
So you mean in the ocean?
Yeah, in the ocean, on a lake, any surface of water.
Okay. It might be because of the gravity, right?
Well, because of the gravity, that would mean that the water should be curving at a specific rate. Right? Because everything would be getting pulled towards the center of the globe. So that means that the surface of the water should be curving, and we can calculate how much it should be curving over that distance. And it's actually about 70, 80 meters. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 70, 80 meters over 30 kilometers distance. Now we can go and test for that curvature. That would have to be there. And when we test for it, it's not there. So then what do we do then, right? We go and test again at a different place. And then we do it again and again and again and again. And we go to all these different places all over the world, and we test for the curvature. And we use different methods, right? Sometimes we use high-powered lasers. Sometimes we use telescopes. Sometimes we use infrared high zoom cameras. All sorts of different methods to try to find that curvature that should be there, and it's never there. Right? We could zoom in across a 30-kilometer lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That wouldn't be possible because gravity, like you said, gravity would mean that the water should be curving. Like globe gravity, everything getting drawn towards the center of the globe. That means the water should be curving at a specific rate. And if it's not doing that, it can't be a globe. It's not possible for it to be a globe of the size that they're telling us, at least. Right? What do you think about that, Saju?
I think I have to do research in the internet about it.
Well, if yeah, sure. I mean, it's a good idea. Definitely some research is needed because most people just believe that the Earth's a globe and they don't do any research. They just believe it because that's what they get taught when they're growing up, and that's what they get taught in the movies, and that's what they get taught when they go to school, and that's why most people just believe it and they've never tested it. And I think it's very important for people to test things. Critical thinking, making sure that what we get told is correct.
I want you to know I'm a major in this this subject.
A major in which subject? What would the name of the subject
I study
be?
science. I study science, planets, NASA. I study all that stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
What does that mean to major in that subject? What subject is it?
It's, oh my gosh. I don't know.
Is it interdisciplinary?
Yes, it's interdisciplinary because I don't have a degree, but all I do every day is just listen to videos and I research everything. So it's a lot. I put my mind through so much. I just need to get rest. I've been researching all night and I've been writing down stuff.
So, I mean, if I were to ask you a really simple question, like why does the globe spin? It would be very easy to answer that, right?
Yeah.
Why does the globe Earth spin?
Hello?
The globe spins because it was formed from a swirling cloud of gas and dust that collapsed under gravity over 4.5 billion years ago.
But you just read that out. You paused for a second while you typed it in, and then you read it out, and you're not able to read well enough to cover that you were just reading it off something, right? So if you're going to bullshit, you need to be able to look at what's written and then say it in a way that doesn't sound like you're just blatantly reading it off ChatGPT or something like that.
You know why the globe spins? First, before you ask me that question, I want you to try and figure out how
this world even began to exist.
No,
So
why? Why does the globe spin?
How about instead of looking it up, think about it. Why would the Earth spin in heliocentric? What would cause?
Because you have a brain. That's why, and you're using it right now. And if you
telekinetic, your telekinetic energy is making it spin around.
Yes, we are all here. We are here as mortal until we are taken out.
What about money? Does money make the world go round?
Nope.
You ever heard that saying before?
I have, but money was just makes me want to just like freaking shove my head in a freezer.
Don't say it. No,
shove my head in a freezer.
Self-harm is a TOS. Okay, you can't be talking about self-harm on our live stream.
I'm not. Okay.
Okay, but don't.
Money is just pointless, dude. I wish they would just give everything out for free, but you have cars. That's one of the biggest reasons why they can't just let everything be free, because people would. And you got drugs, so that too. But the Earth spins because there's no accurate reason why the Earth spins. You can't figure that out.
Yeah, from the
Can you tell me that it's spinning and how you know that it is in motion?
It's because because we live days, months, and years.
Okay, but that's just the passing of the sun.
Yeah, but in Genesis, the beginning of the book of the Bible, it says there is day and night, and
light was created before the sun.
No, light was not created before the sun. No, it wasn't. It was. That's like saying Albert Einstein.
What, go and get the first few books and let's go through the first few days and let's figure out when light was developed and brought into existence. Let there be light, and then let's talk about when the sun was made. Probably around day 3 or 4 with the restless sun and moon, right?
Then tell me that.
Sorry, tell me that I'm right before we move on. Light definitely came before the sun, didn't it?
Tell me that there is no
light
God.
Definitely did come before the sun.
Tell me there is no God, and then that you can.
I don't need to.
And then
That's
you tell
not my
me that
opinion.
you can just light a lighter and to a piece of paper and it'll burn, just like the sun is way more hotter than your ex-girlfriend that I'm screwing. Oh my gosh.
All right, so can we maybe go back to talk to someone else? This guy's just a boring troll. Is Helicopter Boy still here, or is he gone?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh.
Mr. Satellite Man. Satellite Man.
All right. Where were we up to in the conversation?
Oh, sorry. One more question.
Yeah, hold on, dude. But yeah, the thing in here is that if you want to study this topic, at least have some framework of where you're coming from. What is your avenue of study? If it's some sort of creation myth.
Did somebody measure that flat ocean?
No, go ahead, dude. What do you got?
Can you text the name of that person who measured it? I will search.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who measured what?
The surface.
The flat ocean. Yeah. Exactly.
There have been a huge amount of people that have measured the Earth flat, but nobody has measured it to be curving. Are you pondering what I said?
No, I'm asking about the flat measurement of the ocean.
He said he's asking about the flat measurements of the ocean.
Yeah, I need that proof, actually.
Okay, so when you have sea level, let's see if you can follow this. You have sea level. Is that sea curved? Is that sea level? Did he run off?
No, he ponders the questions for a while.
Yeah, what we're looking at here is like before you make a measurement or before you measure something, can you at least be able to see what you're looking at?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Oh, someone else. Hi.
Yeah, what's up? Welcome.
This guy sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I was here.
Is this the man guy? Man?
No. What am I
no,
doing?
it's not
the main guy?
Nah, you're not him. You're fine.
Okay.
What's up, buddy?
Nothing much. Has anyone proved curvature or whatever?
No. Nope. Sorry. It's still flat.
Still flat. Let's go.
Yep. Nope. Where it's actually, I think the globe earthers arguments are devolving at a rapid pace. To be honest, it's getting worse. It's getting even flatter.
You know, most of these people coming in, like, they most likely barely know like anything really. So.
Well, we had a physicist in the other day. We spoke to him for hours. You know, he didn't have anything to offer either.
That's fair enough.
Next time he comes back, he'll, have to be more.
What was the first thing he said? Like, was it?
Who?
The physicist. Like, what did he have to say? Like, what's going on there?
Well, he'd never looked into the topic before. He just was scrolling through the server, and he thought that this would be an interesting channel to have a listen to because he thought it would be a good laugh. And then we kind of had to explain all of the basics to him, all of the misconceptions, what we don't claim, and where we're coming from, and what we mean by flat. And then we started talking about gravity and that kind of thing, and then he was claiming that the mainstream theory of gravity claims gravity to be a force, and we had a little back and forth about that, where we shared a bunch of citations saying that it's not a force, and then he wasn't able to present any citations saying it is, but we moved past that, and after a little while he just started listening. He said that he couldn't think of anything. He kept trying to ask us, he's like, what could I use to prove that, to debunk you or prove the globe? And yeah, we had a good conversation with him for hours.
To be fair, with gravity, like, you can't really prove anything about that, Like, you can't prove it's a force. You can't say it's this and that. Just like...
Yeah, I know, but globe
as far
gravity,
as I'm concerned, like, something falls to the ground. Like, stuff's heavier than the air. It's like nothing.
Right.
Just whatever.
Yeah, but
just
if the
stuff
Earth
falls.
And then if the Earth's a globe, though, they need some special gravity to happen because they need to explain some crazy, outlandish shit, right? Like all of the oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning space ball and that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's like how, So it's sort of just a religion for them, you know. It's like gravity's the savior for them.
It's like a deity or something. Yeah.
It's like the way they explain everything away. Oh, this and that. How does the moon do this? How does that do that? Oh, it's gravity. You know?
Gravity and they have refraction as well. That's the other deity that they appeal to as well.
Refraction like rainbows?
No, like when we look over like a 20-mile lake and it's completely flat the whole way across, and we can see the shoreline on the other side. It's crystal clear. And over that distance, there should be 300 foot of curvature. And you shouldn't be able to see the shoreline at all by hundreds of feet. Right? They'll have to invoke their deity called divine refraction and say that the light's bending in such a way that just makes the Earth appear flat, completely flat. But really it's curving 300 feet over that distance. But refraction,
like how they say, like the way you see a boat that's meant to be covered by the curve is like a mirage or something. Is that kind of like what it is?
Yeah, like we'll see a boat that's 30 miles away that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and they'll say, "Oh, it's because of refraction that there's no curvature. It's flattening it out. It's flattening everything, it's lying to them. It's deceiving them and making the Earth appear flat. But really, it's a globe." That's the refraction. Yep. It's actually a little bit of a devil character for the Globers, to be honest. It deceives them. It's the deceiver.
Yeah, so the one thing Globers say is just gravity, and then NASA took a picture or something.
Yeah, pictures from space. That's a good one. Yeah, that's one of the main go-tos because, most of the globe arguments are just kind of pointing at the sky and then appealing to things that they've heard, and just saying that proves the Earth's a globe. If you look at the little lights up in the sky, proves that the ground is curving, and then when we measure it flat, that's refraction. And the reason we're not dead in the space vacuum is that's gravity, again. Yeah.
And the reason the air doesn't fall out of the Earth because of gravity.
Gravity, yep, that's another gravity one. Yep.
Gravity this, gravity that.
And then when you ask them the professionals what gravity is, and they say, "Oh, we have no idea." Next question. They don't even know what it is, where it comes from.
I think I was talking to you about this before. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, once we get into what gravity it is, he called it the curvature of space-time. It's like complete fucking nonsense.
Yeah. It's like pages of equations. That's what it is. I found another clip the other day from some other astrophysicist or something like that. See if I can find it. But yeah, he was talking about the same thing, about how, what is gravity? We have absolutely no idea at all.
Yeah.
But it has to be there if you want the Earth to be a globe. And you have to defend it to the death if you want to hold on to the globe. Basically.
I sometimes like to hop in here just because I like to think have we learned anything new? Like, is there any new breakthroughs? Like, any new conspiracy theories that could be true that we might, you guys might have heard of recently? You didn't know about?
I mean, I'm always doing research like on different things that aren't directly related to this topic, but they kind of are in a way. You know, I like looking into the deception of the history of the Earth and that kind of thing.
You know, when I first learned about like flat Earth, I was always like, this was like after a little bit of doing some other, like hearing some other stuff and being like, holy shit, you know, like this stuff is, you know, most likely true, just because, you know, it can't not be or whatever. But you know, I always like getting like mind fucked, if you know what I mean. Like something I learned might be the opposite, this and that. You guys like learn anything new, like sort of conspiracy theory wise?
Not that I can think of.
Oh, come on.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Oh, no, I don't want to get too involved. There's always other things to figure out. There's always new things to learn. I was saying this yesterday, actually. Even though I understand the Earth is flat, it doesn't mean that my program has been broken. Very recently, I'm still letting go of preconceived ideas. So there's always new things to learn, conspiracy theories, you know, other lies or misplaced truths or whatever. Don't stop. You just keep going.
I suppose. Just sometimes I feel like I know like everything now, if you know what I mean. Like, does that make sense? Like, what they've deceived us as, and like.
Depends how many questions you're asking. When you say you know everything now, I mean everything's
They're poisoning the foods. They're trying to take us away from like nature and stuff.
Mm.
And like trying to completely get in our heads.
Okay, who are they?
The Illuminati, I guess, like the enlightened ones that try and control the rest of the world, like the population.
Where do they come from?
I don't know, the Earth. Maybe they come from Earth. They're just like people like you and me. They try and control us, like, in the way we think.
Is it people just like you and me that are at the top of the pyramid or the top of the chain?
Probably. I don't know if you believe it's like shape-shifting reptilians or something, but I think it could like be people like you or me.
But you don't know, right?
I don't know, but I think it's like a.
You don't know everything, dude. That's what I'm pointing out. You can't know everything. You've still got questions, right? And I could just answer those questions, and you give me probably and maybe and this, that, and the other. You've got a good gauge. You're in the right direction, but no one knows the whole truth, dude. I've been in situations like this, but it's like, well, what else is there to learn? But it'll eventually pop up, dude. If you keep looking, it will eventually pop up.
Well, do you think that they're shape-shifting reptilians, like these elite people who are humans?
Eddie, when you come in here, you always do this. I want you to know something. This is not conspiratard speculation Discord 2.0, okay? This is Flat Earth 2.0. And we don't even know ultimately if this idea about the Earth being a globe is some kind of conspiracy. Now, the idea behind the word conspiracy can have a totally neutral meaning, or there could be like a nefarious meaning, right? Someone can conspire to throw you a birthday party. Did they have ill intent? No. But people can conspire to create some kind of illusion, to make people think that maybe they live on a globe. And I actually can't even prove that that's the case. It's weird how hard it is to prove motivations or what people are ultimately trying to do. But we're not going to go into reptilians or hollow earth or any of that stuff with you, because that's the stuff that you want to talk about. I'm not really interested, because it would just be a lot of speculation, and that's not good for the listeners, period.
Yeah, that's fair enough, I guess. It's fair enough. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
All right, good.
Anybody else new that conversation? Aris comes in here fairly often. Hello, Aris. Ave doesn't want to talk.
Was I just hot micing that?
Mari.
Yeah, tell me it wasn't. I didn't I wasn't hot micing, right?
No.
Didn't hear you, no.
Oh, thank God.
I'm going to go back to the live stream now and listen.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, I mean, because I was like in the other room, but I came back and my mic was lit up. I thought hopefully it's just a bug because I pushed it and the mic went on. So I'm thinking it was just some sort of weird, like display problem rather than I was actually hot micing all that. I'm sure you guys would have muted me anyway. That's the reason why I thought it wasn't hot mic because you guys would be like, "Who the hell's Crit talking to?"
Yeah, I think you might have been muted that whole time, if that's what you meant.
Sunfire, you look new to me. Welcome, Sunfire. The Earth is flat, in case you were wondering. We've got Mari. Welcome, Mari. Anybody want to practice their English? Want to talk about cosmology? That's what we're here to discuss. Sunflower ran away. Cool.
I know it's all like speculation and stuff, but when the stars and planets and stuff like moving around the Earth, do you think that's the Earth, like them moving around us, or the
What does it look like?
the Earth moving?
What does it look like? Does it look like they're moving, or does it look like they're stationary and we're moving?
I don't know. It could be either one. Think about it.
How would you tell the difference?
Yeah, you're right. You are right.
So the claim, right, is that it's relative motion. It's actually the Earth and the stars, for all intents and purposes, are stationary, right? But that's a positive claim that the Earth is moving. So have you ever been like at, I mean, you understand relative motion, right? You ever been next to somebody at a traffic light or something like that, and let's say the turn lane gets an opportunity, they get the green arrow, and they move forward. And sometimes out of the corner of your eye, you see the car next to you go forward, and all of a sudden you're like, did I put my car in reverse? It feels like, right, just because of the optical illusion, that you're actually going in reverse.
If you're at a train and another train's like moving next to you.
Yeah, and so you think, oh man, I'm moving because I see motion of kind. But ultimately, you would have to prove, if you're going to claim relative motion, that the Earth is the thing actually rotating or whatever it's going to be, right? And the problem is that nobody has any evidence of that. But what we do describe and what we can prove, or at least from an optical perspective, is that the sky is the thing, or the objects in the sky, or the lights in the sky are the things that move.
Mm.
Reference frames are the most important thing. You know, if your reference frame is the Earth and you treat it as stationary, then the star field is the thing in motion. And that, as far as I understand, is what people are doing.
I mean, we're definitely not moving, I'll tell you that.
Doesn't seem like it. Can't measure any of that.
You guys just finished slaying a Glober or what?
Feels like too long ago to say just yes, that just happened, and we're quiet because the conversation had just stopped. Been pretty quiet. How you doing though? You good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, pretty good.
What have you been looking into recently, mate? Anything exciting?
The Artemis 2 crew. There's this video going around from Associated Press, 4.9 or 4 point something million subscribers on YouTube, and apparently in the video the crew is walking past. Now there are people. They're obviously like cameras. They're recording the event. There are people walking in front of the cameras with their phone cameras to take pictures of the crew. However, on the phone screens, nothing is happening. Like it's not like it's showing what's going on in front of them.
Yeah. I get you. That's odd.
That's odd. Somebody tried to explain, well, you don't know how LED works and blah blah blah. I'm just gonna say, like, I'm gonna be honest. I've watched some dirty videos, and in those dirty videos, they have the camera and the guy like holding his phone camera to get another angle, and you can see everything that's going on. I'm like, why is it that when you have what are they supposed to have better cameras that can't pick up what's going on cell phones? I don't. What's like? What are we? You know?
Don't know. Have you seen the recent Eric Debay video that's gone around with regards to Artemis 2? Have you seen that one?
Nah. Did I? I don't. I feel like I was hearing about it, or I heard some briefly, but I'm not sure.
Speaks about the astronauts, I mean, actors and their previous life as actors in the TV shows that appeared in. One as recent is like 2015, I think it was. But it's kind of interesting, maybe parallel with the thing that you were talking about. Maybe not exactly the same thing, but runs parallel with it.
That's insane. Yep. That's insane.
Yeah, man.
Guys.
Hi.
Where is Wendell?
Pardon?
Wait.
Hmm.
Elijah, have you seen the one that I put in the side chat there? There's 2 videos, but I'm talking about the first one. Second from the bottom. It's crystal clear. Like, he's right in front of the camera. There's no way that camera... There's no way it wouldn't be picking him up, especially wearing that orange suit.
Unless they have some type of privacy screen, maybe? Is that possible?
What, you mean like on the phone, or?
Yeah.
Have a look. Look at it again.
Because what is it actually showing on the phone? I mean, the buttons are crystal clear. I mean, so if it was a privacy screen, you shouldn't see the buttons, right? Like the little white dots at the bottom, you know, the controls. I don't. Right. No. That's not privacy screen. Nothing. That's the phone is literally showing something else. Clear as day.
Clear as day. Yep.
What is what is going on, bro? Clear. Let me look at the second one you sent. I only saw the first one.
It's got to be AI video. Even when he zooms in on those little patches on the arm, it's got like that gibberish AI writing. And then when she's lifting her phone up, the image on the phone that she's meant to be taking the picture of, right? You can see like a guy or something on her phone. And it's on her phone screen as she's lifting the phone up. It's not like he comes into view as she lifts the camera up. Just stays there the whole time, like it's already on her phone, and then she pretends to take a picture. But I think it's AI generated.
Hello, flat earthers. Globies, where are you at? Come here, Globies. Yo.
Yo, what's up?
Do you believe Earth's a globe? Earth's a globe?
Yeah, I do. Do people actually believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you learned it was a globe from your TV, just like I learned it was flat from my TV. So we have teachers along the way.
Okay.
Hello.
How's everybody doing today? Hi, Jake.
Yeah, I gotcha. Hanging in there.
this is flat Earth.
24/7. 365.
I knew the Earth was flat before Discord even started. That's why I named myself Jesus.
That recording.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
DJ. DJ.
What's up?
Hello. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Acceptance.
Step right up. Protector of the earth.
Why the silence?
You cannot get one over on me.
Oh yeah. I am Isla.
I'm the type to meet me at my doorstep and see. I'm that type.
You remind me of this guy called Little G. He used to come around here quite often, and he disappeared for a while.
Is there anyone here who is Arab? Is there anyone here who is Arab?
Why does it matter?
وبخصوص اللي الخير والد افهمك انا ما كانش قصدي السن مش دي الوحده الثابته هنا بس انت اصغر فعلا وده مش معناه انك قليل بس الفكره ان انت كهلوف فنيا لسه عيل.
English only, please.
No, no, I don't speak English. Do you understand Arabic? Do you understand Arabic?
No.
Why?
You're hot micing pretty bad, DJ.
What do you?
DJ. You're hot micing.
Sorry.
Oh.
Are you a Glober? Isa? Do you believe Earth is globe? Huh?
What do you say?
Do you believe that you live on a spinning ball?
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah?
You are right, man.
Haven't seen you. You're on in this server. Alright. So do you think the Earth is a ball? Isla?
What?
What? Do you think you live on a ball? Do you think the Earth is a globe? Holy shit. Never mind.
I won't answer any questions.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
No.
What are you doing here then? Just hanging around?
On the bed. On the bed.
Huh? Zabla?
On the bed.
On the bed?
Yeah.
On the bed. On the bed. Okay.
Are you gonna speak English?
This is the English Flat Earth channel, bro. You have to speak English, and we have to speak about the shape of the Earth.
Good job.
Are you trolling me?
The flat earth runs off Jesus. That's the only thing the flat earth runs off. Jesus.
Do you listen to Egyptian rap?
No, but I am a flat earther, so there's that
Do you
one.
listen to Egyptian rap?
No.
Why? Where are you from? Where are you from, man? What's your hobbies?
I think he's from Nazareth, right?
Are you married?
Were you talking to me or Jesus?
Are you married or single?
If I'm married or is Jesus married? Who are you asking, bro?
I sit on a flat earth and I can do whatever I want.
Anybody out there?
Hello, is anybody out there?
You don't read that.
Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Hey, I believe the Earth is a globe. Actually, I know it is.
How do you know?
Tons of evidence. I've seen it. And I used to get triggered by you guys denying that until I realized it's all a joke. This whole thing's a joke. Then I calmed down.
Is that how you cope with flat Earth?
Yeah, because I know you guys are joking. For a while, you had me triggered, but not anymore.
Don't forget to take your meds, bro.
What?
Yeah, I named myself Jesus. That's how I cope with flat Earth.
It's tough, but it's actually pretty funny. That's why I tune in to see what kind of dumb stuff people are saying.
We got a fix for everything. Around here, we got a fix for everything.
I don't know. The other day I asked about sunsets and forgot who it was. Said that sun doesn't set; it just goes further away. So, but then they couldn't tell me how far away it was or how big it was.
Hello to everyone.
Hello.
If you guess my name, you'll earn $1 million.
Dr. Evil?
Wrong. One last chance.
Muhammad.
You're on. You lost your chance on $1 million. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, Mr. Beast. Thank you. Bye.
Antichrist was my second guess, so.
Step right up.
Oh, he left.
Can anybody tell me how far away the sun is from the flat Earth?
I can tell you. If you tell me one thing first.
Shoot.
Why does it matter?
Geometry, for one.
What?
Geometry. I mean, if you claim that the sun doesn't set but just moves away, you should be able
What
to
if the
measure
sun
that.
is in a what if the sun we observe is an apparent location and we can't pinpoint the location using trigonometry? What if that is the case?
How's that? Is that work being conducted, or is somebody looking into that?
No, I'm making a suggestion, you know, to settle your.
What does that have to do with flat Earth?
I just would think that you guys would be curious about how big the sun is, how far away it is, that kind of thing, rather than just kind of accepting like an Eric Dubé type explanation.
The surface is measurably flat. There's no accepting, right? It's just
the surface of the Earth or the sun.
Of the Earth.
Oh,
obviously. This is the flat Earth. Not the flat sun, sir.
It measures flat locally. I mean, other than topography, but long distances, it's pretty easy to measure curvature.
Oh, it measures flat long distance observation as well. I've seen several hundred miles. So,
what about from 1,000,000 miles? What does it look like?
I don't know. I don't think you can go that high.
Yeah, you can. There's a.
Really? Can you prove it?
Yeah, go.
I would really like to. I can look it up, but I want to do it for myself. How do I get to 1,000,000 miles? Do I need like special equipment or like a $60 million a day budget or something?
This is why I tune in. I just like the stupid things you say. That's how I know you guys are kidding. It triggers some globe earthers quite badly, but I know you guys are just kidding. Have to be. Nobody would say something like that.
All right. Yeah, you're not running the show. You don't run the show.
I think it is, as you said before, he's just coping.
Well, I'm just asking questions. Because I know how big the sun is, how far away it is, and why it sets. I know all that. Really? I think you guys do too. But you like to to trigger me.
How do you know? How do you know how far away it is? How do you know that?
It's been measured.
It's been measured. Have you measured it?
The distance.
The distance. What? You measured the distance to the sun.
No. Why would I need to measure it?
What? Because you're the one having issues with it.
No, I have no issues with it. I know what the measurements are. I know they've been verified.
But how would you know if you haven't done it yourself?
Wait, that's just a unreasonable. I mean, that's the kind of thing you guys got to be kidding about, because you guys don't even practice that in your own life. Why would I?
But if you haven't done it yourself, you're just believing that somebody else did it, right? It's not your knowledge. It's just a belief that you have.
This is that epistological game you play. That how can you know if you didn't do it yourself?
Not a game. It's just simple logic, man. Do you not understand logic?
I can tell you, I would say about 99% of the things that I know in this world, as I learned from someone else doing things that I didn't do myself.
All right. Like, so you learn stuff that you're not doing yourself. Like what?
Yeah, everything that I know. The only thing things that you study for your profession or things that you learn from taking lessons.
I'm just asking you like a practical question. What do you know that you're using right now that somebody else taught you?
Everything about the solar system, the sun, the moon, the earth.
Yeah, but you're not using that right now. That's just a belief.
We were talking about the distance to the sun and the size of the sun and the shape.
But you don't know it. You just believe that somebody else have figured it out, but it's not knowledge.
No, I know.
It's just a belief.
I know it.
It's a difference between knowing and believing. It's like having a religion. The heliocentrism is a religion, 100%.
So you say, but that's why I tune in, is for you to say stupid
It's
stuff
not
like
what
that.
I'm saying. It's just if we dissect it, we see, okay, what's your foundation for your globe? Nothing, just a set of stories that people have agreed upon, and yeah,
I
just
can't
believing it.
believe you. I can't believe you really think that. The globe is a practical thing. It's a
You're
tangible
telling
thing.
me, you're telling me the story constantly. All your globes are. That's
And
what you
can you
do. You
practically
come in.
tell me? Can you practically tell me how to identify the radius value?
Yeah, just look it up.
No, I'm asking you because you said it's practical. That means everybody can do this.
No, practical means that you can apply the knowledge and make things happen, make things work. How about
So then give
GPS?
me a practical explanation of how to identify the radius value.
It's called look it up.
No, look it up is not a practical explanation. Please describe for me practically how to identify the radius value.
Why would I do
I
that?
can give you a practical example. I'm wanting to know if you know.
I think you're trying to demonstrate how smart you are. So why don't you go ahead?
No. Okay, I would identify radius value by identifying drop over distance. And I would use the horizon as my identifier for when things go down the sphere and the Earth is now obstructing my view of that object. I can identify the distance to the horizon by getting a known marker ahead of me, say a peninsula, because I want to look over water, because the water is perfectly conforming to the shape of the Earth, because water is being held down by gravity. And so the water is not going to have topography that's going to obstruct it. So I'm looking over a level horizontal surface and I'm seeing a peninsula 5 miles away. If I have the horizon between me and that peninsula, then I know that the horizon is less than 5 miles away. If it's beyond the peninsula, I know that the horizon is greater than 5 miles away. And then I can put myself above the water, look at the horizon, and gauge how far away I'm looking. Then I can use these dimensions, height and distance, to derive the radius value using trigonometry. That's a practical demonstration or explanation of how I would identify the radius value.
You sound like a globe earther. What'd you come up with?
Well, it depends on the observation, because if I have 1 foot observation height and the horizon 10 miles away, then the radius value is 264,000 miles. If I'm at 50 meters height and I can see 493 kilometers away, then the radius value is 2.4 million kilometers, which is 1.5 billion miles. So really, it's going to depend on the observation.
And you're the first person to even conceive of this.
No, I'm not the first person to conceive of
No one's
this.
ever done this experiment, right?
It's not an experiment. You're making an observation. I'm not trying to find the cause of an effect.
So, but no one else has made this observation, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying nobody. I'm saying the people in this room, at least, I believe, they've went out and they've made their own observations. I've made my own observations. Plus, I've taken the observations that I've been given with the examples and the videos, right? The picture and long distance, world record photography. And then I did the math for these things. I'm coming up with all kinds of radius values. So I can either conclude that I'm living on an oblate sphere that's 1.5 million miles in one section, 264,000 miles in another section, and for fuckets, 3,959 miles in another section. Or I'm looking over a flat plane and I'm watching the horizon change distance by the hour or by the day. So now the sphere can be expanding and contracting, or I'm looking over a flat surface with my visibility being restricted by not the shape of the ground, by an optic effect.
So your conclusion after all that is that the Earth is flat.
Yes, because it's the most logical conclusion. I don't feel the Earth expanding and contracting under my feet. I don't see the radius value being claimed, 3,959 miles. I'm seeing larger values than what's being claimed by orders of magnitude.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't see it that way. A lot of people with very precision instruments don't agree. What do you say about that?
That's fine.
But those people also wouldn't say the Earth is flat. They would say the Earth is a globe because it's been measured, it's been determined.
And then I'll ask, how did they measure it? And then they're going to tell me how they measured it. And then we'll talk about it.
Well, I mean, that's called reading a physics textbook or astronomy. Let's go astronomy textbook. It's all in there.
No. Measuring the ground is not astronomy. Astronomy is looking at the sky.
The sun and the solar system we were discussing would be in astronomy in the astronomy.
Yes, because they're in the sky. We're wanting to go the ground. So I don't go to astronomy. At best, I would go to geography or cartography.
If it's a globe,
something related to the ground.
If the
most likely geometric, because I'm looking for the geometric shape. Earth measured.
Yeah, I mean that's what cartographers do. That's what surveyors do, and they all agree that Earth is a globe. And,
no, not all. I know some flat earthers who have, used theodolites and sextants. They're not coming up with a globe.
So how do you resolve that in your mind?
I'll ask them what's their process. If they're using a theodolite, what's the process? Typically, if they're surveyors, they make an observation or more than one, and then they compare it or they use an equation to make the observations match a specific geoid, which is a model.
Mm-hmm.
They take the theodolite out, they put it on the tripod, they level the tripod, they get a perfect vertical for the tripod, they get it leveled, they spin it around to make sure that it is level so that whenever it's making its observations around that horizontal plane, it's actually staying level the entire 360 degrees around. And then they make their observations over short distances so that they don't have to account for refraction, which is distortion in the air, right? And then they take all of those elevation angle measurements, they put them together, and if they're trying to make it match a geoid, then they take those elevation angles and then they force it into the model. So it's the math part after the observations that makes it the geoid.
I mean, I'm no surveyor, but I guarantee.
If you go to a construction site and you ask the guy with the theodolite, hey, make a level plane for me. I'm going to take out a part of this hill. I need to have a level surface. Can you please tell me what I need to do to make a level surface? And then they'll give you the observations. They'll give you the measurements. They'll tell you how far you need to go, how much of this at this distance you need to dig, so that by the time they're finished, they've got the level plane.
You're talking on a very small local scale. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah. Over larger distances, it's geodetic surveying. It's curved.
You take the elevation angles just like you would for that local shit, and then you make the math, make those elevation angles fit the geoid, fit the model.
Because the Earth is a sphere.
No, because the model is a sphere. They're making the elevation angles fit the sphere.
Why would they do that? If the Earth is flat, why?
Because
Why
they
do
have
you
a
extra step?
belief. They have a belief. They have a system that they have to adhere to.
No, you don't believe that.
That's not a belief. It is.
No, you really don't believe.
Say, hey, what do you live on? If they're not a flat Earth, they're going to say, hey, I live on a sphere. How do you know? I do the stuff. And they're going to point to that what they do using the theodolite, and then they'll say, look, these elevation angles and the math makes a sphere.
If I have a flat Earth surveyor and my boss says, okay, you need to do a geodetic survey, I say, no, I don't. The Earth is flat. I don't think
if you were the creator, if you were the creator of the Earth,
is that Jesus? I've never spoken to Jesus before.
There's a first time for everything.
No, I think you guys really don't believe all this stuff. You're just kind of trying to get people like me triggered.
Well, if this is triggering you, you're more than welcome to exit. We'll have a conversation with somebody else who's willing and can control their emotions.
No, I think you guys have been very civil. There's a lot of toxicity in the flat Earth. You guys have been very civil. I feel like you can't actually believe this though, because you sound smart. You sound like you've read, and I just don't know how you guys can. The cognitive dissonance must be huge.
Well, if you were in a warehouse and you were looking at it's Snap-on warehouse, right? You've gone to the section where they store all of the toolboxes, right?
Okay.
But you haven't actually walked into the room and then observed the toolboxes, right? You got one guy who says, yeah, all the toolboxes are green. But you look in the window and you see some green toolboxes. You haven't looked at everything. You've seen some green toolboxes, but you haven't actually walked in there. And then you got a guy who's actually been in there and he comes out, no, there's green and other colors, right? And then you're like, no, I looked out the window and I saw green toolbox. But you haven't gone out there and experienced whether or not there's more than one color. And then say it's just like the first 100 feet inside that room, all of the toolboxes are green, right?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't actually gone out and explored the inside of that warehouse to see if there's other colors. How would you know if there are more than one color inside that warehouse without just believing one or the other?
Well, you wouldn't, but I don't know what your point is.
My point is, I know
one
the
or
Earth
the other.
because I went out and measured it. I've experienced it for myself, and I've given you so far enough information that you can go out and make an observation on your own. I'm telling you, you don't have to trust me, bro. You don't have to trust anybody. Just walk into the warehouse and try to find another color other than green. Try to find a measurement that validates that sphere actually is a radius of 3,959 miles.
Well,
there's a difference between knowing and believing.
Well,
you do understand that, right?
That's like saying that one guy says that we never went to the moon, and then some guy walks in and says, "I've been on the moon. I've stood on the moon." I mean, who are you going to believe?
You haven't been there, so you don't have to believe anyone.
No, none of us have been there. But like I haven't been inside the warehouse either. But I get two different opinions about what's in there. Who do I believe?
It's not an opinion. It's either your knowledge, your first-hand experience, or it's some belief.
No, I'm saying that I haven't walked in yet. I don't know. I haven't verified for myself. Well, how do I decide who's telling the truth?
You would experience it.
Well, that's what I do when the sun sets. Yeah. That's why we started this whole conversation on sunsets. Every time I see the sunset, it does.
Yeah, which is why I brought up, hey, identify the distance to the horizon, because that's going to tell you the curvature rate of the surface of Earth, which is going to be an arc on that circumference of the sphere.
Right, but if the sun disappears behind the horizon, it really doesn't matter how far away it is. It's still disappearing below the horizon. That's not possible on a flat Earth.
Yes, it is. You can have objects
flat Earth-
disappear on a flat surface, appear behind what appears to be a horizon.
What you're saying?
There's a gentleman who has placed a boat. Listen, there's a gentleman who has placed a boat on his driveway, and he's placed the camera down on the driveway at the other end of the driveway, and it's a flat surface. And then you can watch the boat disappear behind what looks like a horizon, and the only thing that happened was the temperature variation over the concrete as time passed. Flat surface, horizon disappearance of a little boat on a flat surface. Only thing that changes.
Every single day, every single night. I mean, it's not, you're being unreasonable here, because the fact is,
You're being unreasonable because you're unwilling to accept that there's an explanation other than the ground getting away to cause an object to disappear in the distance behind what is a horizon.
No, I didn't say that. I said there's no other good explanation for the sunset, not for some boat on a...
One, at least.
Well, that's a nice little vignette, but
you can have the sun disappear in the distance as it becomes smaller. Like if the environment's a dry area, like a tundra, right? Either in the desert or, I don't know, some place that doesn't have a lot of humidity, right?
It's got to happen.
See the sun
everywhere.
Disappear.
Everywhere, every time, right?
Doesn't have to happen everywhere, every time. If you want, you can have a conversation about how all the different types of sunsets that you can have. And then if you watch the sun disappear bottom up and you say, hey, look at that, instead of just admitting that, hey, in this observation, the sun's disappeared because it's shrunk.
Hello, can I ask?
Doesn't shrink.
I got all the power I want right here. I got the whole flat Earth.
Chill.
If what you're proposing is happening, you should be able to say how far the sun is, how big it is, blah, blah, blah.
You would identify the distance to the horizon using objects in the local area.
How big is the sun?
I don't know. I haven't been to it.
Well, how's that research coming from Flat Earth? I mean, who's working on figuring out how big the sun is? Aren't you curious?
There's things that I can't know, and I'm okay with that. The sky object, that's one of the things that I can't verify, because I've never been able to leave the Earth and travel to the sun, to a star, to the moon, and identify what they are. I'm on the surface. I can identify the context, the surface description of the Earth.
Well, how can you say the sun moves away and disappears if you don't know how big it is or how far away it is?
The sun move, and I watch it go away from me. That's how I know it moves.
And it slows down as it goes further away from you, does it?
Why would it slow down?
If it's disappearing via perspective, it has to slow down.
No.
Yes, actually, yes.
No, if a car maintains its same speed as it approaches me and goes away from me, does it slow down as it gets further away from me, or while it's furthest away from me, coming towards me?
Yeah, absolutely. It speeds up as it approaches you, and it slows down as it goes away, in your perspective. It's called the Doppler effect.
Okay. So then is it actually going slower as it gets away from me, or is that just apparent?
No, it looks like it's going slower, but the sun would do the same thing.
It's not actually slowing down as it gets further away from me.
The sun would appear to be doing the same thing. It's the same thing. And
it appears to do whatever it is.
No, the sun would slow down as it went away.
It actually is.
The sun would be moving over your head at the highest speed right at noon, and it would speed up in the morning towards you, and it would slow down going away. That's perspective. So I'm just wondering how that research is coming. How is that flat? Where's the Flat Earth Institute for solar research located? I'd love to go.
You're on it. Yeah, you're on it right now.
I'm afraid so.
Okay.
That's how I know you guys are trolling, because you can't
No, we're not
possibly
trolling just
believe this.
because we're not satisfying your inquiry. That's not a troll. That's not basis for troll.
He's
If I
the one
were
Now,
trolling,
my question
obviously.
is, why
He's
is
been
the
trolling this
sun's
entire
motion
time.
important to this? Why is
No,
the sun's motion important?
because every single day we see the sun rise in the sky, crosses the sky, sets in the west every day, unless it's cloudy. And that is very difficult to explain, if not impossible to explain on a flat Earth. And so if I was a flat
No,
Earther,
you just said it, dude. You said the sun moves across the sky.
Is that Indio?
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
bud.
Indio. Fuckface.
Remember when it's... you remember me. I'm flattered. Hey, I looked up your LIGO shit, by the way. It was exactly what I expected.
Hey, by the way, I got a question.
You're not talking to
Why
Indio,
does it-
and I don't talk about LIGO, because LIGO's a straight line for 2 miles or something.
Yeah, 4 kilometers, but close enough. Sorry, I thought you sounded like Indio. My bad.
No, he didn't sound like India.
I got a question, if it's possible.
What? Possible for what?
For somebody to answer my question.
Oh, what's your question? I'm sorry. Sure.
Does it matter if the Earth flat or round? Matter.
Matter how?
Like, is it of importance to to inform people that, hey man, the fucking Earth is flat?
No, the reason it's important is because flat
No, forget it.
tried to
Shut up.
flat earthers tried to deny
Shut up.
space travel, and everything's a government psyop, and that's misinformation.
Thank you.
Oh.
And he leaves when he's muted.
No, he was disconnected after I muted him.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Does it matter whether or not your girlfriend is cheating on you?
Obviously it does.
Why?
Because that's my girlfriend. I don't want to be cheated on like anybody else.
So you don't like being lied to?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like for somebody to tell you, or would you rather stay in ignorance of your girlfriend cheating on you?
I'd rather find out.
Okay. Well, in this perspective, we're here to tell you that your girlfriend's cheating on you.
Uh-huh.
But in this case, we're telling you that the Earth is flat and you could check it out for yourself. So, now, on a deeper level, you have your conscious bias and your unconscious bias. Do you know what that is?
Could you explain in short terms?
Okay. Things you believe without thinking about it, that's an unconscious bias.
Uh-huh.
Right? The things you think about actively and you believe it because it's at the front of your mind all the time, that's conscious bias. So if somebody tells you a lie, and it's a lie based on your unconscious bias, you're going to believe the thing that they've told you, and you're not going to challenge it because it's something you automatically already believe and you don't have to think about it. If somebody tells you something that makes you think about it, that's challenging your conscious bias, right? So like if your girlfriend cheats on you, but you unconsciously believe that she would never do that, right? You would just, you would dismiss it. You wouldn't think about it. But if she's given you reason to, think about whether or not she has or has not cheated, then that's affecting your conscious bias. Or, okay. So if somebody wanted to manipulate you in a lie, say they wanted to tax the fuck out of you just a little bit more, and they wanted to blame it on carbon, and they wanted to blame it on, well, the Earth's gonna die because there's too much carbon, and there's nowhere else for us to go. We can't travel to another planet just yet. Then you would be acceptant of paying more money to try and help this Earth, save the Earth, basically, right? Because you believe the Earth's a globe, you believe the Earth is in the vacuum of outer space, and there's nowhere else for you to go. So it would be important for you to save the planet that you're on, right? If you're not already believing that sphere in a vacuum of outer space, and there's nowhere else to go, and that's actually a problem, then you would be unwilling to accept and let them take money from you. You would challenge it, right? So then you would challenge every time they brought up global warming, like the people did in the past, not related to the Earth. And you would tell others to also, hey, check this out. The thing that they're claiming is a lie because the thing that they're using to support the lie is also a lie.
Got it.
So if the Earth's not a globe, then there's no reason for this global warming nonsense because it requires the Earth to be a sphere in the ever expanding Big Bang vacuum of outer space.
Uh-huh. Well, that fella who was speaking earlier, he seems to believe that you guys don't actually believe what you believe.
That's because he wants to troll.
He said he's a troll. Yeah, it's just trolling.
And what about him? You listen to other people? Or you just figure it out yourself?
Oh, me? I'm just checking it out. I'm
Yeah, so
very
you're
open-minded about
you're gonna
things.
figure it out yourself. You're not gonna say, "Oh yeah, those guys you're talking to, they don't believe in that." Yeah, I don't believe in it because the Earth is already measured flat. It's not a belief system. It's something that we know already.
Yep, you don't have to believe. You want us to join in, like, well, you might not. The royal you wants us to join in to stop saying it. It appears flat because it is flat. They want us to stop saying that. They want us to say, no, it appears flat because it's such a big ball. Let's go ahead and show it's a ball.
I think he blew his mind.
He left.
Yeah. Sounded like he started thinking, though. I don't know. Compared to
We'll
the
see.
other guy. Candyman. Fantasy man.
Hey guys.
Hey, bud. Thank you for being patient.
No, I think you guys kicked me because I was starting to talk negatively about flat earthers.
Yeah.
Because the guy asked,
well, it's not about us, right? Topic's not us. It's the Earth.
He asked what difference does it make, and I would say it doesn't, except for what I was beginning to say, and I just don't want the misinformation out there. And I can't believe you guys believe it. It's just, I'm really having a hard time with that.
I don't care about your
It's not
cult.
misinformation.
What's that?
It's not misinformation. It's not misinformation.
I guess.
Well, it leads people to believe if the Earth is flat, then you can't do this, can't do that, can't do
Has
this,
nothing
can't do
to
that.
do with belief. You're the one who's believing.
But yeah, hang on, Candyman. I want to ask you something, right? So when I read a physics textbook, right, and I turn to the hydrostatic section, and it teaches me, it tells me, right, through demonstration, that the surface of a liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical. Am I to dismiss that? Is that misinformation?
No, but would you say that physics textbook?
No, right. So that right. No, I'm not done yet. What about if I went to a surveyor and I asked him, "Are you accounting for Earth curvature?" And he says, "No, I'm just measuring it flat." And I go, "Okay, is that misinformation?"
No, I would believe him. That's not the topic.
Okay,
That's not what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah, it is what we're talking about. It's exactly what we're talking about, friend.
No,
yes, it is. What about when I go to a geographer?
You guys are denying.
What about when I go to what about when I listen? What about when I go to a geographer and I say,
the Artemis
listen. What about when I go to a geographer and I ask him, how are you calculating the height of that mountain? And he goes, well, from this point here at sea level, I'm extending out a horizontal plane and I'm getting the angle to the top of the mountain. And is that misinformation?
No, I would believe him.
No, it's not, is it? Also, all of these things that people in general are doing in real life, right, every day, is using and measuring a flat Earth, right? We're all observing it, we're all measuring it, and we're all using it as if it's flat and motionless. How is that misinformation? You tell me.
That's not the information that
So what's the information then? What is it then? Tell us.
You guys are currently actively denying the Artemis mission.
Yeah, space for space.
Oh, so what? Boo hoo. Who cares? Well, Globers do that too. So who cares?
Yeah, there's probably more Globers than flat earthers that call bullshit on the moon landings and moon missions.
See, that's the misinformation that's actually, dangerous. Let's put it that way.
Dude, you sound like a cultist, right? This has flat earthers calling bullshit on the moon landings doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth.
You guys have zero proof that it's fake, yet you're proclaiming.
No, you have zero proof it's real. You have zero proof it's real.
It's funny that you brought that up because it happened on April Fool's Day.
Yeah,
Artemis?
Yeah, of course. It was April Fools. It was a joke, guys. Don't you get it?
That's how I know you guys can't be serious.
Measurements of the Earth is larger than what they claim, which can be interpreted as I'm looking over a flat surface. I've got no measurable movement of the Earth. I've got entropy. Entropy. I got 3 reasons to say why Artemis is false.
So, see, you just say Artemis is false. You don't say, it's my opinion Artemis is false. You just declare that it's false.
My opinion, it's an objective truth claim. And the objective truth claim is going to be validated by looking at the object, not based on an opinion. That would be subjective. So you got it fucked up.
No, I think I have no problem if you want to sit there and say, I don't believe Artemis is real. I'm fine with that.
It's fine.
You guys don't do that.
Fine.
No,
Yeah.
I say it's a fact. It's a fact, dude, that's fake. How's that? Does that really get under your skin? It's a fact that Artemis is all bullshit.
No, it doesn't. It just tells me you guys really don't believe what you say you believe.
No, that I'm telling you, it's a fact, not a belief either.
That's whistling in the dark because you can't deal with the reality of Artemis. I get it. It shatters your worldview.
No, sir. Listen, Candyman. I asked you about some practical uses and some practical confirmations and measurements of the Earth's surface as being planar, right? So and you said that's not misinformation. So I'm accepting that information as true, and then they're showing me on TV something that says that it's not true. So now you're in a conflict of interest. Either all these geographers, these surveyors, these engineers and construction workers and map makers and navigators, all those people, all them that are measuring and observing the Earth's surface as planar, either they're wrong in their words and in their documents and in their practices, or Artemis is wrong. Which one is it? Because they can't both be right.
Can't believe you're using a globe Earth argument to try to make your point. You're awesome. That was awesome.
How is that a globe Earth argument?
Because the number one starting point for flat Earth is you have to believe that everybody in the world, all over the globe, has this
What was
secret that they don't want anybody to know.
No, what was the question that I just asked you?
You asked is it more likely Artemis be fake or all these other people working be fake?
Are you drunk?
It's exactly the same argument.
Are you drunk or what?
Well, that's what you said. That's what you asked.
No,
How come you've got a 2-second memory?
You were just trying to ask if would it be more reasonable to believe that Artemis is fake or that all these surveyors are lying? That's the number one argument against flat Earth. So thanks for throwing that out there.
But you admitted that the surveyors are measuring the Earth flat.
I think locally, of course, they measure the Earth flat. It's like asking
so either they're incorrect or Artemis is incorrect. Which one is it?
How far does local go so I can go check it today?
Planar surveying is usually good for small jobs.
Okay, how far is locally flat?
Well, I can tell you 2 kilometers 4 kilometers is enough that you would have to account for the Earth's curvature if you wanted to have something flat. We've been through this.
This is interesting.
This is LIGO.
See, this is interesting. This is how you're going to resolve your cognitive dissonance and your conflict of interest. You're going to say, well, they're both true. And you're going to make allowances and excuses why the Earth measures flat. This is hilarious.
Its radius is large enough that you don't have
just so you can hold on to your little fantasy ball and dreams of going to space.
Hey, I got a question for Candyman. Candyman.
Yeah, I'm here.
Just a second. Yeah. So hold on. Just a second, Jimmy.
I got
Candyman. Have a look in the side chat, right? So this is an image from the Artemis mission. Okay, now personally, I think that this looks like CGI. In the side chat, DJ.
Okay, got it. DJ, got it.
Right. Personally, I think that this image looks like CGI. What evidence do you have that this is not just CGI?
Well, I'm not claiming it's not CGI. So don't put me on that.
The imagery that we're getting... from Artemis.
If it's an image from NASA and you look at the original file, then you will be able to determine whether that's a digital image or CGI. That's not rocket science.
How can you determine that?
It's easy to determine because there are different characteristics, but also I'm no expert. I guarantee you.
So what are the different characteristics?
I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole. This is not my area of expertise. I do
So
know.
you're just going to defend my claim? Are you stupid, DJ? I'm not going to try and defend my claim. I'm not going to support it with any evidence.
You guys have got to be trolling me because
you already answered my question. So you said that you couldn't tell the difference between whether this is CGI or not.
No, I can't. I couldn't tell the difference. But
right, so they could easily just trick you. They could easily just trick you.
No, a forensic photographer or someone who's an expert in CGI could tell that. Not me.
So they put the Apollo mission footage through forensic CGI, right? Professionals went through it. The Russian government, right? And their analysts said that it's fake.
That's
right,
a lie.
From the Apollo.
That's a bold-faced lie. Yes.
No, it actually isn't. Yes, right? They presented it to Putin. It's on video.
There was no CGI in 1960.
No, I didn't say CGI. I said faked. I said fake. I used the word fake.
So the Russians at the time didn't say anything, but now they are.
Yeah. Okay, so
at the time when it ruined their international reputation.
Now we have amazing technology, right? Like you just said, to analyze images, right, and to go through and to find out if things are real or fake.
I guarantee you, if you go to the original,
this was you.
They even got busted faking Earth shots. I mean, it's over after that.
It's on video. But you did just admit that you can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference between CGI. They could easily just trick you. Obviously,
why do you believe they would do something like that?
Who cares? They did it. I don't care. They're a bunch of liars.
Why don't they actually blow up buildings in movies? Why do they use CGI?
What the hell is that?
Who are they that I should care enough to even bother asking them why? I just found out that they lied, and I don't care. They're a piece of shit. They're not worthy. They're not worthy of asking for a reason.
Who's not worthy?
What is the subjective answer to a subjective question invalidate an objective claim?
We have an English teacher online. Who was that?
Your question is a subjective question. Why would they lie? How does a subjective answer to a subjective claim invalidate an objective claim?
I'm not following, but I think you're just trying to deflect. If there's a reason,
no, you're the deflecting one. You're the one deflecting. You've done absolutely nothing in an attempt to support your belief in it with any sort of substance or evidence. Nothing. You've just turned it around on us to prove that it's fake.
How does the sun set on a flat Earth?
And another Gish Gallop. Why won't you say on?
That's
yes,
the
it
question I asked. That's the first question I asked.
Your question right before this, when you called me an English teacher, your question was, why would they lie? Now we're on sunset again.
That question still stands. It's the same question that you guys...
Just like it does every other day. It doesn't concern you.
That was Jesus. I recognize Jesus.
Wasn't it the distance to the sun?
You need to identify whether the horizon is a geometric horizon or something apparent. Which is why I brought up measuring the distance to the horizon at the beginning of my time in this session.
You guys aren't curious about how big the sun is or how far away it is? Or anything?
I just answered it.
Gish Gallop. Stop, Jesus. Another Gish Gallop.
Stop, Jesus.
Measuring. How do you measure the Earth? What about the sunset? And now you're worried about what's the size of the sun?
Because it makes you guys mad.
In the last 2 minutes.
The sun makes us mad.
Why would they lie?
Because you can't answer the question.
You can't either, dude.
You can't either. Yeah.
I know how big the sun is.
No, you don't know how big the sun is.
I do.
You think it's
So
a
do you.
gas ball in a vacuum.
You know,
so
you know
you've
what
been
you've been
debunked.
told. You know what you've been told, right? So do we. We know what you've been told as well, but you don't know if it's true.
It's not being told. It's what is known. It's been measured. It's been verified.
How?
I will refer you to any physics or astronomy textbook.
No, you tell us how. You tell us how you're making this a knowledge claim. So you tell us how it's become knowledge.
It triggers you guys. You know it's
You tell us how has it become knowledge. Yeah, this is your deflection. This is you making it about us when we challenge your claim. You just turn it into this is about us.
All right,
No, it's about your claim.
You think us staying on topic is triggering you, is us being triggered when we say you can't talk about the sun. How's that?
I don't care. We can talk about anything else.
Okay, we're going to talk about the Earth curve that you don't have.
Well, I've got it. Absolutely. So do you. You see it every day.
He thinks flat means curved. Yeah, so we know it's curved because it looks so flat.
No, flat is flat. Level means curved. By the way, the moon does the same thing the sun does. Let's talk about the moon.
Straight back to the sky again. Straight back to pointing at some lights in the sky.
Never going to work in construction.
No, level means...
I don't want to look at the surface. No, don't make me look at the surface.
Flat is flat. Level means curved.
Well, you don't have any evidence that the surface of water is curving at all.
Wait. So are all buildings curving now?
No, buildings are built...
You said they were level was curved.
Well, yeah, and that includes that 100-mile-long building in the middle of the desert they're making called the Line. That's one building, you guys, and he says that's curved.
It's curved. It follows the topography of the Earth, which means it's curved.
Wow, what a dumb.
Well, they got to shoot. They're making the building straight. They're not adding Earth curve into the parts.
Straight in one direction. You know,
hey,
if
silly.
you look at it,
even if the Earth was a globe, they would make the land flat that they're going to build something on.
It would be underground. It's 100 miles long. It would have to be underground.
Yeah, why would they make it? Why would they make the baseline curved? They would just flatten out that section of land that they're going to build it on. Why would they make a curved building? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
With a globe of 3595 radius, and you have a 100-mile cord.
That's not even the radius, bro. You didn't even get the radius. You didn't even get the radius right.
He thinks that they'll have to cut through the. What the heck, bro?
That's exactly what they would have to do.
If they started on top of the surface, right, and they extended it out, like as from a tangent point, then the end would be higher than the beginning.
Yeah, both ends would be up in the air.
Yeah. Like a seesaw? You think they're going to start from the middle and work out that way? Right, okay.
So now that's how I know you guys are you're just funning me.
That's how I know you're just trolling, man. If you believe that people are building seesaws, right, on the Earth's surface,
hey,
crazy.
The 100-mile building is under. It's not going to happen anyway. They're running out of money. Geopolitically, it's turned into a crap show. But check it out. Check out the geometry of a 100-mile chord on. Even if you don't believe the Earth is a globe, on the globe with a radius of 3959, whatever it is. And you'll see it actually goes underground. So, sorry. No big deal. I came in here to be entertained, and mission accomplished. You guys can have whatever opinion you want, but just don't be indoctrinating.
Just don't tell people that Artemis isn't real.
Yeah,
tell people how to think for themselves. No,
dude, you're a dirty cultist, right? All we're doing is testing the claims that we get told. Yeah. Okay, when we go out and test the surface, when we go out and tested it. You've never tested it.
Yeah,
Every time I sit on my balcony,
you only
and watch
believe
the
that. You
sunset
said it
over the ocean.
before. You said you believe that you don't have to do it yourself. You believe that others did it.
You don't have to believe. You don't have to do something yourself for it to be true.
You're
But I
saying
have.
it again. You're just believing it. You don't know it. It's not knowledge.
I watch
it's just a belief you have that
the sunset in my back balcony every
they
night.
know what they're talking about, and you believe them.
Oh yeah, I do. I believe them over you guys. Hell yeah.
You don't have to believe us either.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I think you know.
You don't understand how
believing that-
convergence. You don't understand what perspective convergence is. It seems.
No, but at least he's a he's a emotionless earther. Like, he thinks Earth's a ball, but it's not moving.
Oh, so he thinks all of the scientists are lying then, does he?
Well, he must, because he just described the sun as moving. He didn't describe anything else.
Apparent movement. You guys know why the sun appears to move, but why doesn't it go faster as it approaches and then slower as it goes away? You guys haven't addressed that.
Why would it do that?
Weird.
It does go slower.
Why?
It does go slower at sunset.
It does not. But it should be noticeably slower.
It does. It goes so slow that you guys have to invent some reason for it, right? Some excuse. Well, that's because the sun's actually already set and it's being refracted up and it's still in our view.
Yeah,
that's why the 15 degrees per hour is stopped.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting, but not true. We can see the motion of the Earth.
No,
we can also do it with the moon. The moon is easier because you don't have to. Yeah, we can see the motion of the Earth.
How?
Absolutely. It's called the Discover.
Oh my God! So it's
weather
just
station.
fake. What?
So that's a claim. You make it. You say it's fake, and yet you have absolutely no evidence.
You made a claim. You made a claim. You made a claim.
You're talking about that claim to be 24-hour footage of the moon passing in front of the Earth.
No. That was taken by Discover, the Epic camera, but the Discover.
The clouds didn't change over 24 hours. That's cool. Cool story.
No, they move with the Earth. If you've watched it, they moved with the Earth. But you can see the Earth rotating, just like the physics book tell you it does. The astronomy books tell you it does. And there is one where the moon transits.
Isn't it interesting that they're like controlled by the same people? Wow.
No,
right?
It's NOAA.
No. Oh, okay.
Discover is NOAA.
What?
It's not NASA.
NOAA.
The Discover satellite is put up by NOAA, not by NASA. It's a weather satellite. That's used every day. The images are used to predict the weather.
They all perpetrated a lie. Just a lie.
Well, see, now
they
you're
all
back
deceive you to take your money because you're too stupid.
You're back to the baseline conspiracy theory that
you're really fucking stupid, or you're paid. Because no sane person will sit here and argue that beliefs are knowledge, trying to fucking ridicule every argument we say, trying to make it to your advantage. That's like
I came
agent tactics. That's more than just a
I came here
regular
to make
troll
my point
to me.
The more
you don't have any points. You're just a fucking idiot.
The more research you do, the more you learn, the smarter you are, the less.
You mean the more TV you watch?
You can seriously be a flat earther.
The more TV you watch, Candyman, right? The more TV you watch.
I do
like research, isn't it? That's your research, isn't it, Candyman?
I do like Yellowstone. I like to watch Godfather. Yeah, I do watch some TV now and then. But I also watch the sunset every day, and I watch the moon come up every day, and it's pretty cool.
Watch the sun setting, so it's moving.
Yep, keep describing those things as moving.
Apparently, yeah. You guys,
I also watch the sunset.
Here's my final offer. You can't be smart and be a flat earther. They're mutually exclusive. I mean, you guys sound smart.
You're the dumbest person. You're the dumbest person in the room.
Honestly, you guys have done some homework, but yet, so it has to be something else. Is it time to talk about biblical
do you
cosmology?
see? No, it's
Is it time
to talk
bring in
about
the Bible?
empirical measurements. But hey, I wanted to ask you a question first, right?
Yes,
So,
sir.
do you trust the CIA?
Generally.
Okay, so the CIA.
I don't know what I don't know.
The CIA is responsible for the Discover satellite program.
No, absolutely wrong. Absolutely
no.
But even if they were,
no, look it up. Look it up. Look it up. I just looked it up, so you can look it up as well.
It doesn't mean that the CIA lies about everything. You asked me if I trust them, and generally, probably not. But I don't know I don't know. The CIA is they're spooks, but Discover is hard for you guys to deal with. I know that. It's a tough one. The only thing you can do is say it's fake.
Only I know that. I know.
What's that?
You didn't even know it was a CIA. You didn't even know it was a CIA program.
I don't believe that it is, but even if it is, it doesn't change the reality.
Well, it is. You can look it up right now if you want.
I know it's operated by.
Every time you said the word believe, man.
It's operated by NOAA.
I believe.
No, it's operated. It's operated by the United States Air Force United States Air Force and the
NOAA.
Central Intelligence Agency. Look it up, dude. I got the information right in front of me right now.
Well, if you believe that, then go ahead and pull up some images from that and tell me that you believe those as well.
No, it was just
you're cherry picking. You're totally cherry picking.
No. I'm just schooling you on, right? Because you made a mistake, right? And I'm just correcting your mistake. And then I asked you if you trust the CIA, and you said no. And then I told you that the CIA is responsible for discovery. And then you're saying.
I said generally.
Then you said, but they don't lie about everything.
I don't know what they lie
sound
about.
Like a hypocrite, right? So they could be lying about this, right?
So pull up those images of the taken by Discover. It's not Discovery. You might have looked up the wrong thing.
No, I said Discover. Discover. I never said Discovery.
I thought I heard you say Discovery. Bottom line is, look at the images, and then you can decide because those images are on the same website you just looked up. So you're going to believe part, but not the other part. So
just require belief, though, wouldn't it? Right? Because you can't validate any of it, and you admitted that these images from space could easily just be fabricated.
Very easily. In fact, I bet you there are more fake footages of Artemis by now than there are real that's circulating on the internet. I would be willing to bet that. Doesn't mean there aren't real. There isn't real footage.
Yeah,
and that's
you just got to have faith, right?
And that's the dangerous part.
You just got to have faith, right? How dare anyone challenge your faith?
No, I watched a lot of it live, as did you guys, because you're trying to.
Yeah. So I can show you footage now that was live. That was clearly faked footage.
Well, but you have to be able to
see some. I can prove it. I can prove it right now. Do you want to see it?
You have to be able to prove that that's live footage, and I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's from the live stream. It's from the live stream of them.
You can't prove that. The only way you can prove it's from the live stream is to have it happen at the time. My point is
you can just go to their live stream. You can just go to their live stream and look at the footage.
Well, you'd have to go.
There's a tab that says live stream, and you can scroll down to all the live streams that they had.
Yeah, and again, he can't prove anything himself anyway. I don't know what he's going on. It's all about belief.
He's just a cultist.
So
ChatGPT and Grok has proved that their AI, they're faked.
See that? Now, if you want to say it's your opinion that they're faked.
No, it's not an opinion. It's
knowledge based about the environment known as space.
You're making a claim that it's real for the first. So
that's not how.
There's no evidence of it being real. All you have is, oh, look at these pictures. Oh, look at this live stream. It's not proof. It's just a fairy tale.
It's not a claim that it's real.
Yeah, of course it is.
it's not like I have a burden of proof. You guys love the burden of proof.
You
I
made
swear
a
we
claim
got
that
to
it was
start
real,
talking
so
about.
obviously you have the burden of proof. Otherwise,
That's not how that works.
So Candyman, I followed
It's
your
real because it
orders.
says live.
This is what I did. So I went to Google, right, and I typed in "discover satellite images," and all I'm getting is pages of obvious-looking CGI images. Right. So which images are you talking about?
It's impressive that you can determine if those are CGI just by looking at them.
No. You can look for yourself. You can look for yourself.
I watched the images. They do look pretty fake. I gotta tell you.
It's completely fake
But
looking.
what are they supposed to look like? I gotta go. My dog is barking. Actually, I appreciate talking to you guys today. Unlike the toxicity that I've had in the past. So I'll be back. You all be good.
Right.
Keep looking up.
Buddy.
Where the fuck is matrix and triangles? Toxicity.
Yeah, how could these be fake, guys? How could that be CGI?
Yeah, he clearly didn't like that he had the burden of proof. That's his position. He's making the claim that it's real. So what's going on there? I mean, what's up?
Isn't there a whole field? Isn't there a whole field of graphic designers or graphic artists that they can make CGI during live stream? That's their whole job.
It's part of their job, yeah. Make fake things look real. That's their attempt.
Not actually live. There's the delay in between while the live feed is going out, so you're behind a little bit, actually.
He just made a telling statement before he left. He said, well, what is it? It does look pretty fake, but what is it supposed to look like? Is it supposed to look fake, is it? And no, it is telling because that's him admitting he has no frame of reference within which to compare it to. So he can't say, well, it's not supposed to look like that. It is supposed to look like that. He just has that one singular instance of it with nothing to compare it to. He's just admitted that it's a belief. As soon as he got, and whenever he got pressured, right, to support any claims that he said wasn't a belief, that was knowledge, right, he'd make it about us. He'd start ad hominem towards us, like saying that we're this and we're that. Oh, this is what you guys do, blah blah blah. Like just completely like deflecting, and then accuse us of deflecting.
Aside from the whole CGI during a live stream, right? Like they don't even need to do CGI during a live stream. They can literally like pre-record everything and then just put live stream in the top corner when they play it for the first time, and you'll think it's in the live stream.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were doing myself. Yeah. You know, and all the numbers where they show the altitude of the rocket and the speed of the rocket. Yeah, that's all just overlap on top of the image. That's what they're doing. It's terrible.
Yeah, those are made up numbers.
Yeah, the Russians analyzed the Apollo 11 rockets as it was taking off, right? And they worked out that the maths, that the rocket wasn't going fast enough to be leaving Earth's supposed gravitational pull. That's what they said. and then you have Bill Woods, who is the NASA rocket propulsion engineer. In that documentary called What Happened on the Moon, in the interview, he said the color of the exhaust plume alone knew that the rocket wasn't going fast enough. He said it looked like they used kerosene, which is what they use in flamethrowers, and we all know that flamethrowers don't have much thrust, he said, quote unquote.
All right, I'm going to start an event.
Go ahead. I was just saying, I'm loading right now the Artemis 1 live stream, right, when they did the launch. And you can literally see it switch from what they claim to be the rocket going to CGI. Is it on this one? No, never mind. This is a different one. This is the CGI shot with all the numbers on the screen that somebody was mentioning earlier. But it's all fake. What kind of event are we doing?
Artemis debunked.
Ooh. Do I have background noise?
Nah.
Nah.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully this event draws some people in. Should be an interesting one.
It will.
And we have the expert NASA debunker in the house, Mr. Jin, and space toilet expert.
Absolutely. I've just got my material ready to go and a packet of tissue paper right there. And plastic bags. It's an area. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Have you seen the footage where people are filming the astronauts and it zooms in on the people's phone screens, and what's on the people's phone screens isn't the astronauts, which they're pointing the phone directly at.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. And that was very, very odd.
Yeah, I'm going to I'll post a video in the side chat. It's undeniable fakery.
Thank you. Yeah, please do that. Yeah, I haven't got that one, but yeah, I do remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just, another slam dunk proof.
Right.
That they actually are faking it. We know they are, but then they let they drop the ball. That's what I call it. They dropped the ball when they did that. Yeah. Thanks. I'm looking at that now. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a downloadable video. The one below it, that's the actual video that you can save.
Yeah. It just doesn't. Yeah, I remember this one. It's ridiculous that they would let that slip through. I mean, I thought they were gaslighting me when I saw this.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a fiasco, isn't it? Come on.
Yeah, and then the other thing, how they walked off the capsule, and then they were doing press conferences, and they were walking around just fine. And then 5 days later or something like that, all of a sudden there's this footage of Christina Koch, and she couldn't walk, and they said that she's going through rehabilitation from being in space.
That's right. Yeah, for 10 days.
Yeah,
she was breakdancing.
10 days.
Yeah, but she was walking around fine for days after she got off, and then all of a sudden the gravity sickness kicked in or something like that.
Late reaction.
Yeah, delayed reaction. And then there was her earpiece stopped working when she was doing her script. She was doing her press conference, and she had her hair covering over her ears, so we couldn't see the earpiece. And the earpiece stopped working mid-interview, and she forgot her lines. She didn't know what to say, and she says, "Oh, oops." She goes, "Uh-oh, exactly." Have you not seen that, Jin?
Not yet. No.
Oh, I'll bring it up.
Oh my goodness!
It's
Thank
a
you.
good one. You got to check this out.
Can we still not play audio under 30 seconds?
Yeah, I think 29 seconds works, but nothing. It's so annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. The other anomaly they highlighted was when they was talking to Donald Trump, the response time between the conversation was like we're having now, where there should have been at least like 2, 3, 4 second delay.
Ah, absolutely.
They're like, give a thumbs up, and he gave a thumbs up immediately.
Yes.
And the other, oh my gosh. No.
There you go. There you go.
All right, you got to check this one out.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Thank you.
Go ahead, play the audio.
Let me check if it's going to work.
Yeah, cheers.
Let's see if it'll play.
/play.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that works as well. 1 second. Right, maybe I have to download the clip and then.
Yeah, I'm glad I came in.
The other one was the one that, like, kind of a big deal for me is when they're playing with that little stuffed figurine, and you can see her arms shadows on her leg, but you can't see the toy's shadow.
Oh, yep, that's a good one. Yep. Mm-hmm. So in my server, I have a channel called Artemis 2, and it's got dozens and dozens and dozens of clips of fakery and stuff like that in it. Right, I'm going to upload it manually, and then hopefully we can play it through the player.
So when we saw Tiny Earth, people asked our crew what impressions we had. And honestly, what struck me wasn't necessarily just Earth, it was all the blackness around it. Earth was just this lifeboat hanging undisturbingly in the universe.
Earpiece stops working right here.
All right. I remember that. Now, because I remember this speech, you see. There you are. Yeah.
So.
And you could tell, yeah, I'll stop it there. You could tell she was repeating lines as well. You could tell it wasn't flowing naturally. She was, the way she was saying it, you could tell she was getting it in her ear, and then she was repeating it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell. I if I was an astronaut, I'd always want to speak from my heart. I wouldn't have anything written down. Why would I do that? I've just had the experience, so I'm just going to regurgitate it to you. My experience, and that's it. Just download it. I'm not going to be reading from a script of any kind. Not necessary. You've just experienced it.
I would have been like, man, I'm not going to lie. It was cool being up there because, like, not too many people get to see this experience. but I was scared to death because like any small leak in the compartment and we could just explode. And
yeah, yeah.
You said you're not going to lie,
you
but
know
you
what I
said
mean?
you're not. You started with you're not going to lie, though.
I wouldn't lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I was frightened every second of that journey.
That's exactly how I would have sounded.
Yeah. Every second of that journey was a harrowing experience because you're in the middle of space on the way to the moon and you can die at any time. Nah, it's impossible. I would never go. Just would never go there.
I would, but I wouldn't like. I don't even know, man. Like, I wouldn't trust the government, man. Like,
yeah,
them knowing I'm a flat earther, they would make my ship explode. Just like that astronaut that hung a lemon in his interview. Like,
yeah,
I know they would take me.
yeah. That was Gus Grissom. Yeah, he was slated to be the first man to walk on the moon together with his two pals, Chappie and White. I think they were. Yeah. Unfortunately, they died in that capsule after the question, how are we going to get to the moon when we can't talk between two buildings, when we can't communicate between two buildings? And then the capsule caught on fire. 100% pure oxygen was released into that capsule, and it only required a little spark to ignite it, and that's what happened. Yeah. He hung a lemon because he had no faith or confidence in the equipment. So they silenced him, poor man.
What's up, Joseg? Gojo, how you doing?
I'm good, bro. How about you?
Doing pretty good, man.
Yeah, I'm glad.
What you think about the fake moon mission? I'm not gonna lie.
Even people who believed in the first Apollo mission said the Artemis was like rather disappointing with its imagery, and everyone was complaining that they didn't get to see the Earth whilst it was rotating. Didn't get to see that. No video footage of that as such. The big money shots, big money video. I think
So
in
yeah,
the
in case
Artemis.
anybody's
Go ahead.
what's that? I was just saying, in case anybody's wondering, yeah, Artemis appears to have been a fake mission. There's a lot of inconsistencies about what went on.
Right. If you go back to the Artemis 1 mission, the Orion there, that was peppered with cameras, about 20 odd cameras, right? And again, the imagery wasn't as good as the Apollo imagery, apparently. And then this time round, where they didn't have 20 cameras on it. I wonder why. They're taking pictures from the window, that's fine. But what about the cameras on the capsule? On the spacecraft itself, in strategic positions, so we could see the Earth as they're leaving, pointing backwards as they're leaving the Earth, translunar injection, okay. And then they're on the way to the moon, supposedly. Let's see the Earth. See the cloud formations move and the Earth rotates slightly. You know, they wanted to see that shot. Lots of people were complaining.
That's because we need our own channel.
the live stream would have been sufficient, though, wouldn't it?
Nah, they just wanted to kick the can along the road one more day.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're succeeding in kicking it down the road because they should have been landing first woman on the moon last 2024 should have been. But now they've pushed it back and they're pushing it back even further now. They've scrapped the gateway. Yeah, go ahead.
We could have our own channel, though.
Yeah, I don't get what you mean. If we have our own channel, how's that going to give us access to the live stream and and our own image of the Earth? We'd have to put. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
Ours won't be a cartoon ball. Instead, it'll be something different, like a flat plane, yeah.
Yeah, if
But
we had
at
our own
least it'll be
channel, they might
something
give us
real.
some.
Yeah, it'll be
We might be
something
privy.
real, though.
Yeah, if we had our own channel, we might be privy, but they won't give it to us. Flat Earthers? No, man. we wouldn't even be able to get in there. I'm shadow banned on one of my devices. When I click on NASA.gov, all I get is a black screen, right? And then I click on my other device, a different account, and everything's okay. Yeah. And because I was commenting on all the fakery, you see, that's when they shadow banned me. All the anomalies, questions. Yeah, speaking about the toilet problem, apparently Christina repaired the toilet on the first day when they supposedly took off. The toilet broke down. What are the odds, ladies and gentlemen? What are the odds? And a woman fixes the toilet. Usually it's the women that are blocking the toilet, in my experience, here on Earth, right? You don't get that many female plumbers on Earth here. In actuality, yeah, they're there, but they're very rare. A female plumber, very rare. And they're trying to tell us now that Christine, in space, on the way to the moon, repaired the toilets. Yeah, right. I really do believe that, don't I? Apparently, it's the most common asked question. How did they go to the bathroom in space, you see? That's why they brought that one up. That they repaired the toilet on the way to the moon. The furthest a toilet has ever been, by the way, and the fastest.
You know, you'd think that they'd have strict diets, you know, strict regimen. They got weight considerations. They have health and wellness considerations and all the above. But we can pull up videos where Don Pettit describes sneaking tandoori chicken and eggs up into the ISS, squirreling them away from the prying eyes of NASA administrators who would otherwise ban these from being brought up. Like, why would you do that to everybody? Why would you bring curry? And it's like saying, like bringing Taco Bell on a space station. Why would you do that?
Yeah, it's true. But the cuisine is now at that level, by the way. They can actually have curry on and a bit of naan bread there now. The Indians are doing it. And then NASA's had all sorts. They've had pizzas up there, have they not? And various other meals now. So the meal has come up in leaps and bounds. It's not so much this in pouches sucking on out of a tube. You know, you squeeze it. It's not like that anymore. You can actually use a knife and fork.
This NASA lunch is brought to you by Taco Bell and Dr. Pepper and Pizza Hut.
Gojo, did you have something you wanted to say, or you just got your mic open?
Oh my gosh, like, I don't have anything to say. I'm just listening. You know.
Okay, terrific. Could you stay on mute because you're hot micing a little bit?
Oh, really? I'm really sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Yoder, you here at the moment? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know if you got my tag to you over the weekend, man. I don't know if you saw my apology. I meant it.
Okay.
Apparently you didn't. You probably get a lot of tags.
No, I'm not sure why, but I understand. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to. Yeah, no. So yeah, we had, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I didn't realize too that I understood what they were saying to each other in German. So we had like some German language or English language learners come in, like 3 Germans the other night. For the folks listening, I'm not airing dirty laundry. This isn't anything bad. It's just a good situational awareness and maybe a good lesson learned for my part. But we had some English language learners. They were all speaking German with each other, and they came in, and there was like one guy who was really good at English and 2 guys whose English was barely passable, and they wanted to really dig into this topic in a technical way. And sometimes they would go back and revert to German and converse amongst themselves to talk. And we try to moderate in English here. It is an English hub. And when I've taken foreign language immersion courses, I was not allowed to speak in my native language at all. And maybe that's a tone we should adopt here moving forward with people that come in and do this. Is that if you're in the English speaking hub, if you're in even our channel, sorry, like if Arabic's your native language, you're more comfortable, you want to revert to that with your friends, forget it. You're speaking English. Try English. The more you try and fail, the better you get, period.
It is a rule in the server, all right? But there is, like they say, if you want to speak in your native tongue, go to the appropriate channel that's dedicated towards that. The thing is, like, there's also a certain amount of discretion and like you said, situational awareness. So I think so what I heard was them at some point one would not understand a word right in English, so they would just quickly refer to each other in German, so that the other one, like you said, that knows English better can communicate the meaning of the word to his friend, right? So that he could understand what was being expressed. Yeah. I think that's mainly what was going on. I don't think that they were like snickering with each other or anything like that at that stage. Right?
No, they weren't. I mean, they were, just trying to clarify and asking for definitions. And, it did get technical, and that's understandable. We get into very arcane topics here that aren't very commonly understood, even by English native speakers. So.
But yeah, and knowing that German, or at least you understand German to an extent, I feel a little bit more comfortable. If I see you in here, I can definitely, let it be a little bit more passable. For me, Spanish is a second language. So, when I hear people speaking Spanish, I can be a little more tolerant of it just because I understand it more. I get where you're coming from. Yeah, it
makes sense. Yeah, and I should have been a bit more patient too, which I'm not always, so I apologize.
But I wanted to be fair to you because I understood your point of view. I was just upholding a rule that we generally keep, and that was the only reason why I was a little confounded. But sitting on it and everything, it's like we can all be adults about this, and if you speak a certain language and you understand what's going on, obviously, like in the future, like if your mic's open right now, if we have the same situation, someone speaking German, I'm going to lean a little bit more into you, and just hopefully you hear something and you say, "Oh, hey, I know what you said. That's not allowed." Yeah. Blah blah blah.
Well, we've actually done what they were doing in here in the past. I mean, so like someone was stuck, right, in English, and when it came to a certain point in the conversation that they couldn't express what they wanted to say in English. They couldn't find the right words, right, because they were lacking in English, right, skills. And then somebody in here amongst us that can speak their native language or a language that they understand would then interpret, and then as soon as they got that figured out, they'd go back to the English, right, and continue on in English. Like Mick's done it, Jamsy's done it. I think we've used Sasha, Migawigu, he knows Arabic. Oh, and Necros, and a few others, right? Like so, we have actually used that method, and it's just briefly and temporarily. It's not like we're going to just like suddenly just like turn the whole live stream into a foreign language spoken debate or conversation, right? Yeah, so it's just discretion. That's all it is. It's just got to use discretion.
Absolutely, and I just wanted you to know. I know I don't take offense to it, Yoder, but just in case there was any question in your mind about it, like there's no hard feelings about it. I understood it completely.
All right, cool, man. Yep.
So anyway, yeah, Artemis 1 and 2 were both fake and gay. No, nobody? Pretty large panel in here right now. Let's see what we got. I'll just go down the list. We got the 2 YouTube bots at the top. If you're wondering how we're streaming and where we're streaming, those 2 bots will guide you to our YouTube channels. 20 Cups, always up in front at the top. Good to see you, man. Cider Filla, how you doing, brother? Hope everything's all right up there. It's probably starting to warm up around where you're at. Bet you're a little bit happy. FE Alaskan Malamute, always good to see you, man. FE Batman, good to see you. Ganja Rambo, you're new to me, but you seem pretty cool. Welcome. For those that don't know, the Haiti bot, that's how we play audio, stream audio through for everybody to listen. ISQ is on deafen. I appreciate you being here and giving numbers for the time in the room. Hobby.
Everybody.
What's up, William?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I was talking with in the room, veganism is better. I told them they will be black. They are going to eat the cows. Eat. Yeah, man. You will be black, man. You are don't eat cows. Eat. Is that right? Because if there is a many of
Hey, William, just so you know, you're breaking up. I didn't make out anything that you said.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hopefully he comes back. He seemed very excited to talk. Hobby, good to see you, man.
Yeah, but was he talking about veganism?
I have no idea. It was like breaking up every other syllable.
I thought I heard something about don't eat meat. I could be wrong, but like that's what I thought.
Oh, I got it. You know, not to turn this into a vegan chat. I've got this. Found this video the other day showing plants breathing, and because plants are breathing, I said, "Take that, veganism." Here, check this out, T-Dub. What's up, Jesus? How you doing, man? Jim CBR1. What's up, Jesus?
Just saying hey.
Right on, man. One of these days, I gotta talk to you. Just curious as to what brought you to Flat Earth. I always ask everybody this question because everybody always has a different story. Generally the same, but it's a different. Everybody's got their own unique take on it.
Yeah, well, thanks for the warm welcome. Yeah, I mean, if everybody...
Oh no, he must have gotten a phone call, kicked him right out. What brought you to, like, what year did you learn about Flat Earth, Jesus?
2008.
Wow, that was a long time ago. What made you consider the Earth to be flat?
Oh, I just walked outside and looked.
Right on, man. How old were you then, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I was above 18.
Okay, so, I mean, you're still in your youth a little bit, and you went out and made that observation early on?
Yup. And I looked and I saw that it was flat.
That's pretty cool, man. Yeah. I mean, I had a similar thing. Like, so I remember when I was a kid, right? That the teacher, I was like probably first or second grade, and the teacher was like, you live on a globe, and this is what Earth looks like. None of it's connecting, right? And then they pointed to the location of where I went to school at, like where it would have been a roundabout at that time. Now, I think I was living in North Carolina at that time, and by that time I'd already flown in a plane, so I'd seen the Earth at above 30,000 feet, and looking out the window, and to me it looks flat, right? And the teacher goes, "This is where you live," and pointed to about the region of where North Carolina was on North America on the globe. And I looked confused, and I raised my hand to the teacher, and I said, "But the Earth doesn't look round." And the teacher was like, "Well, that's because it's really big and you're really small, and so it looks flat to us because we're so small." Oh, okay. So my whole life, I always just thought that was the case. And I mean, even as an adult flying, when I got up to 45,000 feet, wow, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat, right? And even as an adult, I would say that it still looks flat before I even knew the Earth was flat. How crazy is that?
Crazy.
But you always you feel like you've always had that experience. You knew
no.
it when you went outside.
I thought about it when I was like 5 years old. So
okay.
I thought about it young, and then I grew up like everybody else and got taught the globe.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was an adult, I knew that it wasn't a globe. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's fair, man. Yeah, another incident, I remember being a kid growing up. Why were there always two choices for science experiments? You either could do a science experiment using the scientific method, or you could get some styrofoam balls and sticks and create the solar system and write a story about the solar system. It didn't click with me, right? It's two different things. One of them you actually have to do an experiment, another one you just have to read stories. So nobody came up to you and said the Earth was flat? You just kind of figured it out for yourself?
Yeah, I saw it on TV. I saw Barack Obama say that he didn't care about flat Earth. And as an adult, I took responsibility for that.
Interesting. So it just
I had to take
hearing
over.
them give.
I had to be the man of the household.
Okay. So hearing that, you just the fact that they were giving too much credence to flat Earth, something that should have been long forgotten.
Yeah, well, they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball in 2001 with 9/11. That's actually when they really dropped the ball.
Yeah. Hey, when Jesus talks, I don't hear him on the live stream.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it goes way back.
Well, he's Jesus. He can do stuff like that.
He can walk on water. He can cancel out the live stream.
Yeah, he can eliminate his voice from the recording. Yeah.
I appreciate you sharing that story, man. We got Cathos, always in the scripts talking. Kingsley, we hear from you once in a while. Life Forever. I've never heard of you before. You got a galaxy in your profile, man. What shape do you think the Earth is? Luis Kuiper, how you doing? Mark J. Oh, Me Plata. I remember Me Plata. Haven't seen him in a while. Changed his name. Mark J. Matrix, the one and only.
Morning.
Good morning. It's almost noon for you, right?
No, it's 7:15 in the morning.
Oh.
Ouch.
Are you on the West Coast?
No. I'm about 5 hours from the East Coast.
Oh, so you're Central.
No. I'm about 16 hours from Central.
Well, not mid-center. I'm just saying, like, central to from East Coast to West Coast.
Of the eastern state, New South Wales, yes, I'm central of that, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a big-ass continent, man. Almost as big as Texas.
You wish.
Hey, you came out here recently, didn't you?
Oh, years ago, 2014.
Oh, no. This is recent. I think it was Timbo came out here recently.
I'd like to come back.
Come to Texas, man. I had some work out in the same town as Orvis, so I got to meet him in person. He gave me some beef jerky. That was pretty cool.
Right, good morning to you, Matrix. Just heard your voice there.
Hey, Jen.
What's up, Jen? Did you get a phone call?
No, I don't know what happened. It cut off, and I didn't even realize it cut off until I finished everything I said. And then I looked down, and the screen is not in. I'm looking at a different image. Okay, so how far did I get? How far did I get in my flat Earth awakening?
Well, basically, you said g'day, and then you said about 2 more words, and then you were gone, and it's like, oh, well, he's just got a phone call. That's what we all thought.
Bloody hell. Yeah, so, well, let me try again. Hopefully I'll get it right this time without any interruptions here. But, my flat Earth awakening came after I'd done lots of research into the other conspiracies. And as I said, I think in 1995 in England, a friend of mine by the name of tried to inform me that they hadn't gone to the moon. He asked me, how do you know they went to the moon, Jin? I said, well, I saw it on TV. You know, I'm 34 years of age, still, wet behind the ears. I said, no, I saw that on TV, basically. So, and I actually said this, and they wouldn't lie on TV, would they? I actually asked that question. Okay. So he said, well, his mother feels that they didn't go. So I said, yeah, and as if to ask for some more information, and he didn't give me any more than that. So I swore at him. I said, "You effing idiot, blah blah blah. You and your mother are loonies. I saw it on TV. Now get out of the way. I'm trying to work here. I'm on the door. F off, will you?" Right. So then we fast forward to 2001, and that began my journey into the moon landing hoax. And I discovered that they didn't go. And I looked into it, and I understood why they couldn't have gone. So I phoned up Dave to apologize to him after 45 minutes of ringing around because he had changed his number and everything. And he had forgotten about that incident at the wine bar where I was working. So that surprised me. But I apologized to him. Then I carry on researching the moon landing hoax. And then we fast forward to 2014, and flat earth videos were popping up in my recommendation bar. And I sat there thinking, "Oh, that's stupid. Earth's not flat. What idiot's putting that up?" Now I'm not listening, not looking at that stuff. Carried on researching. And then every other day, there'd be more videos coming up on the recommendation bar. And I thought that my wife's computer had been hacked. So I got a bit concerned because my wife would have been telling me off, "What's all this flat earth junk? What is this junk on my computer?" So I got a little bit concerned there that all these videos were coming up. Then we fast forward to the Boxing Day of 2026 now. 2016. 2015 Boxing Day. And I clicked on one of these videos. I thought, let me look at one of these flat earth videos now. Let me see what I could learn from these stupid flat earthers. What could I possibly learn? And that's when I realized that I was the idiot, because everything that it put forward, especially the horizon and the lack of curvature, really struck home like a sledgehammer on an anvil. So I went, wow, I've been an idiot here. What have I been doing? And then I realized how I sucked at research as well, because I should have realized from the moon landing hoax that if they've never gone to the moon, then they could have never have taken the picture of Earth as a sphere, and it all just fell into place. And I went, wow, let me go and look at all the other videos. So I ignored. So I spent 8 hours of viewing flat Earth videos, and with an engineering brain, I'm able to articulate what I learned to a reasonable degree that people can understand that they need to check something. We've been lied to. Right, so now I wrote on my whiteboard, cleaned it off. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the Earth and how do you know? January the 6th, 2016. I had it all ready. This is Boxing Day. I'm already preparing for my students when they return. I run upstairs. I inform the family. And that began I'm into the 11th year now. There you are. Okay? Jin CBR1, Flat Earth Awakening. Yeah, my biggest embarrassment, of course, is the fact that when you go parachuting and that, you see the Earth beautifully level, but you don't realize it's meant to be curved. It didn't enter my brain at all, right? That, and I've climbed mountains and had sailing and things like this, where you see the Earth spread out, and you don't think, where's the curvature? It doesn't hit you at all. You just enjoy the view. That's what hit me mostly, And then my personal travels with my family and my friends, traveling around the world by plane, by ship, hovercraft, ferries. All those clues were there. Missed them all. Not one clue did I pick up. And then I didn't pick up the clues from the research of the moon landing hoax as well. So it was a very powerful awakening. And I'm glad for that. Really, I'm glad. I always thank the content producers. Yep, they produced a lot of material. The groups that I'm talking about at the time were Celebrate Truth, for example, Jaron, of course, ODD, Eric Dubay, Dave Murphy. Who else? Oh yeah, Mark Sargent, of course. So there was a lot of videos that a group that I was watching, and I watched for 8 hours. These particular, and I did like Celebrate Truth. I'm not a Christian or anything like that, but they had some really glossy material that woke most of us up regarding the heliocentric model and how it's not possible for it to exist. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Absolutely marvelous. Dave Murphy from England. I think he was in Ukraine or Russia somewhere, and that was a really good one. It was called The Greatest Lie Ever Told. Part 1, Part 2, or you can get it in one complete set. That was good. I watched that. And then, ODD. Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I watched. And it was good. I woke up strongly. Yep. And then hopefully I'm still there. Hang on. There we go. What's going on? Okay, yeah, I'm still there. And yeah, so that's how I woke up to the flat earth. That's my journey. And I've been teaching it since 2016. I woke up in 2015. And I've loved every day of it. I'm enjoying it now still. I'm actually doing what I call flat earth outreach in the politics. So I go into the politics server and I go into these channels, and I try to introduce the flat earth to them. When there's a quiet moment after they finish talking what they're talking about, I introduce myself. I said, if you look at my avatar, you can see, yes, I'm a flat earther. And what I'd like to do is just pick your brains. What is the shape of the earth and how do you know? Now pay attention. What is the shape of the earth and how do you know? That is very important, that second part. But let's go. And it's worked out well. I've got 7 people who have realized that it is flat now, which is good. And then,
what's wild, Jim?
Go ahead.
For me, like, I'm sure this is how it is for a lot of people in the flat earth community, and everybody's got their own unique story. But like from a general vague stance, like I'm sure many people here can testify to this. For me, like, so this is my own personal experience, and then I'll tell you the part that we all agree on. So for me, I always felt like I was struggling to break even with the world. And once I realized that the earth was flat, it was no longer a ball, and like the entire cosmology was wrong. And it gave me like a new sense of direction, like, oh, now I got to go out and try to figure out more about what the world is. I was no longer wanting to go to other planets, right? I was more curious about this world. And so like after that, I no longer felt like I could fall below halfway. Like I feel like I was above halfway for the first time in my life. And then what everybody seems to generally agree on is like this new found appreciation for life, where all of a sudden, like you want to be healthier, you want to consume things that are better for your body and your mind and your spirit. You're no longer just putting whatever into your body. And I see that amongst a lot of people is everybody's wants to do better for themselves. And not only that, but you and I and anybody else having a conversation, we want to pick each other up. We don't want to tear each other down. That's what I noticed.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah. You want to preserve the earth more because you realize that it's not yours. It's you're a custodian and you have to keep it in pristine condition for the children not yet born. Yep. You realize you're in a system of devaluation. So you want to avoid that and put more self-worth in yourself. You're right. Yeah. It gives you purpose because you understand. I mean, I had that feeling of not wanting to go to the planets when I realized I never went to the moon. So that was the end of that. That shut that down completely. Flat Earth is an elevator. It just elevates you. It brings home and drives home that there is a creator. Not might be, there is. No doubt about it. Remember, we're talking about a flat Earth, non-rotating. What made it? Who made it? They're the questions that we're never going to get the answers to until maybe when we pass on. But yeah, everything you said resonates with me, that what you said. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the beauty of being a flat earther. That your humanity just shines through every time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jim. So, like, you hear people say, right, okay, so the fact that there's a creation means that there's a creator, right? So, because you can't have a creation without a creator, right?
Right, yeah. Right, yeah.
Okay, what about the other way around, though? I mean, if there's no creation, right,
mm-hmm.
then there's no creator.
Yeah. but I can't.
You see, because it's a paradox. Because, like, what is a being? What is it being? What is a being if it hasn't created anything? Is it a creator?
Well, it's not a creator.
It can't be a creator.
No,
Right.
it can't be.
Right. Right. See, it's like that's an interesting paradox because, like, what would define a creator would be that being creating something, right? And having a creation, right? So they kind of like they complement each other, like they define each other, right? You can't have one without the other, right? It's interesting because a lot of people think of it the one way; they don't think about it back the other way. It works too. Yeah, I realized that the other day, and I thought that's very interesting.
Yeah, the only time we can call ourselves creators is when we actually create a child, for example. Yeah, that's our creation, our ability to create. Yeah, life. That's where we become creators ourselves. You know. But as for the earth itself and its beautiful splendor, I don't know if man didn't make the mountains. You know, and the weather systems and all that food that we have, especially the fruits and berries and nuts. I mean, this place is just so wonderful. It's amazing, you know. And we ourselves.
Okay, let me ask you another question, right?
Yeah, go on.
Now, this is regard. Let's just like entertain this, and then we're going off topic a little bit here. Just entertain this for a moment, right? Whether you believe in the creation, biblical creation narrative or not. Did God create Adam? So did God create Adam? And
well, if that's
did God create Adam?
To be God, yeah, it would have to be according to the Bible story. Yeah.
No.
Right. Okay. No. God didn't create Adam.
No, the Elohim created Adam. That's plural. It's not the same word as the Tetragrammaton. Different God.
Okay, fair enough.
The Elohim.
Fair enough. Okay, still applies, right? The next question still applies. Did the Elohim, or God, if you feel that that's more appropriate, did Elohim create Cain and Abel?
No.
Yes? How?
Adam and Eve did after they left the garden.
Yeah. Right. That's interesting to think about, isn't it? It's just a little.
Yes, it is.
Just a little food for thought.
Yeah, I have thought about that. Yeah. Yes,
almost like they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then they too became creators afterwards.
Yeah. People are putting forward words like incest and all this because, when you have a family, you have your children, and then they go off. Who are they going to marry if there's nobody out there but there's just the four of them? You see what I mean? People do have that question.
If you accept the Book of Jubilees as being authentic scripture, it tells you that Cain married his sister.
Right, yeah, that would be a bit odd because normally we don't marry our sisters, do we?
And if there are no other choices.
I mean, guess they had, yeah, exactly, yeah, right.
Yeah, and thanks, Jedi, for that accurate depiction of what you said there. Thank you.
And Elohim is plural too, folks.
Yeah, I said that as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm just tuning back in.
No, you're fine, buddy.
Right.
We went out to the weeds to go play.
Just a little bit. We did say that, though. He did say just to entertain it as such. But well, I'm still in the camp where we were created by the Creator. That's where I reside at the moment.
One of these days, I have to sit down and read the book of Adam and Eve, and the book of Lilith.
That is being compiled based on oral tradition.
Oh, I know.
So it's not actually a like a carried on, written word for word ancient script. Right. It's yeah, but it's still an interesting story. I enjoy.
Yeah, no, it is an interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Based off of all the writings, Job was the first one that got put into writing, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's interesting, the story. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. You say I don't really follow any of the Bibles as such, or any of the religious books. I'm just looking at Earth as it was created before religion was around. That's how far back I want to go and take it from there. That's it. I don't get embroiled with all these stories as such anyway, because they cause confusion for me. And then you have these unnecessary wars going on. Go ahead.
No, I'm just clarifying. Like, so like you just you're not going beyond the point where the creator actually began creating things.
Yeah, I think he already created it already. I think man and everyone already on the earth with all the food that we would need. That's the image that I carry.
Like I said, like I asked, like did the creator or creators, right, create Cain and Abel, right? And it's kind of like yes and no. Some people say yes and no, like indirectly, like it was made possible. Okay, but think about this, like what if, like, so initially, something had to be created, right? And then from there, things began a natural process of its own accord, right? Mm-hmm. Some will argue it's not of its own accord, right? But like Adam and Eve brought forth Cain and Abel, right? They produced them. They basically are the creators. Now, the substance that was made available for them to do so, and that they themselves were made of, was probably created, right, by creator or creators.
Yeah.
Now, what if they are proof of concept?
Yeah.
Right. So the concept of them was created, right, and then the ability for them to actually become, like in a physical sense, like happened due to the concept and the availability of what was the requirement of the concept coming to fruition and becoming physical. So in that sense, they already existed before they were, right? Because in a conceptual form.
Yeah. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, I'm struggling with all the different races we have: Chinese, Japanese, Cantonese, Vietnamese, for example, Africans, Indians.
Dirty knees, look at these.
Yeah, then Germans, French, Italian.
All proofs, right? All proofs of concept. All proofs of concept.
Yeah. You got all these different races on the earth already. So I think God created all of those.
You didn't hear me, Jim.
I don't think it could have come from just Adam and Eve. That's why I don't follow that.
No, Father God, Creator God created everything. The Elohim created Adam and Eve.
Okay. Sorry, Elohim created.
It's crazy. Sorry, Jim, but there's when we look at say the Tetragrammaton, right? The Yod Vay Vard Hay. That has been replaced over a few things. One of them's the Elohim, the other one's Father, the other one's Yeshua. Sorry, not Yeshua, that's Jesus.
Is it Yahweh?
Yeah, that's the one, Yahweh. But that's like a god from Babel. That's a Babylonian god. But yeah, there are three gods in the Bible. Apparently, if we were to read Genesis as correctly, like we are, Adam and Eve were created by the Elohim, if we were to look at the correct translation, apparently, of that specific time when the Tetragrammaton's used.
Right.
So the Elohim created Adam and Eve. Jesus' father, probably Jesus, I don't know, created everything.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Interesting,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It is interesting. Yeah, it is. But we can't pin it down, can we?
To what?
As to how we actually arrived with all the animals and everything in place. You know, because the dinosaurs, ladies and gentlemen, the dinosaurs never existed. So let's forget that. Forget the dinosaurs completely. Delete it from your memory, because it's a non-entity. That is a spanner in the works of humanity's life. Carry on. You know, because if you go back, you're going to have to try and adapt this dinosaur into your reality, but they never existed.
Did you know that they said that the T-Rex had did you know that they said the T-Rex had feathers?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. National
my
Geographic.
theory on that?
Go on.
What do you mean by dinosaur?
I know, right? My theory on that is that maybe there was something of that size back in them days. I'd like to think of it like can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I like to think of it as like maybe it was a giant chicken. That the T-Rex really it wasn't a lizard, it was a giant chicken genetically modified, just like they modify tomatoes and potatoes and all these other animals that probably pump them full of steroids, modify the genetics.
AI from the past.
I mean, if you look at the arms, it looks like chicken wings.
Well, yeah. I often wonder what use those arms had, because what was it grabbing? I mean, come on. But anyway, and if it fell over, go ahead.
Absolutely nothing. It's just a bastardization of what was already created.
Thank you. Well said there, Jedi. Yeah, because a National Geographic, they had to apologize for the Archaeoraptor. This Archaeoraptor was constructed by the Chinese as the transition of dinosaurs into birds, okay? It was called the missing link, all right? And it turned out that they found it was made up of bones from different birds and that, okay? That's what it was. And so National Geographic had to apologize for that, for publicizing it and pushing it into our domain, yeah. So, yeah, dinosaurs, no one's ever seen one of those. No real material exists of this stuff. Just lies. You know? Terrible. Like I said, bastardization of what beautiful.
Why is there artwork of essentially velociraptors across?
Not back in the long.
Hold on, bro. Okay,
Go ahead.
Guess what?
Go ahead.
I get to finish sentences. Thanks. So there's artworks of what looks like raptors, for example, St. George and the Dragon. And around that time, in societies that hadn't yet really met each other, so they're all drawing images of the same type of creature, yet having no cross-pollination yet that we know of. And if they did, it happened in the past, before that. So the legend of that creature, or sightings of that creature, either one must have promulgated within each society separately.
Let's have some real remains of this stuff. Something we can actually get our hands on and analyze. That's it, really.
You don't need real remains. You don't need real remains for a creature to actually have existed, right?
I seen a Greek pottery, I think it was Greek, where it had this little figurine of a human hugging a stegosaurus. And I thought that was really unique. Now, maybe that was faked or something. I'm looking for it still. I can't find it anymore.
There's a lot of them in the art history. There's a lot of them in art history that are reference to what we would think of as dinosaurs. And like I said, they're in different cultures and separated by oceans.
They were just poorly drawn camels.
They didn't even have camels in all those places.
I know, right? It was a poorly drawn giraffe.
But again, that doesn't matter, because now we're already talking about living humans seeing these things versus them living millions and millions and millions of years ago. So it's already, counter narrative. Just like when Mary Schweitzer found the soft tissue in the T-Rex bone, and she's like, "Oh wow, this could only be 50,000 years old." And they're like, no, it's millions of years.
She was forced to have to come up with some sort of reason, right? She had to go along with the millions of years thing instead of reworking her and shifting, majorly shifting her paradigm. Something to do with iron and the conditions within which the item was being preserved.
Yeah, maybe it was in a cryogenic chamber invented by the ancients. Right? You never know.
Yeah, but they made sure that they held on to the millions of years idea.
But anyway, Jesus corroborates in the New Testament who created the male and female in the beginning. In case you guys are wondering, it's in Matthew.
I was. Thank you.
He absolutely says he created them in his image, male and female created he them. Same reference from Genesis.
Okay, so that title of Elohim, like the reflection of like the plural, are we talking about the Father and Jesus literally having a conversation and saying, let's create him in our image?
Well, the Godhead is plural, so it's not unreasonable to refer to it as plural, especially when they're conversing with each other. And especially since the Bible explicitly states on numerous occasions that Jesus is the sole creator, but that the Father is involved somehow. For example, it says the Father created through the Son, right? But then it says the Son created all things himself. And nothing was created that was created except through him.
Sorry, didn't also the Spirit of God, wasn't his spirit over the deep? So also the Spirit of God's involved in creation as well then, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the Elohim will just be a title for the Trinity? Or the way that they would express themselves?
Yeah, but it's also a generic. It's also a generic. It can also be a generic term for God. So I mean, all those would fit God, the Godhead, being the three divine agents. Depending on how you parse that out, you could say, well, I'm a Unitarian and I think this way, or I'm a modalist and I think this way, or I'm a binitarian and I think this way. But the only three entities that are attributed Godhood in any sense of being a non-contingent being, in other words, they're the source of creation, not the other way around. It would be the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. There's nobody else. Anybody else would be created. And the Bible is clear that nothing that was created except through Jesus. So that means the ultimate creator of all things is Jesus. And then if you say, well, the Father was involved too, well, then you could argue that. But the Bible's explicitly clear with that logic that it says everything that came into being through Jesus, and nothing that came into being did not come into being except through him. So that's double exclusionary logic. That means there's no way out of the categories.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Jesus is the Word, isn't
it? Right, and the Father corroborates in Hebrews that the Son created all things, that he laid the foundations of the earth himself, the Son, and that the heavens are the works of his hands, the Son. So there's no other entities that did that, and then Jesus came along later and took credit for it. There's nothing substantiating that in the scripture at all. And the logic that's presented makes it exclusively clear that Jesus is the creative agent, the only creative agent. that view, whenever someone says the creator, they would be referring to Jesus. And that would be of all things, the creator of all things. Anything that's created is created by him. So therefore, anything else would not fall in that class. So if you say, well, my children come from me, well, you're not truly creating them in the same sense that Jesus created everything. So they're two different senses.
Okay, so who did Adam and Eve walk in the garden with? Jesus.
Well, the Bible said no man has seen the Father at any time. And
yeah, that would make sense. Okay.
Plenty of people seen Jesus. And they've seen plenty of entities that they referred to as God. And Jesus said, Abraham saw my day. He said, and they asked him, did you eat with Abraham? You saw Abraham? He's like, dude, before Abraham even was, I am.
Okay.
So yeah, most of those appearances are Jesus. Yeah.
Also with Moses on the top of the mountain, Sinai, when we're talking about the Ten Commandments, probably talking with Jesus, we can maybe reference that in the New Testament when the stoning of the adulterous woman, where Jesus knelt down and wrote in the sand with his finger the laws, or maybe what was being discussed. No one actually knows what was wrote down with his finger, but the only time anybody ever wrote anything was that finger, I think, in the Bible was on the tablets. So maybe it was Jesus who wrote with his finger on the tablets.
There was also on the wall of the king where he said to him, Mene, mene, tekel parsin, which means, I think it means tonight you're going to be weighed and measured.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember the king, but it was basically God wrote on there, basically saying, guess what, dude? Tonight's your last night, homie.
Nice. Okay, cool. Thank you, mate.
Now there is a lot of
non-corporeal form too.
Yeah, there also is a lot of arguments out there that there are a different set of gods or God that created the world, and then Jesus is, come to save the world from this retard God who's a dickwad. Well, that's just all Gnostic heresy. So it's all intended to get you out of the truth.
It starts talking about the monad and stuff and Sophia and
Sounds to me like you guys were just describing a scribe of righteousness.
Yeah, pretty much.
You guys, haven't you heard about our Lord and Savior, Aether Christ? The Aether is the creator. Hong Kong. You see, creator, tor is a torus field, and you can't create without a toroidal field, so you have to have a toroidal field of energy to create, so the creator is the Aether.
Yeah, you start getting atom from Adam in a minute. And we start separating the atom into its constituent parts, and we start talking about electrons and neutrons.
I think Adam,
and Eve all of a sudden. Gotcha.
I think Adam just means dirt. And by the way, Adam and Eve were both called Adam.
Both called dirt.
Yeah.
Cool. Still makes sense to me.
And human basically means basically means spirit in a dirt body. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Now the real question is just how hot was Eve after all? Think about it. Adam threw the whole human race's future away so he could spend more days with her. She must have been smoking hot.
I don't know.
You telling me he gave it all up for an ugly bitch?
But yeah, but wasn't she the only one around?
She was the only one.
Relativity, okay. Listen, things would have been different now, of course, but this all could have been fixed by one simple sentence. Hey, God, that chick you gave me messed up. Can I get a new one?
Return to sender.
Well, that brings me up to another crazy doctrine, which is a lot of people will argue that, well, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is some kind of sexual sin that Eve actually engaged with the serpent, and that's what caused her to have a serpent child. And so there's actually two breeds of humans on the earth, the serpent seed and the righteous seed, like a biological seed of Satan. And that means that some humans are less than human, and that means that you're right in treating them like dirt, right? So that's clearly nowhere in the scripture. In fact, the Bible says that God has made man of one blood to be across the face of the earth, not two different races. But we had a famous flat earther preach that serpent seed doctrine, created a whole ministry about it, called it Seed, SEED, had a big picture of a tree and a big red background. Like, oh my goodness, you better find out who them dirty serpent seeders are. You better treat them like shit. You gotta be careful, dude. Gotta be careful. Oh, and somebody who believed in the serpent seed doctrine challenged me one day, and they said, "Oh, well, seed always means biological seed, right? So when it says, I'll put an enmity between your seed and her seed, it must mean that there was a serpent seed, which is a biological seed." Well, guess what? The Bible's clear that the children who are of the faith of Abraham are counted as the seed. So the Bible's clear that it doesn't count seed as purely being biological offspring. It's spiritual offspring. So they're in your spirit. So when Satan is your father, when the Bible says that, it's not saying he literally jacked off into Eve and you got born and now your great 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 granddaddy was his baby. That's not what it means. But there are plenty of people out there who they'll get some notoriety in the flat earth, and then they'll jump on that and be like, "Hey guys, you follow me for your flat earth advice. Now let me tell you all my hokey religious advice." A lot of times it just takes a simple reading of the scripture, and you can clear up a lot of these misconceptions. Now, obviously, not a lot of people know all of the different references and stuff, so it does help to ping ideas off people who are more knowledgeable or have been down the road before. Or even just use cross-references in a glossary or a index or a Strong's concordance or something. Yeah, flat Earth is a breeding ground, a hunting ground for cultists to find their prey and pick them off one by one. So steel thyself. Just because you're a flat earther doesn't mean the battle is over. It's just begun. Going back to roofing.
Appreciate the history lesson, AI. It is important to understand the history of things.
If we don't understand our history, then we don't understand our present, and we won't understand our future.
Incoming papal forgeries. I'm going to plug Jay Dyer. He's like the Indio of online apologetics for orthodoxy. Screw it, I'm going to play it. Unless you override. I won't be offended.
The engine is starting up.
Moment, space, lives. Let's create lives. Moment, space. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body. He looks good. He looks good. Moment, space, lives. Moment, space, lives. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Moment space-wise. Moment space-wise. North Cola.
I would like to have intimacy with you.
On the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Moment space-wise.
Let's create.
Godfather has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. Good, good, good. Space. Sex. Space.
Space. Moment space-wise. Moment space-wise. Space error. Moment space-wise.
Moment space-wise.
Moment space-wise.
Let's create. Space. Sex. Space.
That might be the worst song I've ever heard, Sporadic.
Glad you liked it.
Yeah, Yoda, how old is that track?
A few months. It's not mine.
All right. All right. Sounded like something from the 1980s. New wave. You know? Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, like for those of you who don't know, Mormonism is like the ultimate space religion. Besides maybe Scientology, they're probably tied pretty close.
for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the high-tech gospel. Them build space age systems just to track, but I walk in the field on the ground, stay flat. Walk to the river, sit under the tree, breathe in the air, yeah, the experience free. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and a next step, see the road stay level like it waiting for me. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, free like a dream. Turn on the TV, there's a globe on that. Buy a brand new shirt, there's a globe on that. Plumber truck drive by, there's a globe on that. iPhone background, there's a globe on that. Music album cover, there's a globe on that. Hollywood movie, there's a globe on that. Them stamp it everywhere so you don't forget. $1 billion brand, yeah, cost them sweat. But me walk outside, feeling the breeze. Water resting flat, calm as you please. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, free like a dream. Pay for the rocket, pay for the flight, pay for the telescope to stare in the night. Searching for the curve that they say is in reach, but it's just a straight line looking out from the beach. Wally get thin, but the world same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, free like a dream. Oh, Globe Earth costs money,
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Ah, hi, Jen. Jen, are you here, brother?
Oh. Yes, I'm here. How are you doing? Sorry, I was on mute there. Yeah, go on. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you, bro. I got a question.
Oh, okay, go on.
Why, when lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow appear on the moon's surface and it's round? How can you explain that?
When you're looking at the eclipse, right? You're not looking at the surface of the Earth, so that's not a proper way to measure the curvature. That's not how you do it, is it? Is that going to be accurate? Why can you not just measure the surface of the Earth? Why are you looking up? You live on the Earth. The Earth is meant to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared to make up the radius of 3,959 miles, which will then go on to make 24,901 miles circumference. Why can we not do that? That's the gold standard, is it not? The eclipse doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, okay?
So what is the black thing on the moon and the eclipse?
I have no idea, and that's not how I know the Earth is flat. I don't look up and say, "Oh, I'm living on a flat Earth." No, okay. That's not how I know the Earth is flat. Sorry, there now. So it's flawed. It's a flawed methodology and the wrong direction you're looking. Okay, looking to the moon and shadows don't prove the shape of the Earth. How do you prove the shape of the Earth? Do you look up? Or do you actually measure the surface of the Earth? Which is going to be the most accurate? Which one?
Looking to the moon.
Oh, so you're saying that not measuring the surface of the Earth is going to be the most accurate? You're saying looking up? Well, then you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Okay.
So what is the truth?
Sorry?
What is the truth if I was wrong?
Well, the truth is that you must go to the surface of the Earth and start measuring for the curvature where you live. The Earth, this is where we all live. We don't live on the moon. We don't live on an eclipse. Can't go to those places to confirm anything. But you're living on the Earth, and they've told us that the Earth is 24,901 miles circumference, supposedly. And the radius is 3,959 miles. So with those two numbers, we can go and confirm now here on Earth where they gave us the numbers. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So I will ask you, when are you going to do that? When are you going to go out and check?
Wow, when eclipse happened.
No, I mean measuring the surface of the Earth, because that's not, the eclipse doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
I don't know another way. This is the only way we can check.
That's not the only way. That's wrong. See, that's incorrect.
Actually, I don't know.
Yes, you don't know. That's it. That's the answer there, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't know how to measure the surface of the Earth. Well, then you have to start to make observations on the surface of the Earth to see how far you can see, for example. And between you and the object you're looking at, right, there should be some curvature there. Okay, so if you can make an observation of 10 miles, for example, and you can see objects at 10 miles away from your location, from your position, then you shouldn't be able to see those objects because Earth's curvature would be blocking your line of sight. 66 feet of Earth's curvature would be in the way between you and the object that is 10 miles away. Okay, but we are making those observations at 10, 20, 30, okay, 275 miles of observation has been made across this beautiful flat Earth with cameras. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, cameras, telescopes, etc. are making these observations, proving to us that the Earth isn't curving. And your biggest clue is water. Water always lies level. It doesn't follow the curvature of any object on the exterior. In the interior, like a cup, yes, it will follow the shape of something inside the cup, but outside it rolls off because the outside of a ball or a cup is not level, so it would just roll off. That's your number one clue. Water always lies level, and they say Earth is what, 71%, supposedly 71% water. That's a lot of water there. That's leveled water. Do you understand?
Most of this, yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah. So one more point. So if you look up at the sun, the moon, and the stars and those planets, then you're looking in the wrong direction to understand and find out whether or not Earth is a globe. Okay? You have to measure it here, where we are. You see, for me, if I want to wash my car, I'm not going to wash next door neighbor's car. I'll wash my car. I'm not going to wash the next one. It's the same car, next door neighbor, but I'm not going to wash that car because that's not my car, is it? I have to wash my car. So my car is washed. So if I look up at the planets, I'm not going to say, oh, we are the same as those things up there. That would be a false equivalence fallacy. So in order to be sure we are the same, I must measure the Earth here first. And if it's curving, then I'm going to say, oh, it's curving like those up there, you see? And even then, I still would have to check that those up there are curving as well. So I can't make a proper evaluation of those planets. So you have to be very careful. That's why you must measure the surface where you live. It's the gold standard. And I'll leave it there.
There's got to be a couple of brave souls in here that think they live on a globe that could probably prove it, right? Got to be somebody. Or maybe not. Has all confidence been lost in the globe itself?
It would seem so. No takers.
Well, that's not bad. It only took 10 years and we've destroyed all the hope or confidence that they could have in that idea. I think that's not bad.
Yes, absolutely tremendous job we've done there. Yeah.
built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape, every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see, it's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land, it's just dust inside my hands. Showed, I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see, it's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land, it's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat, you can't draw the cold, you can't draw the hunger, you can't draw the soul. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand, because the map is not the Fold it up, put it away. The ink is washing out into the grave. Into the grave. rise and stretch, unbroken lines. No bending arcs, no curving signs. The water rests unmoved, untamed. A level truth they've left unnamed. The stars don't shift as they proclaim a fixed domain, not spinning frames. Their mouth deceives, their logic flawed. We test the world, we question gods. Through the synthetic lens we see it clear. No faith in models that disappear. Observe, deduce, let reason steer. The plane beneath us draws us near. Pressure stands without a seal. Geodetic lines reveal. Their claims collapse when tested twice. Refraction breaks their paradise. The gyroscope resists their spin. No Coriolis to begin. Their math deceives, their logic flawed. We test the world, we question God. Through the synthetic lens we see it clear. No faith in models that disappear. Observe, deduce, let reason steer. The plane beneath us draws us near. Pressure stands without a seal. Geodetic lines reveal. Their claims collapse when tested twice. Refraction breaks their paradise. The gyroscope resists their spin. No Coriolis to begin. Their math deceives, their logic flawed. We test the world, we question God. Through the synthetic lens we see it clear. No faith in models that disappear. Observe, deduce, let reason steer. The plane beneath us draws us near. Horizon straight, the truth prevails. No spinning ball, no fairy tales. Through observation we break their chains. A grounded truth on endless plains.
So it's been frustrating for like the past 100 years, if not longer, but really within the past 100 years, is that academia and government, big institutions have been operating within scientific disciplines in which you could say empirical rigor is paramount, but the foundational premise of their physical sciences, the globe, for example, has been basically a triumph of mathematical underdeterminism, model fitting, data fitting, back testing, a practice in the study of signs and symbols, which is semiotics, and not really concerned with objective measurement. And there's so many fallacies, so many ad hoc rescue devices that have been attached to this globe in order to continually rescue it and make it work and allow other scientists to use the globe and to backfit their data to it. It's all circular reasoning. It really is. And I really think it begins with the fable of Eratosthenes, the gigantic circular myth and tautology that Eratosthenes had given us. Seems to be the go-to, right? Whenever we ask someone for a proof of the globe, it's always back to Eratosthenes, a man that may have never existed. So that narrative goes back to, when was that, like 200, 300 BC, maybe 250 BC, split the baby. So Eratosthenes basically said that he measured a 7.2 degree shadow. 7.2 degree shadow difference, actually, a shadow angle difference of 7.2 degrees between two places, Syene and Alexandria. These are two places that he thought resided along the same longitudinal meridian, and there was a 7.2 degree shadow difference between the two. And we're told that this difference of angle, 7.2 degrees, proved the curvature of the Earth. And ultimately, what this was an exercise in was begging the question, petitio principii. And if we're using a shadow as a proxy for curvature, then we have to inject some kind of assumptions. We have to inject some kind of parallel ray assumptions if we believe in a globe, because that's how you're going to get a globe. You're going to have to assume parallel rays. And the reason why you're measuring angle divergence is not because you're looking at a small object from two different vantage points. No, that's not what the globe says, folks. It says something that is completely unintuitive. It says that you're looking at one gigantic object whose light rays are not fanning out like spokes on a bicycle wheel, but rather that light is coming to you and everybody that can see it in parallel. So where do you get the 7.2 degree shadow divergence? Well, we get that by assuming parallel light is casting diverging shadows on a curving surface, and the curve curves 7.2 degrees from one place to another. And that curve of the surface that the shadow is being cast upon is what's different. But you can have different shadow lengths on a flat surface. It is not cast by a sun giving off parallel light, but rather a sun that is giving off radially splaying out diverging light, as you would typically expect from a source like a candle or a spotlight or a campfire. So if you use like a shadow as a proxy for curvature, you're going to have to inject some assumptions. And when you do that, that's backfitting, that's data fitting, that's begging the question. It's an exercise of underdeterminism in modeling. If you take the same exact angular data, but you strip away all those assumptions of parallel rays and apply it instead to a flat plane, the math resolves perfectly to triangulate a local sun above the Earth. Now, you will not be able to get its fixed position from multiple observers simultaneously, but that's not exclusive to a flat Earth. That problem also exists amongst globers. They can't triangulate the position of the sun either. So when they say, well, you flat earther, you have a problem, because if you get 3 simultaneous observers to triangulate the sun's height above the Earth, you can't do it. You can't triangulate it. Well, you can laugh and say, I know you can't. I know you can't either. You can't either. You can't either. Nobody can. Nobody can triangulate the height of the sun or the height of the moon, or anything in the sky. It's a celestial body. Nobody can. You can't triangulate the height of an object that is casting parallel rays to a curving surface. So it's not quite the gotcha that they think it is, because they have the same problem. We all do. We're all in the same boat together. So if you go back to Friedrich Robert Helmert, F.R. Helmert, the father of modern higher geodetic surveying, Helmert, yes, the guy who wrote the textbook on how to survey the globe in the late 1800s. Helmert, whose 2-volume set spans nearly 1,000 pages, written in German, translated into English, French, Spanish, multiple major languages, but not every major language. His 2-volume set is quite honest in how it describes the physical surface of the Earth. I mean, Helmert actually openly admits that the physical surface of the Earth is irregular and follows a complicated law of formation. He admits that they're not actually measuring a globe. And nobody does today either. They measure local angles and local distances without the globe, and then mathematically reduce. That's their word. They perform a reduction. Kind of like imagine if you could take a blanket, you and a friend, and you spread out the blanket and you hold it flat between you two. And then both of you lower that blanket down onto a basketball. You are reducing the horizontal datum to a globe model. You're reducing the flat Earth measurements that you took that went into your data. And you use math to bend it and wrap it around a ball. So when we say the horizontal reduction of the datum, or the reduction of the horizontal datum, or the reduction of a datum to the globe, or to WGS 84 or some model, the reduction part is what's interesting. It's the word reduction. They are lowering, they're reducing, they're taking something that they measured flat and they're allowing it to rest upon a curving surface mathematically. That's what they're describing. Geodetic surveyors don't actually measure, they mathematically reduce. They measure local angles and then reduce those observations to a theoretical construct called the reference ellipsoid. So, and the fun part is you can choose which reference ellipsoid you. That's right. So you're taking your real world observations. You get to pick any theoretical model of the Earth that you want to reduce those to. You can reduce it to a 1920s version of the globe, or a 1980s version, or an 1860s version of the globe, or any version of the globe that you want, or a flat surface that's not a globe, or a lunar surface that's not a globe. You can make it a dinosaur nugget, a banana, donut, doesn't matter. You can reduce your measurements to any topology. So, and Helmert acknowledges that a topology reference is chosen for computational convenience. Then you're performing backfitting. You are doing data fitting, you're back testing and affirming the consequent. That's begging the question. What happens when your instruments do not orient or align themselves to the vector of gravitational acceleration and buoyant acceleration? What happens when your instruments aren't aligning with Plumb? How would you figure that out? Well, your plumb line, is that set by something in reality, or is that set by something mathematically with a model? No, your plumb line is absolutely set in reality. But the problem is, if you were to choose a way to represent the Earth with a lumpy geoid, and then you were to go take a physical plumb line measurement, and it doesn't match that lumpy geoid, what's true? What's true in this case? Your measurement in reality or the model you picked? What happens when they don't match? Well, guess what? They actually don't match. And geodetic surveyors call this, in this case, a deflection of the vertical, when your plumb line doesn't match with the mathematical model. Well, how do they determine that in more detail? Well, they measure discrepancy between the hanging plumb line and their geometric fiction, and they apply mathematical corrections to force reality into the fiction. They open up a nautical or astronomical almanac, because geodetic surveying combines astronomy with civil engineering. You open a nautical almanac, It says basically, we think Earth is a globe, and if Earth is a globe, then at this particular point in time, let's say 2:31 a.m. at 43 degrees north latitude and 174 degrees west longitude, that, I don't know, a star, call it Pop-Tart, Pop-Tart 5. The star called Pop-Tart 5 will be directly overhead at 2:41 a.m. Boom. At this particular point in time. They open their almanac and they look at that and they note the time. They're like, wow, so for hundreds of years, people have recorded this particular star, Pop-Tart 5, to be at this location at this point in time. Well, I'm in this location. I'm not exactly at the location where the almanac would present, but I could probably deduce or derive my location. So let me go do that. So I'm going to go derive my location, and I'm going to say, oh, shoot, I'm off by a few arc seconds or arc minutes. Crap, what happened? My plumb line. If I was directly underneath that star, it would not be directly under that star. What happened? How come my almanac is off by the plumb line that I set? Well, at this point, I have two choices to make. I can either doubt my measurement or doubt the almanac. Maybe I could opt for a third and doubt both, in which case I'd be really skeptical. And I may as well do that. It's within my rights. But let's say I doubt both. Or what if I only doubt one? What if I'm a modern geodetic surveyor and I say, you know what? My plumb line, my physical plumb line is what's wrong. So when I open this astronomical almanac, this one is correct. Yes, this model that I'm referring to is the correct one. Because why would hundreds of years of observations all be wrong? And I may be a geodetic surveyor, but I don't really know for sure how the history of astronomy was poured into this almanac. I have an idea, but you know what? I'm going to accept this as the ground level truth. My plumb line, it's slightly inaccurate. So how do I deal with this? Well, I'm going to apply a correction. That's right. I'm going to apply a correction. And I know I measured my plumb line 50 times, and it's still wrong according to the math and according to the model that it should match. And it doesn't match the astronomical models. So, yeah, the model's correct because that's a globe, and my plumb line is not correct, even though I can measure it accurately. And other people can measure it this way too, but everybody's wrong. The model is what's correct. That's exactly what they're saying, folks. They're saying that their instrumentation is wrong. The model is correct. So the ad hoc rescue comes in. So what happens when empirical reality violently contradicts the globe model? You know, the survey, the Great Trigonometrical Survey of India, I think it was called. Remember people talking about that? Surveyors found that the massive Himalayan mountain range, massive mountain range, did not deflect the plumb line as much as Newtonian physics predicted, as much as Cavendish would have wanted. Yeah, that's interesting. The idea is that the gravity must be pulling starlight in local areas in such a way as to deflect away from what is expected with your measurements. So when you hang a plumb line, Pop-Tart 5, the star we referenced earlier, should be at a particular position in the sky as you hang your plumb line relative to what the plumb is pointing to in the sky. And for simplification purposes, let's say you were at 2:41 a.m. at what did I say? 43 degrees west or north latitude, and was it 170 degrees west longitude? And let's say you're there at 2:41 a.m. Planet Pop-Tart 5 should be 90 degrees zenith to your position, and you string a plumb line, and it's not. They say that gravity is bending the starlight such that your plumb line doesn't match. Yeah, so the gravity is deflecting the plumb line. It has to be, guys. Because the star isn't completely overhead as you expect, but the star must really be there and gravity's warping it, which means it must really be straight, even though it doesn't look that way. So when they take their pendulums and they take their dowsing rods, they start swinging their pendulums and tensing their dowsing rods around the Himalayan mountains, and they find that, for some reason, plumb lines are way more accurate here. I can get much better accuracy relative to the astronomical almanac than I thought I could. Maybe Isaac Newton was wrong. These mountains should be deflecting a whole ton of starlight. I should be completely inaccurate with my plumb lines relative to the astronomical almanac, but I am so accurate this hurts. So what's happening here? Is Isaac Newton wrong? Well, they say no, they're going to keep Isaac Newton. They're going to keep the globe from the nautical almanac, but they're going to say that the Himalayan mountains aren't as deep, aren't as massive. They're not bending the starlight as much as you'd expect in that local location. For whatever reason, they're going to say that the base of the Himalayas are probably not as dense. They don't extend as far deep into the earth as they thought it did. And so they're going to update their model. So instead of basically falsifying the gravity model of Newton, two surveyors, George Bedell Airy and his friend Pratt, they invented a term called isostasy. So they hypothesized that the mountains possess some unobservable, low-density roots that are extending deep into the mantle, which would normally cancel out the gravitational pull that they expected based off of Newton's model. The observed terrain failed the math, or did the math fail? They invented unseeable terrain to save the theory, folks. George Bedell Airy invented unseeable terrain to save the theory because gravity didn't pull like they expected to in the Himalayas if Earth is a globe. That's a huge fudge factor, isn't it? I mean, you can smooth out anomalies all day long with your theory. You can keep your theory, no matter how false it is. And when a surveyor measures a physical flat baseline distance on the ground, in geodesy, that empirical measurement off the bat is deemed invalid because it has to undergo this reduction. So there's like a difference between geoid height and ellipsoid height called orthometric height. Both of these are unseen. Both of these are unseen corrections. And both are applied. Empirical ground data that they measure is erased and mathematically replaced in order to allow their convictions to testify for a sphere. So if you understand the difference between raw data and theoretical frameworks that are used to interpret the raw data, then you have to realize that the globe is basically an object from representational reality, not even representational, from imagined reality. It's not even a simulacrum. It's a conception that generates its own reality. And furthermore, as we keep pointing out, the map preceded the territory. The globe preceded flat Earth as an idea. The globe has been legislated and mathematically imposed and not measured. And it's okay to be skeptical of this entire process. It's okay. It's okay to say that it's crazier to think that the world could be delusional with the globe than it is to accept the reality of a flat Earth measurement you can go obtain and justify on your own. That's right. So you can be a skeptic, and in the process, you're not rejecting science. Not at all. You are part of the process. You're a part of the demand by science, just to anthropomorphize science a bit. Science is demanding your skepticism. Science is demanding your purity of your epistemology. I can't even say it. Epistemology. The way that you arrive at how you know something to be true is what the scientific community, if it even is a community, is demanding. They want to see that. They want to see that documented. They want to be able to verify and replicate it themselves. So yeah, you can be skeptical. And in the process, you're fulfilling that need. Just don't go doing the same things that got us here in the first place. Don't go mathematically underdetermining your way to flat Earth. Models are not reality. Benchmark your claims to reality, not models. The map is not the territory. All maps are imperfect. All projections are wrong. But the question is, how wrong? All distances on maps are inaccurate. The question is, how inaccurate? All orientations of things on maps are inaccurate. The question is, how inaccurate? What is the true distance between New York and Paris? How do you measure that? What is the true orientation of New York with respect to Paris? And then how do you actually measure that? Yes, it is 2026. We've not actually measured these things at all. We've created maps and we've calculated them, but we don't know for sure how far these cities are or what their true orientation with respect to each other actually is. It may be pretty close. Current maps, WGS 84 and all that may be pretty close. But what I want to know, how far apart are they from reality? So flat earther, I want to know exactly how inaccurate latitude and longitude on WGS 84 actually is. How do I go do that? How do I determine how inaccurate this is? Well, I'll tell you what, I can't use WGS 84 to determine how inaccurate WGS 84 is, right? That'd just be fruitless effort, fruitless endeavor, and circularity. And it also doesn't do me any good to assume that the Earth is a globe of a different latitude, longitude, a different conformal shape. Like, I'm not going to use instead WGS 83 and compare that to WGS 84 and say, oh, WGS 84 is more accurate because it's newer. No. What are the actual measured distances between things? What is their actual orientation amongst these things? We don't really know. We know enough to question the prevailing theory, the prevailing belief system of a globe. We definitely know enough. We in our community have done laser measurements, have done long distance observations of all kinds. We've got our own surveyors, our own people with theodolites, our own people with high-tech long distance super zoom cameras and airplanes and weather balloons. We've got all these flat earthers who are totally decked out with all this tech. We know we've measured the Earth flat. The problem is how is that reconciled with WGS 84, with latitude and longitude? We know that so-called error corrections are baked into a continuously updated GPS system. How much of those corrections flatten out the Earth again? How much of those corrections actually diverge from the ideal WGS 84? What kind of corrections are we talking about? Ionospheric negative refraction of radio propagation corrections, like all kinds of crazy crap, timing corrections. Oh, the ionosphere was thicker, at this point in time, so we had to extend our pseudo-ranging packet by an extra 0.0235 milliseconds. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that goes on. Oh, you're on a geoid, you're at this particular long, so you're vertical, your gravity vector is deflecting and pushed off to the side a bit. So we're gonna correct that. And at every point between the 5,000 miles from point A to B that you traveled, we're actually gonna update your path incrementally. So while we'll show you WGS 84 and we'll show you your path on the mathematical globe from A to B, your actual path was corrected continuously along the way. Where did that actually bring you? Who the hell knows? GPS isn't actually measuring your distance, isn't actually measuring your true orientation and your true reckoning. No, it's internally consistent within the system itself. So as long as you stay within like WGS 84, within GPS, within this framework, this interoperable framework of the modern world, then you'll be self-confirming your distances and orientations and your time to travel between locations all day long. And you'll be able to say, you know what, I'm using the globe and I'm fine with that. But we're not fine with that. We're not fine with that because we've measured errors in the globe, irrefutable errors. So we want to know just how far off we are with all this. I don't know if we'll ever get that answer. I mean, to get that answer, you need to fund massive expeditions of the likes that haven't been seen in 100 years or longer. I mean, nobody's done any of these explorations in over 100 years, right? I mean, the last great exploration was probably Admiral Byrd's so-called exploration of Antarctica, if you believe any of that. Why wouldn't I believe Admiral Byrd? Yeah, I mean, don't we have many flat earthers who do? Maybe that can lead me to the next question. Why should we trust Admiral Byrd? An open Freemason? I mean, not that you want to throw babies out with bathwater, but why should we trust Admiral Byrd? Wasn't there some controversy regarding a North Pole expedition of his? Yeah, 1926. Los Angeles Times writes in 1996, new clues add doubt to Admiral Byrd's claim of North Pole primacy. That's right. 1926, it's claimed that Admiral Byrd actually reached the North Pole. Amazing for Western prestige. But it looks like he might have been deceptive about that. And this Los Angeles Times article doubting Admiral Byrd's claim of the North Pole primacy, it reads, again, this is May 9th, 1996. Richard E. Byrd, the famed American polar explorer, who claimed in 1926 to have been the first person to fly over the North Pole, may actually have turned back 2 hours and 150 miles short of his goal, according to new evidence released by Ohio State University's Byrd Polar Research Institute. Yeah. There was this era leading up into the third geophysical year where everybody for a couple hundred years, from America to Russia and France and England, were racing to make all these scientific discoveries about our world.
Was that due to the GPS giving errors back then?
As long as you use GPS consistently, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, GPS works great if you're on flat land or on a hill, but if you're in a valley, all of a sudden GPS doesn't work so well.
I know, right?
I guess the satellites over my head don't work.
What's up?
Hey, what do you think about this, this mission, Artemis? Is this also fake?
What do you mean, is it fake? Fake in what way?
I mean,
they're not going to the moon, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Will they go to moon?
Yeah, that's nonsense. You can't go to the moon
Why?
because there's no outer space. You can't go to a place that doesn't exist, dude. There's a moon. We see a moon, but it's not in a giant vacuum called outer space.
Oh, it's inside Earth.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about inside Earth. I don't think there's a way to define like where it's at.
Oh,
this what I'm telling you, man. Like the idea of outer space was invented. It wasn't discovered by a person. Hey, we discovered that there's an outer space. It wasn't discovered like that. It was invented in people's heads. So it goes back to the Greeks, Democritus and Epicurus. They invented the idea. Invented it. An idea. It's just a human idea.
Oh, so you don't think that vacuum exists?
No, I don't think it's possible. Because the second law of thermodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Entropy, yes.
Yes. So why doesn't the vacuum of space or the air on Earth, which is 15 pounds of pressure per square inch, why doesn't it fuck off into the vacuum? Why doesn't it reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum? Like everything else.
You're saying that why just Earth do not, sink?
The air. The air.
Oh, the atmosphere, why doesn't it go off? That Earth atmosphere, why doesn't it, just go off into the atmosphere and into vacuum, right?
Yes, entropy.
Oh, but have you heard about magnetic field? So far to my knowledge, I know that magnetic field holds that Earth atmosphere, right? Do you know what magnetic field is?
Yeah, I know what a magnetic field is. Jesus Christ. What kind of question's that?
Yeah, of course. So do you believe in it when the magnetic field of Earth? Do you think Earth has magnetic field?
Oxygen, hold on. Oxygen, first of all, the air is mostly nitrogen. That's not magnetic. Okay? And oxygen is only magnetic at super cold temperatures. And it's very weakly magnetic. So I don't know how the magnetic field would hold the gas. And how that magnetic field would overcome the kinetic energy of the gas, its temperature.
Uh, but yeah, gravity is also the main reason, you know. The air isn't special. It is made up of, you know, molecules. Those molecules have mass. So gravity pull those molecules down. Just like, you know, when we throw a rock uh into the air, it comes down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
could be the reason, right?
No,
think?
can't be the reason.
Mhm.
Because I can take gas. So let's say I have a vacuum chamber, right?
Yes.
What happens when I put a little bit of gas inside the vacuum chamber? Does the gravity hold it to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
No.
No. So how is the gravity holding the gas? Right? It has to hold the gas away from the vacuum.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, so if I try to do an experiment where I can show that this can happen, like a vacuum chamber, let's say it's a 100-meter tall cylinder that's a vacuum, and I insert gas into it. What's going to happen is the gas is going to distribute evenly throughout the entire cylinder, no matter how tall it is, and it's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the vacuum. Actually, the pressure of the entire cylinder will go up. So we have something called the kinetic theory of gases. If you look in this kinetic theory of gases, which describes the motion of gas, there's no gravity in it. And there's another problem, okay? If gravity could raise the temperature or raise the pressure of gases, that means if you turned up the gravity, say you had a gravity knob, right? You could turn it up. That means the gravity could turn the gas into a liquid. And then if you turn it up further, it would turn the gas into a solid. So when I look at a phase diagram, right, of solid, gas, liquid, I should see gravity on one of the axes instead of temperature. Right? So that means gravity would be able to do work and cause phase changes of pressure, temperature, air density. There's no theory on how this would happen. There's no math on how there's nothing behind this. It's just someone said gravity holds the gas to Earth. Why? How do you know that? Because it has to. There's no physics model. There's nothing that can describe how this would happen. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravity or how gravity creates any thermodynamic frickin' properties to happen at all.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I'm trouble having a, you know.
I know it's hard to accept because you learned, like, yeah, dude, there's this outer space thing. It's a big giant vacuum and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at how is this even physically possible? Is there evidence for this? Why are you interrupting?
Because I can't.
Because you can get muted? Because you can. No, you can't. Fucking rude people, man. I don't know what it is in this server, man. People are just rude here. Yeah, learn freaking manners. Well, yeah, I know. We have, like, you know, ultimately, you know.
So are those schools wrong? Like they taught me this shit.
Yeah, they're only teaching what they're told to teach you.
Oh.
Your teachers don't know anything. They get a textbook, right? They go to university. They get a degree in education. They go to a school. They teach you out of whatever the textbook says. They teach you whatever textbook I don't know how they get the textbook. I mean, you know, they do buy the textbooks, right? So there's a monetary incentive to buy one textbook over another.
There's no pure. There's no purity here. There's no like pure. That these ideas are just being taught because they're true. They're not taught because they're true.
Oh, I see.
Remember, I saw my son's textbook, and it was a history textbook, and in the textbook it said Vietnam War. Want to know what it said?
Vietnam War.
Yeah, Vietnam War. It was a history book in school. Vietnam War. That was the heading.
Oh, really?
That's yeah. No, part of. Listen, just
Yo.
are you handicapped, bro?
What did it say? No.
Okay, then learn some manners. Your parents should beat you with a stick, dude. So in the textbook, the section on the Vietnam War just said insert text here, meaning he had a textbook, and instead of having the history of the Vietnam War, it had insert text here.
Oh, I see. Okay. But why would it have insert text here? Why?
I don't know why I said that. So it was, like I said, it's a history book. So it had like World War I, World War II, Korean War, and then when it came to, described each one of those wars, what they were about, who the sides were. When it came to Vietnam War, it just said insert text here, meaning they never just wrote it out. Does that mean the Vietnam War didn't happen because they didn't put it in the textbook?
Okay, I see. No, it happened, right?
Yeah, I know it happened. The textbook is just the textbook. It isn't always right.
Okay.
And the teachers just teach within the textbook, because if they don't, they'll get fired.
Yeah.
I want to play something though. Hey Yoda, you're gonna get a kick out of this. I'm gonna play a little bit of audio. Okay.
Mhm.
So just stand by, X. This will be eye opening to say the least. Well, ear opening maybe. Ah, shoot. Hold on. I gotta convert this into audio. I jumped the gun. So why do you think the Earth is a spinning water ball in space?
I mean, it makes
And
sense.
why do you think people why do you think people are going to the moon?
And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise.
Why do
Why
I
do you
think?
think
They do some research on the rocks of moon. They do.
Oh yeah? What do you know about that? What research did they do? Did you know that that Neil Armstrong gave rocks, moon rocks, to the Dutch ambassador way back when, back in the 70s? When they went to when the museum, they ended up in a museum, and when they tested the rocks, it turns out that they were petrified wood.
Petrified wood, you say? Really?
Petrified wood.
How is it possible?
Yeah, well, I mean, does that mean that the moon is made of petrified wood?
I guess.
Because it was Neil Armstrong.
Okay.
The astronaut, Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, I know him.
So hold on, I'm gonna play this now.
Mhm.
And so I think it's like 2 minutes or something. But this is very interesting. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to this, X, because this should be eye-opening. This guy is not a flat earther. This is just a normal guy, a physicist or something.
Mhm.
is depressing. It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this, interstellar travel, the answer is never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific, theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to find a way to cover those distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion per trip, $500 billion by some estimates. That's because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting-edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on, if it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes. To make that trip in a human lifetime, you need something that can go many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying, you can't predict where technology is going to go. 200 years ago, they could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your sci-fi to make interstellar travel possible, like the ability to produce a near infinite amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical supplies out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use them for is to travel to another star because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier than this. And if you say, but the natural instinct of humans is to go out and explore and to colonize other places, My answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from everything. And the better and more comfortable life becomes on land, the less appealing that looks. This is fantasy in the same way that The Lord of the Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
That's some good shit right there, man.
Who is he?
I don't know. He came up my Twitter feed, my X feed.
Damn.
But I detected zero lies. Everything he said was 100% accurate.
Sounds like.
To travel to another star, we're basically already have to be gods on Earth. And so why would we even go there? There'd be no point.
Yeah, but the question comes in, right? If there is no vacuum, how can we see those twinkles
We
on those
can't.
stars?
We can't. It's all fantasy. Not just the wormholes. It's all fantasy. Did you not remember me telling you? This is historically accurate that outer space vacuum was invented in the minds of men way before there was any evidence for it. There was no evidence for outer space when men first thought of it.
Oh, I see. But what are those, those things?
Now think about it. Just think about it rationally for a second. There's some Greeks in 300 BC. They imagine that out there's a giant vacuum of space.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2,000 years, they're right. 2,000 years later, they just happen to guess right. Come on, man. That's not how the reality works, bro. We don't just guess something and then 2,000 years, the people that guessed, they just turned out to be right. No. So that whole philosophy, the Epicurean philosophy, it is what we, not we, it is the modern idea of how the world works was invented by the Greeks 2,000 years ago. The idea that there's atoms and that there's an outer space vacuum and that there's only matter and energy. These are metaphysical concepts thought of 2,000 years ago. They weren't discovered by men in science or whatever, right? So what happened is people had metaphysical theories about reality. And then science came from them doing experiments to prove that their metaphysical theories were true. Okay? But they didn't use what we would consider the scientific method. They did what's called cherry picking and confirmation bias, where they would do tests to confirm what they already believed in the first place. For example, sticks and shadows. If you believe the sun is nearly infinite distance away, and then you measure the shadow of a stick in two places in their different lengths, you're going to go, well, the rays of light are parallel. I must be on a ball. Well, you already assumed that the sun is very far away. You already assumed that the thing that you're trying to prove is already true, right? So, and the reason they think this is they thought this idea of the Earth being a globe was metaphysical reasons. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, Yaga Bruno, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You have one experiment and two different interpretations. It depends on what your starting assumption is on how you read that, which will determine your conclusion. Assume a flat Earth and a local sun. One conclusion. Assume a ball Earth and an infinitely far away sun. Another conclusion. Now, these same people that use this logic thought that there was a near giant vacuum of outer space and that there was spheres, whipping around the Earth. But not everybody thought that, just that group of people. And their ideas are what carried the day through history, and the other ideas have gone away. So, for instance, here's an idea that gone away. They used to think that there's something called the Copernican principle, which says that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. It's just like everything else. Well, that idea, that's not how people used to think. They used to think that the stars, the moon, the sun were a unique physical environment that was different than the Earth. So there was the terrestrial environment where we live, and then there was the celestial environment where the heavens are, right? Where the stars and the moon. And they thought that they followed different rules. And the reason they thought that is because when they tried to do observations that would work on Earth, those techniques couldn't work when applied to the celestial environment, right? So if I want to use triangulation to measure the distance of the sun or the moon or the planets, right? They don't work. If you do the calculation, it shows they have no distance or an infinite distance.
I see.
So they couldn't so they had reasons to think it was different. It isn't just like there's a lot of things about. I mean, they talk about it all the time. We looked through a telescope and we saw this thing. How is this even possible, right? So there's stars that disappear, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of stars have disappeared that they have on photographic plates going back. So here's another thing. They found transients, right? So they looked at old photographic plates from before satellites existed. And if they interpret what they captured in the plates, that satellites existed before satellites existed. Meaning they saw transient, quote unquote, objects, lights that cross the sky and appeared at repeating patterns. And they can calculate that they're orbiting the Earth, but they couldn't be orbiting the Earth because satellites didn't exist. They weren't invented yet. This is in the 1940s. So you either have to take one or two choices. There's alien spacecraft, okay, which to people nowadays, they think that that's a rational choice somehow. Or the theories of how all that behaves, the celestial environment, our hypothesis about it is wrong. Okay? Our choice are aliens or wrong.
Oh.
Which one do you choose? Is it aliens orbiting spacecraft or are they wrong?
I guess they are wrong. Oh, no, sorry, the aliens.
Aliens?
And I'm having trouble understanding.
You've been listening to that freaking video. Where'd they come from?
Oh, they were wrong. Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, where'd the aliens come from? They have to do the thing that, remember they said space travel? We basically have to become gods to travel to another star. Why would aliens become gods and come here?
I mean, yeah, my bad. I mean, in a sense that you can say that how pyramid was made, right? Those could be, there is a conspiracy of aliens making those pyramids. So
now this is all well and good, this space travel stuff, but it's just it's fairy tales. You're never going to space. I'm never going to space. It's just not happening. Cryptic net over here, like, if the government says there's outer space, there's outer space. He is the ultimate brainwashed person.
Oh,
But I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
yes, sir. Oh, yeah, it was nice talking with you. I think I'll go and do some research.
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, X. You're a good dude.
Sir.
What you mean, like somewhere they've got the camera roll, maybe a section of the film in a display case that you can look at?
Yeah, you can look at it yourself and confirm that
Is
this
this the
actually
part that
exists.
didn't go poof
Like a
with the
link.
telemetry data?
Yeah, like you can confirm this is an actual photo taken on an actual camera roll, and you can see the raw, unprocessed version yourself.
Is he talking about?
I mean,
Are
before
you talking about
proceeding,
the
I would like a
negative?
link to that.
But you can't.
Are you talking that we can pull out the negatives?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
like this is like before digital cameras. This is the actual like camera roll.
Yeah, the
no
negatives.
Yeah, it's in the University of Arizona. You can go see it.
You can't go to the physical location itself and confirm that's actually real.
Yeah, so that's a real photo. Before Photoshop, before all that, but you can actually go and look, confirm it was
If
a
you
real
say
photo.
so, Daddy. If you say so, Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, well, I'm surprised none of you like gone and looked. Is
Well,
anyone?
how do you know that that film was actually in the location that they said it was? You know what I mean? Because they said that
Well,
film had to have been in Earth orbit. How do you determine that that film physically was in Earth orbit?
Without going there yourself.
Well, you can like, presumably, maybe. Well, how would they even fake it? Like, how would that have gotten onto that camera roll? Otherwise,
How would they fake it? Like you're asking us how David Copperfield does a magic trick?
If you cannot tell how he did the magic, it must be real.
Right.
Right. I mean, just because you may not know how a magic trick was done doesn't mean that it's not a magic trick.
The question is how did you confirm it?
What is a fallacy? I cannot conceive how could it be done. Therefore, it has to be truth.
Right. It's like a reversal of the burden of proof. You know, it's like look, you and I, Jemsy, we are watching David Copperfield on TV live performing a magic trick. He is making the Statue of Liberty disappear. How do you know he's going to do this? Because when you're watching TV, you're going to see about 20 people sitting on bleachers that David Copperfield is talking to. And those 20 people are witnesses to his event of making the Statue of Liberty disappear. You know how you know he actually made the Statue of Liberty disappear, Jemsy? You saw it happen, and everybody sitting in those bleachers, all 20 people, confirmed that they saw the same thing. They saw the Statue of Liberty disappear. So, Jemsy, I'm going to ask you, how would they fake it? If this was fake, how could they possibly fake it, Jemsy?
All of the same people.
Based on that, David, he's a real magician, and he actually has superpowers, and he made it disappear.
No, don't be silly. Listen, if you can't tell us how they faked it, it means he really did make the Statue of Liberty disappear.
According to Daddy,
you're just living in denial. You're just a denialist.
Yeah,
You're denying the science.
Daddy.
No, it's not science. It's magic. He's a magic denier.
Bro, it's magic.
Daddy, real quick. Daddy, is it possible that this is just a painting and they took a photograph of a
I'll
painting?
give you evidence of it's being fake. Do you want the evidence?
Yes.
Water don't curve, brother. You can go to the ocean that is in that picture and measure the water, and it's not curving on the surface. That's how we know it's fake.
Yeah, that's the best one, obviously.
I don't know.
If they showed like one of the Pyramid of Giza in the middle of New York City, you could just go to New York City and see it's not there. You don't need to know how they faked the photograph. There's no Pyramid of Giza in New York.
If I show you, like
if I show you,
data,
dude, you have no idea about
data.
Oh yeah, let's hear this one.
There's if there's a surveyor and there's a drop over distance, you're gonna like. I can say, oh, that's curve, and then you'll say, oh, that's refraction. And if you show me a longer like distance one, I can say, oh, that's refraction, and you can say, oh, that's lack of curve.
I won't. You have no idea what I say. Look, brother, we're going to shine a laser. We're going to shine a laser over a stretch of water, right? And then we're going to measure the height of the laser.
All right, you can't poison the well before he even says something. You can't tell him what he's going to say.
And they ain't gonna measure that anyway. You're
We've had the
misinformed.
conversation before. It's gonna be a
Well,
dead
no one is measuring that anyway. You're misinformed.
Sure, we could talk about, well, because I was just wondering, like, how is this NASA live stream fake? But if you're saying there's layers of algorithms that like show the exact weather patterns,
how do you know it's live?
Yeah, you can't prove
Because you
it's
can go
true,
outside and
dude.
look at
That's
the
the
weather
point.
and it matches
You got it
perfectly.
wrong. You're
It
reversing
matches.
the
Show us the match, dude.
Yeah, but wait, but Indigo.
No, I want to see the correlation match, dude. Give us numbers.
Well, I don't have like.
Yeah, you just made that
flying over
shit
my
up,
house
dude.
right
This is
now.
the desperation you guys do. You eventually would just start making shit up. Just like you said you're going to measure drop over distance, which you're not gonna. You made that shit up. You've never looked at any survey data in your entire life.
No, the thing
you
is,
also said that the clouds and
do, but
NASA
when we do,
images
you say
match what's on the
refraction.
ground.
No, you
that can
don't,
verify
dude.
when you look up.
We do.
You're
and
lying
that's
about
the
the clouds
refraction.
too.
You just think you do because some anti-flat earther said we measure drop over distance. You've never looked at any data set in your entire life about this, ever.
I literally have.
But I have.
Yeah, like look, it's a gridlock where
It's not a gridlock. You're making shit up.
That's refraction.
No, we don't say that.
and I
We
say
say no. We don't say the drop over distance is refraction. That's a straw man. We've never said that.
So if I show you survey data that shows the exact predicted drop over distance,
what is
you're
that?
You're going to say refraction.
What is the exact? No. But first of all, what is the exact predicted drop over distance?
The 8 inches per mile squared?
And are you claiming that's what they measure?
There's plenty of surveying data. You guys reject.
Okay, are you claiming that's what they measure? I've seen the survey data. I know more about surveying than the surveyors you're going to cite.
Yeah.
Dude, you just heard some shit and you're parroting it, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
You don't even know what, surveying is basically a death blow to the globe anyway.
Look, bro, check this out.
It's a death blow.
You know what the WGS 84 is? Do you know have you ever heard that, the WGS 84?
No.
Okay. Oh it's God. A reference ellipsoid that surveyors use. If they measured curvature, why would they need Okay.
I wouldn't know.
No, so they take measurements and they map them to this reference ellipsoid, this imaginary mathematical surface.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they need to do that if they're measuring curvature?
Right.
Oh, like we went over last time, the angles are going to be over 180. Unless you
he knows about spherical access. He didn't know about WGS 84, but now he's totally going to give you a lesson on spherical access. That's just.
I know nothing. That's fine. Yeah, I know nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
You really don't.
Well, you don't because you don't know rejection. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. It's the first thing they do to the numbers. You have no idea that's where the spherical axis comes from because they're tilting the azimuth. You want me to give you the surveying fucking documents where it says it? Reduction of the horizontal direction. Do you know what that is?
Angles.
There is no reciprocal zenith angles, dude.
You expect to come up to 180 degrees. If it's over, you got to correct for the curve.
Yeah, he needs to describe this now.
And it lines up. Why does it line up?
We just confused the vertical with the horizontal, dude.
Yep, he did.
Okay,
so, Indio, I think he needs to describe in detail what spherical excess looks like to the surveyor.
Yeah, he don't know what it is.
I think, well, maybe we can test him because he brought it up. He's talking spherical excess. So, hey, our guest friend, let's say you are the surveyor, you got your theodolite. What's happening? For you to determine that there's spherical excess, what's happening? What are you doing and what's so confounding?
For reciprocal zenith angles, you take measurement from point A to B.
I asked for spherical excess.
Yeah, that's not the spherical excess, dude.
What do you mean by spherical excess, then?
What do you mean by spherical excess?
You're the one who
brought it up. We know what it is. You freaking don't. And that's what we're highlighting for the audience right now.
You said the phrase.
What do you mean by you people?
Access. I didn't phrase it that way.
No, you totally did. You totally brought up spherical excess. It wasn't a word in the conversation until you brought it up.
Play back the live stream. I never said that.
You did bring it up, debate. You did bring it up because actually he was talking about the ellipse.
I might have brought up a concept that he calls spherical excess. I just want to know what he means when he assigns that.
You brought it up, bro.
You brought it up as if you knew what it mean when he was talking about the ellipsoid. He was asking you a question, and you brought that's your answer. Remember?
And you're on the right track to bring up reciprocal zeniths. That's part of it, but I don't think you understand what the full claim entails.
Well, why don't you explain it to me then?
No, it's okay. I'd rather the audience listen to you bring up claims that you can't back up.
Fine. So,
I mean, I can. I've done it. I've done it so many times before. You could actually listen to any of our live streams going back years. And I've discussed this topic at length. So is Indio, so is Rojo, and others.
Yeah, can you guys like link in chat a reciprocal zenith angle, show the methodology, show it adding up, and the raw numbers adding up to 180 degrees.
Your claim, you brought it up.
Dude, you're confusing the vertical with the horizontal, dude. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but this is his claim. He the one brought this up as an answer to your thing about the ellipsoid.
Okay, brother.
Our friend guest.
Spherical
when you do
axis is the horizontal direction. Okay.
I was going to ask.
Reciprocal zenith angles are the vertical. You're confused.
You have to add up both of them.
It's about the dip.
And then divide by 2.
No. Okay, if you have a triangle on a sphere, if you have a triangle, it's going to measure to greater than 180 degrees. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and you had a line on the surface of the sphere, you'd have a triangle greater than 180 degrees. The excess from a regular planar triangle is the spherical axis. Reciprocal zenith angles is when you take a vertical and the verticals are tilted away from each other.
Yeah,
they're too.
So why do they tilt away from each other in your?
They don't.
In your perspective,
they don't.
Okay, show me your measurements.
I'll show you. Look, bro.
Yeah, pick one.
Hold on, I'll get the paper. Hold on. I don't even need theirs. I got the one that's in the regular server.
And to be clear, from my understanding is that if you do this time and time again, it's going to consistently add up to over 180. There are a couple times where
you're still confusing
the lead to a concave Earth.
No,
so if you guys have like one example that might not be
idiot, dude.
If you guys have a bunch, that actually would be.
You're being an idiot. You're still confusing two different things, dude.
Yeah, you asked him.
I don't think he knows what he's even supposed to be adding. So which angles are you adding?
Reading what Dr. Phil's fucking telling him.
You're the surveyor. You need to add the angles. What angles did you measure that you're adding? Can you describe what you did? So let's say angle A to what, angle B to what?
From you to the other person.
Yeah, so I measure an angle from me to the other person. That's 180 degrees. Congratulations.
Yeah, and you have from you directly up 90 degrees.
All right, great. So we got from me to the person, it's 180 degree angle.
Mm-hmm. And the idea
then, then I've got a vertical, and then he's got a vertical. Excellent.
The idea is that if there's a reciprocation, so somebody looking back at you, they also have a triangle, right?
Wait, we didn't form a triangle yet. We did not form a triangle yet, dude.
Yeah, you didn't form a triangle. You only named 2 points. Triangle need 3.
You can calculate the triangle.
Yeah, but what triangle are you calculating?
Right, you only got an 80 degree angle. That's 2 points.
I'm going to say that you heard the phrase reciprocal zenith angle uttered by some anti-flat earther, and he seemed to use it to great effect. So you come in here and you're doing the same thing. That's just my impression.
Who are these anti-flat earthers?
McToon.
Dave McKeegan, McToon, all the people that avoid talking to us because when they came in here years ago, they got their asses tossed.
Oh, shit. I wish I was around for that.
Yeah,
is there recordings of this? Like, can I go listen to
Yeah, you can listen to the recordings when McToon and others came in.
There's a recent one. There's a recent one. DJ and McToon.
McToon had a meltdown.
I heard that one, actually. I actually think DJ won that debate.
That's why MC Toon doesn't come here anymore.
That was a shutout. Like, just worse than a win.
He had a meltdown and ran out the room. How he win a debate and had a meltdown and ran out the room?
Well, because I'm only saying that I think DJ won because it seemed like MC Toon kind of had to like refine his goalpost, but like in a way that looked like it was moving the goalpost, or like I don't know, maybe
he
it just
actually
wasn't
moved the
clear. Like he
goalpost,
didn't
and he
state
called
it
him
as
a
clearly
dickhead.
as.
He called him a dickhead.
Well, that's what I heard.
Ran out the room
and kept begging him to leave.
Like, he didn't even want to talk anymore. How is that?
Yeah, but he was in QOP server, and DJ was a mod there.
Oh, what happened?
He's
I
like,
went
"Aren't
away
you
for a couple
leaving?"
days. What happened to QOP server?
You need to
Wait,
spread his video, or he's not activating it anymore.
Yeah, he's just out.
I think Mattoon was recording, and I think he took it off his channel.
But did McToon take it off? That's hilarious if he removed it.
I would.
The internet remembers. Yeah.
So, debate, dude. Debate daddy. So, we're going to give you a crash course in this, okay? First of all, reciprocal zenith angles are horseshit because in the globe model, the plumb line is curved. It's not perpendicular to the ground in the first place, right? That's why they have two things, right? They have a geoid, which is the equipotential surface of gravity, which indicates the direction of plumb, okay? Lumpy gravity. And then they have the reference ellipsoid, which is supposed to be oblate spheroid. Those are two different things that they meld together. So they don't measure curvature. All this shit comes from calculation. Doesn't come from measurements. This isn't my opinion. You can check this yourself, dude. Anybody listening to this live stream can check themselves. Everything I'm saying is 100% factual and accurate. And if you look in the thing, if you look at what I posted, so I posted them measuring a concave Earth, the flat Earth, the convex Earth, reciprocal zenith angles, and the reduction of the horizontal direction, which is the calculation which gives you the spherical excess. Because think about it, if I have a surveying instrument, we got 3 surveying instruments forming a triangle, and we have lines of sight between each point of this triangle. That's a planar triangle, and it's going to be 180 degrees. It wouldn't become a spherical triangle until you projected that onto the surface of the sphere, the actual ballpark. But from the point of the telescope, that's just a planar triangle. So they're not measuring any spherical excess.
Right, they have to calculate it because they don't have an actual curving surface to measure. So they have to make all these inferences about it.
And since there's no curving surface, this fucking stupid image is fake.
Okay, you tagged me in the refraction coefficient will be minus 3.3 and minus 2.9, respectively. It certainly illustrates the assumption of plus 13 for most of terrestrial surveying instruments by default will not definitely be correct. Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's saying plus 13 for most of them.
Well, what we're trying to tell you is what actually happens. What actually happens is you're going to get, because of the meteorological conditions, if you go do lots of measurements, you're just going to get a variation. Sometimes it'll be a plus angle. Sometimes it'll be diverging angles. Sometimes it'll be converging angles. Sometimes it'll be parallel angles. It all depends on when you make the measurement. There is no one thing that happens.
So why do you think the plumb line is curved again?
I don't think it's curved. Globe
I thought you said the plumb line was curved.
Yeah, in geodesy, plumb lines are curved. In geodetic surveying, plumb lines curve.
What?
Right. If you defend the globe, you have to curve the plumb line, right?
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah, there's like 200 years of curving plumb lines that we could post for you in the side chat.
Why is McToon.net coming up at first search result?
Because they,
This is a
whoever
shape
they are in
locomotive.
parentheses, want you to see it before our shit.
This is
Yeah, because
the first thing that
he's
came up,
he's
but
like a priest. He's one of the priests, so you have to pass through the priest first.
I don't think he has like a partnership with Google. I don't know.
Well, Google has a partnership with Congress.
Actually, wait, am I using Google?
I don't know if it's even worth getting into, but the social media companies
I'm using
have a
Brave
partnership
Search.
with Congress.
I'm using Brave Search, not Google, but
Congress told social media to censor Flat Earth. We've got that on video from C-SPAN.
Yeah, and part of censoring is giving you the misinformation that they want you to see. That's what you're getting, and that's what you are trying to push at the moment. Nonsense.
so you're looking at this deflection of the vertical.
Yeah.
What am I looking at
and
here?
curving plumb lines. It's a bit different. So there's deflection and a curve. Because a plumb
I don't
line is not
understand
only
why.
curving. They claim that the plumb line is not only curving in some places, but it's also deflected. So the plumb is being shifted off of where it's expected to be. Meanwhile, the whole line is going to be arcing instead of being held taut and straight.
Isn't it just going to be like it's just going to be taken from the instrumentation itself? Like the instrument will auto level and then take a perfect plumb line. Why would that deviate?
Yeah, it will. The instrument will be true. What won't be true is the calculation that follows. So people measure the Earth flat with these instruments, and then they curve their measurements around a mathematical reference ellipsoid.
I don't think they would do that.
That's how they describe it. I can give
They
you
just
a
take the angle
university lecture. I can
perfect
give you
horizontal.
several university lectures on this. I can give you books and papers going back to the 1800s on this. The process Indio told you has an actual name. He isn't making this up. It's called the reduction of the horizontal datum, or the reduction of the mathematical datum. That's the actual phrase, and that's what they're doing when they take these measurements and bend them.
It's the first thing they do before they even enter it into the log. They do the calculation because they're changing the direction, the azimuth. They're rotating it because they're assuming the Earth is a ball, right? So if you have a vertical, right, the plane of the vertical is going to be different at each location. This is kind of like the reciprocal zenith angle thing. So they're tilting them away, but when you tilt this, you have to rotate the azimuth a little bit. So this is what they're doing. They're rotating the azimuth. So they're not measuring these azimuths. They're rotating it by taking, say you take the measurement at 1,000 feet. You have to send that down to the surface of the Earth. Otherwise, you're going to have a planar triangle. You're trying to map it to the surface of the reference ellipsoid that they're using, this mathematical surface. And when you do that, you take it from a point off the surface to a point on the surface. The azimuth will rotate because the surface is tilted relative to that point. So I know it's hard to wrap your head around this because this is all new and shit, but it's created mathematically. It's not measured. Period. People that telling you it is don't understand either what they're doing or listening to some other fucking moron. I mean, curved plumb lines, bro. Really, they got to go that far? That plumb line's curved. I mean, how many band-aids are required?
All the refraction wasn't good enough.
Debate Daddy, are you gonna recognize what is being said, acknowledge it, maybe concede,
I'm trying to
or
pull
are
up
you just gonna?
I'm trying to pull up the paper myself to actually see.
This is why they say GPS clocks need to be tuned and why atomic clocks are off and all this other crap.
I love like motions of the stars can be explained by a or the day and night can be explained by the orbit or the rotation of the Earth. I said, yeah, and refraction and orbits and eccentricity and obliquity and wobble and precession and sidereal years. I think they got a couple other cycles in there too. Don't they have like a precession, a nutation cycle, right? So not only is there a wobble, the wobble is wobbling.
That's right. The wobble wobbles. That's mutation. Nutty mutation.
And then, like, the funny thing is, right? Epicycles were complicated. That's why we don't use them anymore, because we kept having to add difference, and we kept having to add pieces to do the orbits. What the hell are you doing? You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, it still doesn't work, and they still have to add them in just in the reverse.
Yeah, within our lifetime, you're going to add something else. The Earth is slightly flipping over or something stupid, right?
Yeah, and it will be like a 2 billion year cycle.
It'll be like a back and forth pole wobble or something. You know what I mean? In the direction of the orbit, it'll flip back and forth a little bit.
Oh yeah, like those screws or nuts in zero gravity that flip back and forth when you rotate them.
Oh yeah, there we go. Why isn't the Earth doing that?
Maybe it is, and we're due for one.
Can't wait.
Well, the south becomes a north, and north becomes a south.
Just wherever I am, make it beachfront property in a warm climate.
Well, within the medical industry, they can use these dual magnets to move North Pole to whatever position they want to. So maybe the creator can do that and just switch the polarities of north or south poles or whatever. Just flip them.
Well, they're thinking that the ancient North Pole used to be east of Madagascar, the celestial north, and it's going to go back to that again.
Think about this topic. Now, consider what I just said about surveying and then what other people say. Who's spreading disinformation or misinformation?
Not me.
When you think about it, that's what they're actually doing. I mean, definitionally, I guess it would be disinformation because they're trying to convince them of something that's not the case. I don't even know what the definition of misinformation is. I guess it depends on the motive of the speaker.
Daddy, is it possible that the Earth is not a globe? And would you just be misinformed or disinformed?
I think it is possible. Yeah. I mean, the thing that would convince me, again, I told DJ this, but it would be the Black Swan stuff and like a bunch of them, but with refraction measured in it, factored in to say, okay, well, we also did proper refraction measurements time and time again. And so not just saying that, oh, you should only see as far as the geometry allows, but factoring in the optics and any other covariate. If you factor in all the covariates and you still see quote unquote too far, I know that's not the right language, but then yeah,
if you studied what we know, like if you studied optics and refraction, you're going to end up further on our side on this.
Yeah, I mean, the refraction that they say is necessary is not even possible. It's not physically possible.
I get that's the argument. It's like it's either not possible or
it's not an argument.
Unlikely.
It's not incredible. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Well, you gotta do the measurement.
It's like saying when they say maybe gravity's bending the light, right? And then
the equations that relativity is based upon they say the mass of the Earth, it would bend the light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So if a globe would come up and said, "Hey, it's gravity bending the light," and this is basically the same thing. Instead of saying gravity, they're saying it's refraction. But gravity and refraction have the same level of plausibility. None. But because they're familiar with refraction as a phenomenon, because of lenses and all these things, they think, "Hey, yeah, it's possible." No, it's not possible. Not what we observe. You need refraction. I mean, DJ, I'm sure he presented it to you. Walter, like, you need refraction that's so severe, like we're talking like 70-degree temperature gradients in a span of like 10 feet. Where does that exist on Earth?
So is he saying that if you guys
Especially over water.
take into account, is he saying that if you guys take into account the impossible refraction and demonstrate that, then I don't know. It's like he's asking for the impossible or
Well,
something.
I get that you're claiming that you need a 70-degree difference. Yeah, like, and maybe there could be some pressure that contributes, or humidity or something as well. But just if you actually had the calculations and the instrumentation and measurements, it would bolster the argument in an incredibly strong way.
It does the opposite. If you understand what refraction's doing, like I hate to say it, the molecular freaking level, you're going to realize that what you need to provide is backup and information for your side of the argument.
Oh, I agree. I think that because DJ also said, well, if Globers had the same refraction measurements, and we went out and we saw a curve and we factored in how far you see, and to the other side, if we had equally enough, hundreds of measurements, factoring in all the covariates refraction, he would also equally be convincing the other way as well. But like, we're both
look, bro. That's like saying, "Oh, you need to rule out general relativity, and you need to take gravitometer fucking measurements to make sure light isn't bending around due to fucking curving space time." Okay, that's bullshit. There's no justification for doing any refraction, anything. You understand? You need to have look, if you're going to say, "Hey, this could be a confounding variable," okay, you can say that, but you need to demonstrate how it would be a confounding variable.
Especially as the terrestrial refraction formula.
I agree with that.
The terrestrial refraction formula has distilled its variables down to kinematics and not any variable force equivalent dynamics. And that's a huge problem because terrestrial refraction is based on a model without any underlying physics.
Yeah, there's no, especially if you start getting into the wavelength differences, right? You start trying to add what happens when refraction actually happens. Dispersion, chromatic aberrations, and these effects that we observe whenever we design a lens or see something through an actual refractive medium of sufficient distance or sufficient severity, we would see these other optical effects, right? We would see magnification, we would see things looking small, we would see distortion, we would see like I said, chromatic aberration, where it's blue, like blue on top, red on the bottom. We would see these other effects that we don't observe. All they say, "Hey, man, the Earth looks flat.
Everywhere.
The Earth looks flat. We know it's a globe, so there must be refraction." That's the justification.
Yeah,
the Earth looking flat is not a justification for saying there's refraction for a globe. Think how crazy that is. What's your evidence for refraction on a globe? The Earth looks flat. I mean, how dumb does that sound?
Yeah, it looks flat, and it wouldn't look flat if it wouldn't be flat if you take into account this refraction that you cannot actually account for.
I mean, you guys
don't have the atmospheric
you guys agree that on different days,
yet. Describe it.
Depending on the conditions, you can see further or shorter depending on the day you're at there, right? Okay, so there you go.
But what is the factor that determines that? It's opacity. It's the opacity of the air. How many particles? How much water vapor?
Let's say the opacity were equal on both days. Like, you think you would be able to see the same?
Look,
if there were different
meteorological. When I say opacity, I'm talking about meteorological visibility. Okay, Yeah. Meteorological visibility determines how far you can see. It's the transparency of the air.
And what does that have to do with a globe? That's not evidence for a globe.
Well, I think well, it's one variable that can affect how far you can see, but you don't think that.
How do you know that?
How do I know that that's one because you just said it was a variable.
No, I said opacity of the air. That has nothing to do with refraction. That's absorption.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying you don't think that there could be some other variable like refraction that could affect it as well.
Could be gravity too. Could be freaking magic machine helps. I mean, it could be anything. We could just sit here. We need some justification for saying, yeah, this variable is a confounding variable.
But so on the gravity thing, like I looked into that. Okay, so like on Hung's work, what's the argument that you think Hung's making in this paper?
Hung? What are you talking about?
The plumb line curve that you linked, because he does go over
lumpy gravity, dude. That's what they say it is. They say it's lumpy gravity.
Well, it's mass anomalies, right?
Yeah, lumpy gravity.
That is lumpy gravity.
Yeah, well, it's only like what, like a tiny fraction of an arc curve that it's going to.
So does that mean it's not enough or enough to make a difference?
It's not enough to make a difference.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for your side.
Then why are they accounting for it? If it isn't enough to make a difference, then why are they using it at all?
Because the lumpiness is only going to make it like a tiny curve, but he said that it's this is only something you can see with high precision mapping. Like it's so minuscule.
Statistical significance is lost on the general public, including those that do science.
Yeah, he's saying it like he's arguing it can be treated as a straight line without introducing a significant error at all. Like it's not considered a significant.
How did we just go from refraction to the lumpy gravity thing? Like, dude,
because you're talking.
You're supposed to push in the clutch before you change gears.
Because the gravity thing, I don't think anyone's actually saying gravity can affect how far you can see. Who seriously like, because the gravity variations due to lumpy gravity, it's not going to explain why you can see on another day. Number one, because the actual.
Are you high or fuck or something?
Wait.
These are two separate arguments, dude.
What you're saying about gravity can. People saying gravity can affect how far you can see. That would, if anyone said that would be really dumb.
No. General relativity.
Sounds like one of us.
Look, brother. General relativity. We've heard this before. People come in and say, because general relativity curves space time, the light does not travel in a straight path and would curve around the ball the same way like a black hole, right?
Oh, right. No, but what I'm saying is, if you can see further on day 2 versus day 1. That can't be explained
are you not getting
general
it?
Relativity.
If someone said that was a reason that we could see too far, they would need to justify it. I'm using an analogy argument, okay?
Yeah.
If they said that, we couldn't take that at face value. We'd say, okay, why? Okay, let's do the calculation. Would we actually, with the calculation of general relativity of how much, quote unquote, space-time would be bent, is 1/16 millionth of a degree, which at 25 miles is like 4 nanometers. No, we don't need to take that into account.
Well, I agree.
So
I agree with that.
If we apply the same reasoning to refraction, hey, can refraction actually deflect light this much? There's no evidence it can. Are there sufficient weather conditions on Earth that would make this possible? No one's demonstrated that there is. No one's shown it in formula, in equations, in a model. No one's shown it. They just say it.
Yeah,
yes, it's a variable that needs to be accounted for. How do I account for it? I don't know. Why should I account for it? I don't know. Because refraction. You don't believe refraction exists?
Let's just hope it's true, because if it's not true, we're screwed.
And
it better be true.
But the key thing is the other phenomenon that if there was a very strong refraction that existed the way is claimed, there would be other visual phenomenon that would indicate that it's happening. There would be dispersion because refraction depends on the wavelength. Okay, so a red ray and a blue ray would take different paths to the camera. And the blue ray would appear higher than the red ray, right? So if you're taking a picture of something, and this is shown astronomically, take a picture of Jupiter. Jupiter's redder or bluer on top and redder on the bottom. Okay, you can see this in the picture. They actually make a device called a chromatic aberration corrector, which is 2 mirrors which will merge the blue and red image together, so it just looks like a one clear image. So we see this in astronomy. We've never seen this terrestrially. And I assume we're looking through the same air, right?
But don't you guys aren't you the guys who post the image of the green laser at night curving upwards? Like, you don't think that light can bend, affecting how far you can see, and affecting what you see?
Yeah, I believe light can bend, but is it bending sufficient to account for the observations? Is it possible to do that?
That's what you have to measure. You haven't measured it.
To know it's possible or not?
To measure the covariates and factor those in.
If it's 3 orders of magnitude outside the fucking prediction, dude, like, what are you talking about?
Well, if the standard refraction is just is it considered an average or the median?
Let me just let's spitball some numbers. Could refraction account for an observation of 300 miles? If I was on the beach and I could see a boat 300 miles away, or a bright light or whatever, could you count?
Are you just saying in theory?
Yeah, this is a hypothetical.
Well,
can a meteorological condition exist on Earth that would allow that to happen?
Have we? Well, it depends how you're asking that. Like, if you're saying, have we actually met?
Is there a meteorological condition that can exist that would bend the light so that something 300 miles away would appear in my line of sight?
Well, do I have an example of that on hand? No, but in theory, I can imagine.
No, in theory. Yeah, that's what's...
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.